and the Dafabet Warriors. It's the DP World Lions who are resuming their first innings on 193 for 7. They still trail by 112 runs. And Cody Yousef is on strike on 11. Piwe Mnyanda doing the bowling. Oh, Cody Yousef, that's a fantastic start to the third day for the Lions. 4 runs through the gully area.
Oh, fantastic start indeed. Good morning, Ken. Hope you're doing good this morning, Ken. Nice to see you again with all smiles. And it's day 3 moving day. So we'll definitely see plenty of action today, and it will give us a direction of where this game is going and what we should expect for the next 2 days, or particularly what result we could kind of get, maybe some ideas. Bit of a sneak peek.
I agree with you. We might actually have a very good idea by the end of the day how this match is going to pan out. It might still very much be in the balance, and Mnyanda straight away goes around the wicket. And Yousef has got that away through cover point. I think it's going to be reeled in. Watch the rebound. Oh, yeah, he's just clawed it back in there.
Oh, just about clawing back in. Could have been 2 back-to-back boundaries to start off day 3. Oh, action.
Well, if the DP World Lions are going to bat like this, that deficit's going to come down pretty quickly. 106 now. 6 runs off the first 2 balls of the day. Wow, it's a lot of positivity out there from the batting side, clearly.
Very interesting start from Cody Yousef. And you would have thought maybe with them 199, it would have been more of a circumspect start and trying to get a reasonable total on board. 250, as we spoke about, end of the day yesterday, would be a good total for them after finding themselves in trouble for 193 for 7.
Perhaps also the Lions have looked at who's opening the bowling. Piwe Mnyanda, 12 overs for 42 yesterday. And wasn't at his best yesterday. And maybe they decided today, right, he's feeling a bit vulnerable. Let's put him under pressure from the get-go. And you've seen that, and you've seen Mnyanda really struggling to settle already. Switch to around the wicket from over the wicket. That one down leg.
Yeah, I definitely suspect that might be the chat, that if he's coming on to bowl, let's attack him. Then if maybe it's one of the guys that bowl a bit better, like Matthew Boast, then we approach it differently. It's clear intent.
We can only presume that Matthew Boast is going to open the bowling from the call-it drive end. Mnyanda's bowling from the golf course end. Matthew Boast, absolutely outstanding yesterday. 16 overs, 5 for 35. He bowled a spell, 2 spells, 1 over just before tea and 4 overs straight after lunch. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 6 yesterday. That really ripped the guts out of this Lions batting order.
Yeah, I know Matthew Boast, a brilliant bowling performance from him. Absolutely outstanding, I think. From ball 1, barely gave any runs away. I think that's one of his highlighting points of yesterday's spell, of his 2 initial spells, that he really didn't give any runs away. He was very tight at the bowler all the time and never really allowed them to get breathing space to score runs. And if ever they did, they found themselves wanting. It is the end of the first over of the day. It is 74 overs gone, 199 for 7.
Looks like Piwe Mnyanda's still got a little bit of a limp there. He had a few problems yesterday. Didn't go off the field, but was certainly hobbling a bit. And I think we're seeing now the second new ball is a big factor in what's happening this morning. Only 6 overs to go until the second new ball. Maybe that's why the Lions have decided to make hay while they can, and it's also why Matthew Boast is not bowling from the other end. It's going to be the spinner Senuyane Mutusami. So Matthew Boast no doubt being saved for the second new ball.
I absolutely agree. I actually didn't take note of how many overs were remaining, and it makes complete sense now why even the Lions are going at the attack. I know that when that new ball comes back into the hands of Matthew Boast, it won't get easy. And as we say that with that single down the ground, is 200 up for the Lions. And I want to add plenty more on that scoreboard with the likes of Delano Pocketa being in, well, not necessarily in right now, but he was in yesterday, scoring 40 of 96 deliveries. He'll want to extend that and maybe get as close as possible to that 100. He's partnered by Cody Yousef.
Again, the easy single to long off. I'm not sure about giving them an easy single like that second over of the day. It's just too easy. Delano Potgieter. I've got an interesting challenge for any statos out there, because I just feel he's been an incredibly good player for the Lions when they're in trouble. And I would love to know what Delano Potgieter's batting average is when he comes in 5 wickets down. That's when he normally comes in. And let's say when the Lions are less than 200 on the board, 5 wickets down, what does Delano Potgieter average? I think it's going to be a pretty good number.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting stat to really see, because it has certainly do a really good job at the middle order. Alongside Connor stays in as well, who didn't come off in this game.
Bjorn Fortuin also has mounted many rescue efforts for the Lions. Fortuin, the last man out, caught in the slips off Matthew Boast for 14, helped add 27 for the 7th wicket with Potgieter. End of the over, 202 for 7, and the deficit 103. Cumber, what do you feel the Lions need to get that deficit down to for them to genuinely still be very much in the game?
I certainly believe anything under that, if they can bring that deficit under 50, just under 50 in the 40s region, it requires a still very good batting performance from the Warriors, because they can't rely on a 40-run lead, honestly, in terms of them saying that's a good first innings lead. A 100-run lead, definitely. 80-run lead, yes. But when you look at an about 50-run lead, you're still thinking, I need to score big here. So there's still plenty of pressure for them to make the play and score runs.
I even think 60 odd behind. I think the Lions will still believe if they bowl really well that they can. You know, we saw last week the Dolphins chased down 370 odd against the Warriors, and I don't think looking at this pitch before the start of play, I don't think it's going to deteriorate that much. There's still quite a lot of grass, dead grass holding it together, and not too much wear and tear.
And I think just to add to that point of that 60 or 60 between 60 to 50 deficit, what that does also to the Warriors is like we've done so well. We got them at 193 for 7, only for them to add an extra further almost 50 to 60 runs on board. They'll be probably walking to the change room thinking, we missed a trick there. So definitely it would do some psychological thing to the Warriors batting line. I think we could have had a 100-run lead if we had maybe finished up the innings a lot quicker.
Better start to his second over of the day by Mnyanda. Yeah, I suppose as is normal in finals, both sides can probably look at it and go, we've left some runs on the table here, or we've let an opportunity slip from our fingers. I mean, the Warriors were 179 for 1 at one stage, you're thinking 450 the way they were batting. They looked totally in control. Only made 305 in the end. Has that come off the bat? Oh, it's gone nowhere. In any case, and then the Lions fought back really well with the ball on the final session of the first day, and had the Warriors 245 for 8. And then you start thinking, if they could have nipped out the last 2 wickets quickly, suddenly 260 all out instead of 305. But then again, early yesterday morning, we saw Wesley Bedger get out in the third over of the day, rather unnecessarily. Slapped away over the slips by Cody Yousef, and that runs away for another boundary. Takes him to 22. This partnership now worth 37. So it's been an important one for the home side.
Late yesterday, I make a liking of this part. Well, I compared this partnership to the partnership of Wesley Badger and JP King, and the importance of that in getting the Warriors over that 300 mark, 300 up to the 350. This has equal importance to the Lions, and if it does come off and gets over that 50 mark and gets over to about that 80 mark, it becomes a real dangerous partnership.
Indeed, Badger had added 55. With JP King for the 9th wicket, so it was a really frustrating stand for the Lions. But then third over of the day, instead of just giving JP King the strike, he had more than 100 already. He really just went for what can only be described as a slog, way outside off stump, and just slapped a dolly of a catch to mid-off. And that meant 9 wickets were down, and Gideon Peters, I think it's fair to say, is a real number 11, whereas Wesley Badger can certainly bat a bit. And then, JP King had to really try and engineer the strike, and it became awkward for him to try and keep the strike, and he got out soon afterwards. So, the Warriors maybe could have got 30, 40, 50 more runs there.
Certainly, and that just was just a little bit away from the cricket, or more still cricket, but the conditions out here today, beautiful clear blue skies, barely a cloud in place. And also, if you just on now the grass banks here, a few students have come in today on this beautiful Friday. So nice to see, to have a few kids around or students coming in to enjoy some cricket on a lovely Friday morning. Beautiful day it is, kid.
Yeah, come on, UJ Cricket Club, Wits Cricket Club. Why don't we get some of the cricket clubs to come here this afternoon at least, Friday afternoon. Come and sit on the grass banks. I can think of no better way to bring in the weekend than watching a 4-day final such as this between two really good teams who are involved in quite the tussle. Some real quality cricketers on display as well. The man bowling now, Seniran Mutasamy. He's a serious cricketer. Delano Potgieter. I think we're going to hear his name a lot in the future. Fian Mulder will be bowling some stage today, I imagine, having made 57 with the bat. Matthew Boast is going to bowl soon, no doubt, as it's now 3 overs to go until the second new ball. Matthew Boast, the leading wicket taker in the competition this season, and he took his tally to 43 yesterday with those 5 wickets. Jordan Herman, there's a name to watch in the future. Matthew Breetska has played for South Africa. Patrick Kruger, he's an international. And Gideon Peters is a proper fast bowler who's exciting to watch as well. Cody Yousef with the ball later, maybe for the DP World Lions. He's played for South Africa. Zubair Hamza with the bat. Well, he's not going to bat for a while, presumably. Connor Este is an exciting talent. Bjorn Fortuin, champion all-rounder for the Lions. He also played for South Africa. He could well bowl a lot today.
Also exciting guy like Sinatemba Qeshile, the keeper, batter for the Warriors. Also had a few caps in recent times for the Proteas. He'll want to put on those performances even more and be able to be more of a regular in that Protea setup. Obviously, it's tight right now. There's wickets on, De Kock is back. So it will require some really good performances for him to be able to be in that setup. But nevertheless, doesn't mean that he can't have an opportunity.
It's a very handsome drive by Cody Yousef, but straight to the fielder. Connor Este is on top of the batting averages, 400s this season. And he keeps wicket as well, so it would be interesting to know where he is in kind of the selectors' minds. He did play for CSA at the start of the summer and has really kicked on since then as well.
Just think about it. The Proteas guys are all gone to India and Sri Lanka at the moment, and you look at just this game alone, the prospects, all the guys already in the Proteas set are so many. And you just see the wealth of our depth in South African cricket. And many guys obviously still need to step up or improve their game and to be able to be at that international level. But some are already there at that international level. But it really excites me that we see a 4-day cricket game with this high level. And there's guys that still haven't gotten opportunities like Matthew Boast, top wicket taker, who still needs to bowl on and be able to put his hand up at some point for his Proteas probably in the future. And he's put in a really good hand up already, sitting on 43 wickets in his campaign.
Nyanda went a little bit wider on the crease there, but then bowled it a bit too straight and comfortably tucked away for a couple by Cody Yousef. Yeah, there's no lack of talent in South African cricket. It's just about honing it, getting it to perform at that highest level. And so far, Shukri Conrad and co have been doing a great job with that. Big game of cricket for the Proteas coming up this weekend against India in the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, massive game there, Ken. Massive. In terms of the context of the World Cup and being able to get that win over the belt. Remember, those are the guys that broke our hearts not so long ago in the final. So you want to get one up on them, get that psychological victory out the way, and be able to kind of build that confidence getting into that semi-final if we obviously get into final and hopefully take the trophy back home.
And it's developing into a bit of a grudge match as well because I don't know if it's the official broadcaster, but one of the Indian TV stations has released an advert for the game which has made its way onto social media and not very complimentary of South Africans in general, I would say. I've seen quite a bit of pushback on that ad from South Africans. I've got no doubt the team has been made aware of it, and that'll add to the motivation.
Yeah, to bring some drama and some intensity to that game, which would have been there regardless. I think that just adds extra spice. India, South Africa is always a big contest, a big fight, and especially India at home. To be a jam-packed stadium, best believe there will be 100,000 spectators there. And in Ahmedabad,
where South Africa have already played, I think it's 3 games already there in the T20 World Cup, which will help them. They know the conditions there pretty well, and they've played really well there too. I don't think Shukri will have to say much to get the guys going.
One thing Shikri has really done with that side is just their mentality has been different. In big games, in crunch games, being able to get over the line and win big series away. So mentality is not a doubt in that side at this current moment. So definitely in that type of game, that intensity, that drama, and the magnitude and whatever comes with that game, I think they'll be up to the task.
Deficit down to 94 now for the Lions. So nice little milestone. They've got it down to 2 figures.
Initially, when this morning started, when Cody Yousef was going at it again, I thought maybe they had a target in mind where like, okay, let's chase down a certain target before that new ball. And after that first 2 overs, or from up here Mnyanda, they slowed down again. I was actually about to ask if were they thinking of a specific target or for some odd reason.
No, I don't think so. I think it was just a mindset thing they probably spoke about, that if there's anything that's a little bit loose, that you think has got your name on it, or rather not, well, no, if it's got your name on it, it's going to get you out. So it's the someone's name on it other than your own, I guess. If you think you can attack it, then attack it. Be positive against the 2 bowlers who are being used before the second new ball. But Mnyanda has bowled a lot tighter since that first over. And there's another good delivery from him, fired into the block hole.
Yeah, I thought that was a target, I understand, but he certainly slowed down, and Matthew Boast is getting through his warm-ups and stretches now. He's probably about 4 deliveries. He's ready to go. Big question is, can he find the form he found yesterday?
It was interesting, he bowled brilliantly between lunch and tea. Came back on after tea, and Delano Potgieter was at the crease. Chopped on. Bit of extra bounce there. There's been that patch bowling from the golf course end just outside off stump that if you put it in the right place, it has bounced a bit more steeply than elsewhere on the pitch, and that proves to be Cody Yousef's demise, playing with the angled bat, extra bounce, and into his middle stump. What a vital wicket that is in the over before the second new ball.
Yeah, absolutely timely wicket that. Picking up Cody Yousef, who was looking in on 25. It's just before that new ball. And I'm sure the Lions would have loved to have him there ready for that new ball. And now it will maybe require some game management from Delano Potgieter with that new ball coming. And exactly what you're talking about there, Ken. That extra bounce, catches the inside half of the bat, found on the back foot. And I think that ball might have been a bit fuller than he expected. And I think that's what caught him out there.
I agree with you. And it also came back into him a bit. It kind of zipped off the surface. It did bounce a bit as well. Yeah, he's a bit late on it, and it's all too tight to him, as you say. And, well bowled, Aphiwe Mnyanda.
Yeah, caught in no man's land. Really, you could see he was neither back nor forward. He was very tentative with his foot movement, which kind of really cost him a bit there, Cody Yousef. But anyway, brings the crease. Bayer Swanepoel, he'll have to fight it out here. Make sure he's a good batting partner to Delano Potgieter.
Well, he's a very good batter to be coming in at number 10. Averages 24 in 4-day cricket. 4 half centuries. No ball called against Aphiwe Mnyanda. 2 left-handers at the crease now as well. And, I was saying about Matthew Boast when he bowled after tea yesterday. And we did speculate at the time that maybe it was him struggling against the left-hander, Delano Potgieter, because he suddenly just seemed to lose the immaculate line and length he had been bowling previously to the left-hander. Now we have two left-handers at the crease. It could be interesting.
But there is a pattern there that I've picked up in terms of when bowlers have been bowling on the surface. Maybe you might agree with me, is that if you remember Jordan Herman, how he started against the Lion seamers, he was very aggressive on the front foot and describing him as bullish. And then Delano Pocket equally as much. Yes, maybe Matthew Boast didn't bowl as accurately, but he was right on top of him and attempted to put him under pressure and took him off his line very quickly. And I think once a bowler is put under pressure on this deck and you move away from those good lengths, it gets a bit easier to bat.
Turned away for one to the deep square leg. Yeah, I think that's a great point, Kamva. It's not just a matter of the bowler bowling poorly. You've also got to look at the batter and what they've done to put the bowler under pressure and to change things. And I thought Jordan Herman did that superbly on the first morning and has really laid the platform for the Warriors to be in this strong position. Thumped back past the bowler. That's a lovely meaty strike by Delano Potki that takes him to 48.
Yeah, really good timing on that, but Delano Potki went right on the front foot there and hit that one so hard straight down the ground. Positive stroke. Look at that. Oh, it was a full toss more than anything else and hit that straight out of the middle of the bat. You could hear the sound of that. It was absolutely wonderful to hear.
Yeah, it was a good thump by Delano Potki there. Deficit now 87. Last delivery with this ball, shall I say. Last ball of the 80th over. Potki will keep the strike. Probably not a bad thing with the second new ball, no doubt about to make its appearance. 219 for 8.
Yeah, PM Yanda conceded a boundary in every single over he has bowled so far. And he'll be not too happy about that. And here's Matthew Boast now, who was absolutely outstanding yesterday, was Matthew Boast. Picking up 5 of just 35 runs conceded yesterday. Really, really bowled amazing well with such control. Pretty much had it on the string in his first 2 spells was Matthew Boast. Beating the outside edge. To start off the morning, the outside edge of Dominic Hendricks. And then got also some really tidy wickets there in the middle session. Who really got such amazing shape with that new ball. And also finished up that 5 right at the end of the day yesterday. But the most important thing about him, he was so accurate and so hard to get away.
First one swings down leg and is clipped away for a single. Yeah, you mentioned the movement. Matthew Boast got up front with the new ball as Delano Potki has gone to an invaluable 50 with that little clip off his pads. 115 balls, just over 3 hours at the crease, 5 fours. Another excellent knock by the all-rounder.
Still getting that inward shape that he got yesterday. That in swing. Nice shape in the air and also after pitching.
Right up in the block hole and Sonapur keeps it out just about. He'll get a run for his efforts. Yeah, I was going to say when Matthew Boast trapped Connor Estes in LBW in the 41st over, there was still some beautiful late movement into the right-hander that had Connor Estes playing across his front pad and trapped LBW. So Matthew Boast has really shown fantastic skill, I feel, in this match.
Sure. Nasty delivery. Well directed short ball. That will push Delano Pukler back, right back to his crease. And let him know I'm right there, brother.
Yeah, that hit wicketkeeper Kashila's gloves very hard. He's, I think he's gained a yard or two this season, Matthew Boast. I really do. He certainly can give batters the hurry up. Not express pace, but he's quick enough. And allied to his control and his skill, it's a formidable package. Okay, nicely bowled, but just the line started slightly too straight, and it's another single. 2-2-2 for 8. Lions fans better have their feet off the ground, I guess. Double Nelson.
I think the one thing I can take away from Matthew Boast is that I think he looked a lot better against the right-handed batters yesterday. Yes, he picked up his first wicket of Dom Hendricks getting the outside edge, but he was an absolute handful against the right-handers. I think he was a lot more difficult to play or get away. I think the left-handers, he sometimes maybe strays a bit too leg-side-ish.
That's a better line. Had some heat and bounce as well, that delivery.
And dare I say that, he might pick up a wicket here for the left-hander and get his sick. He's been absolutely brilliant. Here he comes for his last delivery of his first over the new ball.
Nifty little dab by Swanepoel, and that's going to run away for 4 to end the over. Take the deficit down below 80 for the DP World Lions. 79 behind now on 226 for 8. The first over with the second new ball has just been completed, and to tell you all about how the rest of the overs of the second new ball goes, it's a very good morning to Aslam Kota and Pendulo Magubani.
Thank you very much, Ken. Good morning, everyone. So eventually a timely wicket coming off the bowling of Nyanda to see the end of a very gritty and a stubborn Bjorn Fortuin. Cody Yousef. Change of bowling on the far end as well, and it is Beja who's back into the attack. So they added 42 runs for that 8th wicket, invaluable in the under the circumstances when they found themselves in so much of trouble yesterday, did the Lions. And once again, Potgieter playing the ever-reliable innings for the Lions in a very crucial stage of the game. Can they continue to whittle down their deficit? He's in the company of Bayer Swanepoel. Area nicely plugged with 2 fielders in the deep. They turn for the second. It's been good positive cricket from Potgieter, but as we've seen in innings of past, especially that magnificent 100 that he scored in the final that sort of relaunched his career, that number of boundaries he had hit in that innings clearly was quite amazing. He hit more boundaries and very few singles and twos, and importantly, what he had done there, and that's what was a clear demonstration, is how well he left and how he only played the bad balls and played that rescue act, and now he plays a beautiful looking off drive for 4. So anything loose, he's in that position to take advantage. with me this morning for the first time. Pendulo, good morning.
Morning, Aslam. Really nice shot that's from Delano Potgieter. It's been fantastic this season. He's going to make it his third 50 to go alongside a magnificent, unbeaten 169. If he continues playing like this, the Lions will be grateful if he can turn that 57 into triple figures.
Well, I must say that what has happened on the first day of the first innings of the Lions was that they came up against Matthew Boast at his absolute best. And as is typical with a 5-day pitch, the second and third day, they always talk about it being good for batting, but there's also a lot more pace. And the way he exploited the conditions here was as if he was bowling on the Wanderers of old. And as Ken has just mentioned, he's picked up a yard, I reckon a yard or two. And he was more than a menace. 5 for 35 overnight.
Wesley Badge on the other side, he's been also fantastic. It's really, really unfortunate that he hasn't had a wicket under his name. Certainly deserves it through that onslaught in Matthew Boast's second spell where he got that cluster of wickets. It was really Wesley Badge on the other side who ensured that things remained tight. They really could not get runs away, the Lions. It was only one boundary that he conceded throughout that period. So he's bowling with good gas, he's bowling with good control, lovely consistency.
Neat little dab down by Swanepoel. He's turning for the second, and this is a well-judged run. And they need all of these runs because they become vital to try and whittle down that deficit. End of the over, 235 for 8. So you make a very good point about Wesley Badger, because what tends to happen is bowlers on the other end, when the one end is being profited with lots of wickets being taken, on the other hand, or the other end, bowlers tend to be loose from time to time. So it's really about bowling in tandem, bowling in partnership. And I think you've just spoken so well about the fact that he played with a sense of responsibility. No wickets coming my way, but he kept it as tight as possible. And that really works, and it was certainly good for them. Another absolute classic here. He's bowled beautifully. It's the first real look at Matthew Boast, and I mean live in a match, because I've watched him quite often on television. But powerfully built, and I think what we've seen, the few highlights that I managed to watch last night, Pendula, was that he's at the batsman, he's on that lengthened line, and then he has a deliberate short delivery which is beautifully directed. So he's got all the makings of a bowler that I'm sure in the not too distant future the selectors are going to have a very keen look. And remember, on the first day we discussed the other point about the fact that these fast bowling stocks in the country are in a healthy state. We can add this fellow to that to the number that we've been talking about.
Most certainly. The way he's gone about his work has been outstanding this season. 43 wickets. It's a large number. Bear Swanepoel has been king over the past 3 seasons. Spin has also played a big role. Carl Simmons, Prenelin O'Brien, Bjorn Fortuin, Sean van Berg. Those have all been names constantly in that top 5, and Carl Simmons, Bjorn Fortuin have been leading wicket takers before. So for a fast bowler to come in, new team, new environment, and then he just takes the lead in that environment, replacing the wickets, literally replacing the wickets that Bear Swanepoel was bringing them and getting a touch more. Very good acquisition for the Warriors. Very great bowling.
That's really well played. It's a fast Yorker length delivery on the line of leg stump, and neatly dealt with there by Beyer Swanepoel. So, how long has Boast been at the Warriors?
His very first season.
Is this his first season? So he's actually filled the boots of Swanepoel, and generally one would say those were huge boots to fill. But given the statistics this season and the way the Warriors have performed with this youngster at the helm, says a lot about his talent.
Every now and then you're going to get one that just misbehaves a little bit. Matthew Boast. And you spoke about his work yesterday, some of the highlights. He was always at the batter. Always, always. And that's a hard thing to do, because often you would find a ball or two within that over trying to be at the batsman. You get too full or you get too short trying to be at the torso, and then you give them runs to score. What he didn't do was make too many mistakes. It was only really in his third spell where we saw some wayward bowling, giving away a couple of boundaries, but then he came back for his fourth spell and then resurrected all of that damage and then took his fifth wicket. So he's having an excellent game here, and it's very important that you are able to make it count in the bigger stage. Now people will take notice. Who is this guy who just took a fifer in the final? Much like for JP King, who's this guy who just got 100 in the final?
I'm not sure what he's doing wrong there, but maybe, just maybe at the point of delivery, breaking his wrist and the ball just swaying down the offside. So 238 for 8, and all eyes certainly on how Swanepoel is going to back up the wonderful innings that Potgieter has already played on 59. It is the third day pitch of this 5-day cup final. And what I can remind our viewers is that the previous final played here much later in the season, in middle of April, in fact, almost a month difference. The Lions batting first got 413 for 7 with 103 from Zubair Hamza, 73 from Van Buren, and a 48 not out from Potgieter. And then a major collapse saw the Titans all out for 123. They followed on. And I'll tell you why I'm actually raising this particular statistic. The Lions were leading by 290. They forced the follow-on. And the Titans in the second innings were 371 all out. There was just not enough time in the day left for the Lions to knock off the 90-odd runs that they would have needed. And the match was drawn. But there we saw an innings of 75 from Keegan Peterson, 114 from Luandre Pretorius, and 79 from Rivaldo Munsami. All memorable knocks, fighting innings it was from all of them. And this is an indication of how well the Wanderers pitch did play in that particular cup final, and that's why I'm raising that statistic, because it did go 5 days. And I'm not sure if there was, I haven't made notes of any rain delays or anything like that, but certainly high scoring, and what a fantastic response from the Titans on that occasion. So do we see, or are we going to witness something similar with both teams at each other's heels?
It was a really spirited final. We lost a day and a half due to a wet outfield. Just couldn't get the match going, especially near the bowler's start run-up. From where they start to the landing zone, it was all just a little bit too unsafe for the players to get going. So if we did have a full game, it was going to be absolutely splendid, because like you say, big runs were scored. But also at the same time, wickets were taken. So it was a balanced game. If you can roll out a team from 123 and then you can score 370 and still be bowled out, it means that the bowler still had something in there. And then right at the back end of the match, it seemed as if in the last 30 minutes, the Lions were going to clean up the Titans and then chase an easy score for around 50, 60, 70 with 4 or 5 overs to go, which would have been so awesome. But Luandro Pretorius really resisted. It was hard-fought innings. Rightful man of the match.
There was also resistance from the likes of Junior Dala. 20, and he just hung in there at the end along with Smith to make sure that they just occupied the crease for long enough to push it deep into the fifth afternoon and thereby denying the Lions any chance. But you're right, it was definitely a wet outfield that prevented a full match with all of the overs, and I'm sure we would have had a result in that final. The weather is set fair for this until the weekend, so I reckon we're in for a big one. And if it continues to, the heat continues to beat down on this pitch in Pendulo, then I reckon that the likes of Mutusami and also Bjorn Fortuin will come into play. So the deficit now just 66.
We were having a conversation with Gamva. And how many runs would the Lions want to have? And now that the deficit is at 66, slowly taking it below that 50 mark means that the Warriors will have a very small advantage. And I'm sure the Lions were thinking along the same lines that, okay, we're in a little bit of a bad situation from yesterday, so what damage can we limit? Try batter the first hour of the morning. That surely should see us add another 40, 50 runs, and that will take that deficit down to the 60s. And honestly, now looking at it, Aslam, they might even be toying with the possibility of going into the next innings with a slight lead of like 10, 20 runs.
Yeah, I think you make a few very good points. And at the same time, what I'll just add to that is that it's a slender lead now, 66. You feel that the opposition will, if they have this lead of, let's just say 45 or 50, wickets fall within the next 15 runs, then they have something to build on from a batting point of view. So they'll have to make all the running to make sure that they stay ahead in this game. For the Lions, as you say, a slight lead for the opposition or for themselves means that both teams are very much in this game. It's early days yet on the third day, so a lot of cricket to be played still. Well, that's really well played. That is magnificently played. Whether he was looking to actually chop it down or play the uppercut, I'm not too sure, but he was airborne when he did play that stroke to Lana Potgieter, and we know that he's such a prolific player in white ball cricket as well. What a magnificent stroke that was.
Reached out to it. It's actually Bears Swanepoel smashing that. Wonderful position. Good hands. He really worked those wrists to ensure that that ball intentionally goes over the top for 6. Really good strike.
He'll give Matthew Boast something to think about. Or maybe, if he's wise enough, to just get that closer to the body line, to that shoulder, the 4th, 5th stump line, close to the bat. Around there somewhere, but again, beautifully handled by Swanepoel, and we know that he's more than an adequate all-rounder, and he's certainly been not very much the second fiddle in this partnership. I'm just looking across at the big scoreboard. 34 is this partnership between Swanepoel and Potgieter, and each of those runs, every one of those runs, are so important in the context of this cup final. Just one wide slip in a gully in position. He's bowled a number of those absolute beauties. You feel he should have had 8 wickets to his name, judged by how he bowled yesterday and the amount of assistance he got and how he exploited that. Here he produces an absolute jaffa again. And that with an older ball. They've not taken the new ball. 84.5 overs gone now. And I think that may also be a very wise choice. Oh, he's beaten all ends up. This is a quality player. And turning him square.
Superb ball from Matthew Boast. Got called in to take that new ball, actually. That's why it seems a little bit lively here for Matthew Boast. But the thing is,
I'm just being reminded, in fact, we were off air. Ken Poland has just mentioned that they did take the new ball at 80 overs, and I'm just mentioning to him off air, Pendulo, that interesting that they've gone with a defensive field, one slip on both ends to the fast bowlers using the ball instead of with that lead to try and show the initiative that you are still the team in charge here. So Senaran Mutusami deciding to go with what he's obviously looking to do is protect the deficit and trying to limit it. But the bowlers haven't actually sort of lived up to the captain's expectations because we've seen a number of boundaries in this partnership of 34 already. So interesting choice, but thanks for that, Ken.
yesterday they kept 2 slips and a gully, even 3 slips and a gully for a really long time. They had those 2 slips going into over 50, 60. And it is strange that they're not being a little bit more attacking. Because now it's just freebies for the Lions. More runs that they're getting. 2 full, 2 wide, and they make it to 250.
It's a lovely stroke from Bayer Swanepoel. I got to keep looking, both left-handers out there, and I'm keeping an eye on the senior player in Potgieter, but it's Swanepoel that has unleashed some glorious strokes here this morning. Already on 21 in this partnership of 38. And so 1 slip in the gully, a wide slip in the gully, maybe just 2 slips, and then leave those fielders out in the inner circle to try and protect all of this run scoring that has happened. And maybe just a bit of a chat to the bowlers that they need to be bowling to maybe just one side of the wicket. It's too much of a spread field. We've got, for the 2 left-handers, there's a long leg in position, deep square leg, and then a mid-on, mid-wicket. That's the leg side field. And 2 fielders in front of square on the offside, saving 1 as well. A deepish mid-off, and then a wide extra cover. And then a deep point just off the boundary. I would prefer maybe just looking to keep it outside the off stump and limiting the run scoring, limiting the damage. Oh, he's playing with confidence, is Delano Potgieter, because he's realized that with Bayer Swanepoel on the other end, doing what he's done so far in this 22 ball stay at the wicket, that confidence comes in, because as soon as you're batting with a lower order, you're looking to cash in on the loose balls and maybe just try to be a little more exuberant in your approach. But I think he'll settle down and make sure that they actually continue to just work away with that deficit, which is 54 at the moment.
In a little bit of a situation here, the Warriors. Because what you're looking at is you're trying to limit the run that are being scored, because if you do go attacking, Delano Potgieter and Bayer Swanepoel will go for the ball. There's no there's no need to hold back anymore. So if the balls are there to be hit, they will be hit. But yesterday, they were not giving balls to be hit. Whenever they tried to do so, they would risk losing their wickets. So I don't know, it feels strange. It's as if you're not backing your bowlers to take the last 2 wickets with their accurate bowling, especially with the new ball in hand. And secondly, you're not backing your batters to say that if our risks actually lead us to have a trail of 30, 20 runs, you're not backing your batters to say, for this little risk to close this innings, if it doesn't fall off, you guys will help us recover and rebalance the game later on, because there's still 3 days of cricket. I don't know what this approach is, but it feels so passive.
Yeah, in fact, just to add to what you're saying, overnight, what you're indicating was that the Warriors were certainly ruling. Another short delivery. That's really unnecessary from Matthew Boast, and he's feeding Swanepoel again on this occasion. And so far what we've seen is that pretty prolific on that back foot on the offside, and he's helped himself, I reckon, to a third boundary.
I don't know these plans, Aslam. I'm so confused. This is not what they were doing yesterday. Matthew Boast was so tight onto the stumps. We saw 3 deliveries in the previous over, which were making the left-handers question what they need to do. Short and wide, that's how you got hit for 6. And this is how you're getting hit for 4 here as well. So I don't understand what the plans were coming into this. Your first hour is where your batters are still trying to find their rhythm. That is where you should back your bowlers to say, here you have your 2 slips, here you have your new ball. If need be, here's your 3rd slip. Let's ensure that we try to get something out of this surface, because clearly there's still something for the bowlers.
Yeah, again, it's a point well made, because there was 73 overs bowled overnight, so 7 more this morning with the older ball. The choice, of course, taking the new one. They've done that. Can they get their disciplines together? That's much better. That's much better from Boast. And Swanepoel does well to just keep it out. So he must be wary of the good ball as well. The one that, as they say these days, has your name on it. And so far he's batted beautifully. 25 of 25.
It seems as if they bowling deliveries which the Lions are likely to hit, and if they don't get right, they're more likely to make mistakes out of. Say, okay, try cut me, you might chop it back into the stumps. Try pull me, you might chop it back. Just like, see, that's nice. That's really good. What he was doing yesterday, he was being boring in that area. Matthew Boast, for 3-4 overs, he would just bowl the ball there, tire the batter out. So I feel like right now they're just banking on the fact that the Lions want to accelerate, and so they're going to make a mistake, play a loose stroke, and then get the catch. But then if the Lions know that's what they want by clearly looking at the pitch, they can wait for the ball that the Warriors will be trying to force issues with. So, okay, here is the short ball. You take it, and that's when they're going to attack. Here's the half volley. You drive, and that's when they're going to attack. And that's what we've seen, actually.
There is a fielder at long leg who'll cut that off. So, yeah, what we're seeing on both sides, I mean, is that you've got the long leg in position, you've got the deep backward square on the leg side, and then mid wicket and mid on. So four on the leg side, and then apart from the slip fielder, you've got gully, a deep point, backward point on the boundary to try and just protect that area which has been profited by the likes of Swanepoel and Potgieter with those short balls outside the off stump. And then you've got a very straight deep mid-off where the captain is standing. And then you've got a conventional cover fielder. So 4 fielders on both sides.
You know, I feel like they'd have a better chance if they either use a short leg or they use a leg slip or a leg gully. That's another different option that they can use to create some attacking option. It worked yesterday when they got Makwetsu's wicket. It will work to restrict some singles if you have someone under your armpit. However, we are in this situation right now. Matthew Boast has put in an absolute marathon, 20 overs. See him grasping some air for his 5 for 58. Pick of the bowlers throughout the whole match. Delano Potgieter is really fighting hard. The Lions are pushing. They trail by 48. They're going to have some drinks for the first hour of the morning. They're also going to have a change in commentary. Kamva Nyigana is going to be joined by Ken Boland.
Oh, it is Jinx on day 3, and a Jinx that is very much welcome by, I say, the Lions, because I think they've been certainly on top this morning, outside of losing that wicket early on of Cody Yousef. Really look good since the start of this morning. Lana Potgieter also adding almost 20, already 20 on over his overnight score. So he's looked tidy, and we spoke about it, Ken, how crucial this is. And just before we went off air, we were speaking about 60 odd as a good deficit to leave behind for the Warriors, but they might even get to the total at this point in time, the way they're batting.
Well, the Dafabet Warriors are not going to be happy with how they've used the second new ball, I'm afraid. Don't forget, Piwe Mnyanda broke the partnership in the over before the second new ball. But since that second new ball has been taken, 7 overs for 38 runs and no further wickets. And this partnership with 45 already, and it's come in quick time. And bottom line, I'm afraid Matthew Boast and Wesley Bedger just haven't bowled their best. I'm afraid there's just been too many loose deliveries for Potgieter and Swanepoel to feast on, and they've come out with a positive attitude, aggressive intent, and what a fine job they've done bringing that deficit down to 48.
They've done an absolutely fine job. Partnership on 45, and I think that's all up to the Warriors bowling. Honestly, they haven't hit the mark. Matthew Boast doesn't look like the Matthew Boast of yesterday. Looks like the Matthew Boast of his third spell that we actually highlighted quite a few times yesterday. He didn't look like or fresh or as energetic or as accurate, and this morning again, he's leaked a bit of boundaries. He's been given away his run score. I heard Pendle off air mentioning how they were not as tight and in terms of not giving runs away. And this morning with that new ball, they're not having been as disciplined, have been as tight, and it's really cost them dearly. Tail has wagged.
Well, I'm starting to wonder if maybe Matthew Boast has a little bit of a thing about left-handers. because he was bowling magnificently yesterday. And then Delano Potgieter came in, the first left-hander, and suddenly just seemed to lose his line and length a bit. And this morning with two left-handers, he's been pretty scattergun.
Oh, that's uncomfortable. Oh, that's nasty. Smashing the ribs of Delano Potgieter. That's really not nice to see. It's not looking good.
Well, you heard the exclamation of pain as it hit him. Wesley Badger hits the deck hard, and he's a tall guy. He gets bounce, and he's not slow, that's for sure. This was very awkward indeed.
That might have winded him somewhat. Yeah, that's where he's kind of holding and clutching. Let's have a look at that again. Extra bit of bounce, tries to leave it, jags back into his tummy, into the gut area. Those are never nice to take anywhere in that region.
Not wearing a chest pad. You don't see chest pads that often anymore, I don't think. When Aslam Korto returns to commentary, we'll have to quiz him a bit because maybe it's a thing of the old days. I remember them. Aslam Korto, as I said, he used to put a handkerchief in his top pocket. But that's because you're a gentleman, Aslam. It's not a cricket reason.
Look, to be fair, Ken, they're never really nice to bat with. They kind of restrict your movement of somewhat in terms of going forward, batting against spin. You see that odd tail ender coming in, knowing that they're being targeted. Then they'll put that that pad there. But you really see a top order batsman wear those. You don't really kind of have free flow using it.
When I think chest pads, one guy that does spring to mind is a guy called Greg Shippard, an Australian who came out here with one of the Rebel Australian tours. He was a very short man, wicketkeeper, opening batter, and as you would expect in the 80s, but well, pretty much in every decade, South Africa had a really formidable fast bowling attack. And he used to come out looking a bit like the Michelin Man. He had pads everywhere. Massive bulky chest pad, arm guards, 2 thigh pads. Yeah, and I just remember. But he earned a lot of respect, that series, did Greg Shippard. He hung around very bravely, got some runs, and was a nuisance for the South African bowlers. Has since become a top coach in Australian cricket.
Yeah, gritty guys. Your generation was really, I don't know what you guys were on. Some sort of stereos, I don't know what you guys were on. Because I think helmets also took some time to come through. Because there was a period where there was no helmets. You guys just played with caps or that helmet with the one protection on the side. I don't know how you guys did that.
We're going to have to preserve that bit of commentary for posterity. We've got a youngster admitting that us old guys were tough.
Put myself in a trap there.
Do you know, Kumva, that I once headbutted a ball for 4 leg byes? In fact, but I got given runs. I got given runs because the umpire asked when I trotted down 2 years in. He said, "You got a bat on that, didn't you?" Of course I said yes.
Did you hear the woody sound?
But it was straight off my forehead. Aslam Kort is very sharp this morning. He says, "Didn't the umpire hear the woody sound?" Must have been, I guess, yeah. Hollow.
A lot makes sense now. Like you say, you used to wear those on the head.
better stuff from Beja this over. We did see during the drinks break the Warriors were in quite a tight huddle. I think there was some pretty stern, passionate chats going on there about how crucial this morning session is going to be in the destination of this trophy. The deficit now 48. And one does wonder as well whether the Warriors are going to struggle with the curse of batting third, the third innings curse. Aslam Kota mentioned it earlier this morning about the difficulties of batting third when you've got a smallish lead. Teams sort of kind of seem to struggle with, you don't really know how hard you should go, what's going to be a good target. Look, it's easier in this game because declarations, there's not as much time pressure on it being a 5-day game.
Another loose delivery. Few of those we've seen this morning. Like that one didn't go for a boundary. You start to wonder now what the plans are for the Warriors. Speak about that tricky lead. It is certainly tricky. They'll have to certainly now look at a total. Oh, nice timing. Got it on the full. And ended up getting two. Really dug that one out somewhat. Interesting shot.
He's got a good bat, I'm sure, by Swanepoel. He just jammed down on it and it raced through the covers. But he's a good timer of the ball generally, Baz Swanepoel. He certainly can hit a long ball as well.
It's going to be a really some interesting how far this game goes for the Lions. If to be even worse, if they manage to get even a smallish lead, like of 10 or 15, that will even make it more trickier to even think for the Warriors now, because they'll start on a deficit, having to clear that, and you don't want to lose wickets in that period. And I can tell you what, Lions will be fired up. Inside half of the bat, but Delano Parker pushing on for a second, turns his partner back, and rightfully so.
A lot of the DP World Lions' success in the last few years, I think, has come from whenever you push them into a corner, they seem to play better. It seems to lift them. There's always someone down in the lower order who produces a wonderful innings, and the other lower order batters rally around them. They're a really difficult side to put away. You've got to take every chance against them.
Had a sound there for some odd reason as the ball passed the bat.
You come off the arm, maybe. It's not like the Warriors have dropped any catches or anything, but just in little key moments, the level of their performance has just come down a little bit. They haven't played their best cricket in some big moments, and that's kept the Lions very much in the game.
I want to say, even if the game were to end it right at this point, where they get these last wickets right now, I think the Lions will still find themselves like they would have done really well. They were 193 for 7. To be able to add more runs on board like that, and you would probably think you'll be bundled out when that new ball comes out. And we're about 9 overs in now into that new ball, and no wicket has fallen of that new ball. You start to really wonder what more this Lions side can do. There's 89 overs gone. It's 260 for 8.
They'll be delighted getting that deficit down to 45. They were 102 for 5 one stage, and then partnerships of 41, 27, 42, and now this one's worth 48.
As a bowling side, when you've really pinned the team down, you want to carry on in that same vein and wrap them up as quickly as possible. And that tail has wagged. And that's the last thing you want to see. It's so frustrating as a bowling unit. You work so hard to pick up 7 wickets under 200, and you're really thinking, I've got 100 plus lead. Maybe at most we'll be done at 90, and we'll take a 90-run lead at most. And you see yourself 45 runs only lead, and you're still needing 2 wickets and still an in batter there. Then a tail ender I wouldn't like to call him a tail ender, is Boast, who can definitely hold the bat, is averaging 24, so not very close to the tail end at all.
I was a little surprised that he came in number 10 below Cody Yousef. Cody Yousef's very handy with the bat, but that might have also motivated Swanepoel a bit.
And he's gone in a good rate, 29 of 33 deliveries. That is really good. With the new ball, yes, we know the new ball flies, but it also moves. And to be able to do that, take on the best bowler. Oh, nice, well-directed short delivery.
Yeah, there were a couple of cracking deliveries that were bowled with the second new ball, but just not enough of them. That was the problem. Like, in between those great deliveries were poor ones.
I think it goes back to our earlier point. When you are positive, yeah, and you have a bit of luck, you are able to score runs, and you are able to force the seam with that new ball to move away from that good length or that consistent line if you go on the front foot and stay positive and be attacking. And again, these two have done that this morning, or particularly Swanepoel, who's pretty much really got on the fly, almost a run a ball. That does make a difference, certainly does make a difference. Any bowler coming into attack, no matter old ball, new ball, does not make it easy when a batter is coming at you. Warriors need answers right now, and those answers need to come in form of wickets. And you just start to wonder, what are those plans in terms of getting those wickets? And can you 44 runs deficit now, and already things are not looking good for the Warriors. But what is the tact now to wrap up this innings for you as a bowling coach? What would you say to a Warrior side now?
Well, first of all, I'd say stick at it. Okay, the deficit's 44, but you're still in front of the game. You know, it's not the lead you wanted, but you are still in front. Stick to the basics. Keep it simple. There's always something in this Wanderers pitch if you put the ball in the right areas. And I think that's just all they need to focus on, is just trying to get as many deliveries as possible in that just back of a length area, on or about off stump. You just stay there and you'll get reward eventually. But it's a wonderful venue, the DP World Wanderers, because good batting gets rewarded and good bowling gets rewarded as well.
That's one thing about this ground. There's plenty of runs on offer. There's plenty of wickets on offer as well. Really good test wicket that have been produced here. And all across the square. You always get that at the Wanderers. Rewards good bowling, good batting, and particularly aggressive batting. And if you're able to time one and see the ball quite well and respect the good delivery, you really can score big here. Today
could well be the best day for batting, so That's another positive for the Warriors. Whatever lead they end up having, they can bat properly today and put up a decent, a good score. Batting last is never that easy, especially when there's a lot at stake in the final. Not that the pitch is going to deteriorate much, I don't think. One or two patches that may develop into some rough for left-handers more than right-handers. But and as Pendulo Magabani pointed out yesterday, there are not many left-handed batsmen playing in this game. Dominic Hendricks, Delano Potgieter, Jordan Herman, Senuan Mutasamy. That's it.
Short one and boundary. I was about to say, the Warriors said, enough now. We're going for the short ball tactic. We're going to attack you, we'll go at you. And as they start that tactic, boundaries being scored. Deficit goes down to 40 now. And this will be even for more reason why the points that you're making here, Ken, about a good batting day, this will even be a more reason why the Lions will want to remove that deficit as much as they can and maybe take it down to 0.
To me, the Warriors have gone too early to this tactic. This should be more like a plan C. The new ball is only 10 overs old. And they haven't used it properly. That's why they're not getting wickets. I think it's a bit of a Hail Mary. It seems to now just be banging it in short and trying to get a glove or a mistimed hook.
That one almost going around the corner and clipping. The leg stump of Bayer Swanepoel. If it just swung back in just slightly, ever so slightly, it would have maybe clipped it. But you're absolutely right, Ken. I think it's a bit too soon. They could have maybe persisted with the right areas, right lines, and I know you're a big fan of that, using the new ball as best you can for as long as possible. And not put your fielders out so early. This tactic can go either way for you, honestly. It can either wrap up the innings where you pick you up wickets, or it could be very expensive and you find yourself then at a later stage trying to go back to what you should have done in the beginning.
We saw that delivery swung a bit. So there is still something to work with the second new ball. Just put it in the right place. Just be patient. It's astonishing that that's the 11th over with the new ball. 8 wickets down, and there's only one slip.
Yeah, and that tells you one thing with the batters, because they always say, well, we've won them over now. We've really played in their heads. They've given up pretty much, because that's, for me, a new chair in your hand, early morning. It's barely 2 hours into the morning, and you're already saying, I'm throwing in the towel. You're going away from that new ball. You haven't had that new ball for a very long time. That's a sign of a team that's saying, we don't know how to pick up our wickets now. We're trying everything possible to other avenues rather than what would generally work here on the surface. It's only been really Wesley Badger who's stuck to his guns. Keep that back of the line that you speak about, that saying is so crucial to keep, and maybe a tad bit full sometimes. I think he's been really good as well, Wesley Badger. Unfortunately, not to pick up wickets, because he's been so consistent in his areas. He's toiled hard into his 22nd over. And he's just done that all day, come in and just hit that area over and over and over again. There's a wicket for Wesley Badge. You can see the celebrations. He was desperate for that, and I was just lauding him how he just has gone about his bowling. He's been there and thereabout. And a well-deserved wicket for Wesley Badger. Yes, the inside edge of Bayer Swanepoel. And short vigil for Bayer Swanepoel, 41 of 35.
Too close to him to play that shot, Swanepoel, and you could hear as he hit it, he went, oh no. Yeah, the bat just had too much of an angle, and good tight lines by Wesley Badger. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander, just always angling into him. And a very timely breakthrough for the Dafabet Warriors. Bayer Swanepoel, 35, off just 43 balls, 4 fours and a 6. And he was there for just over an hour. And it was a very good hour for the DP World Lions. That partnership worth 54 runs.
A very good hour indeed. And it'll be interesting to see how Delana Porter plays this out now. See, Blackie, maybe not of the most handiest of batters down the order, or doesn't have maybe have the same prowess in terms of all-round batting as the two guys of Cody Yousef and Bayer Swanepoel.
4 balls left in the over. So first priority for the Warriors: don't give Siaplaki an easy single. To get off strike, there you see his average is just 5.7. Well, if he can make 24 not out today, it'll be like gold for the Lions. But he's got 4 balls to survive. Warriors need to keep him on strike for at least 3 of those deliveries. And I think once Delana Potgieter gets back on strike, we're going to see some exciting cricket. I think he's going to be all-out attack.
He certainly won't be holding back now. You'll see a lot of him maybe hogging the strike and keeping it for most of the over. And that's something that usually also then kind of can go either way as well again, as I say. It could easily cost him about 20, 30 runs. The Warriors doing that, trying to chase out a wicket.
They've got a fairly strong ring, 3 in the covers, mid-on, mid-wicket, who's quite close to the square leg umpire. I might even be tempted to bring fine leg up. Don't want him to get an easy leg by or something. Right, decision time. Do you give him the one now? 2 balls left in the over. I doubt they'll take it.
No, I don't think there's a need. Get through the over. 2 deliveries to go. I'll go see a Blackie. Well, not see a Blackie. I'll go at the other end. Attack up here, Mnyanda. Nice shot. Down on one knee. Keep that one delivery out, and then Delana Porter will definitely be going for the big ones. And I think positive that they might take the Lions, that he'll be hitting towards a bigger boundary to his leg side. So maybe they might have forced him to play on the offside on the shorter boundary, but definitely the short ball tactic will work. But for the short ball tactic and all that is yet to come, it will be Bendel Makubani and Aslam Coach to take you through that. Myself and Ken will be out.
Nyanda has gotten a wicket. Breakthrough early on this morning, getting Cody Yousef. One more wicket to go for the Warriors. The man currently on strike is key for the Lions to try and maximize whatever they can of this innings. Currently on 60. It's been a steady start here. Very steady, Aslam.
It's been a good morning, in that both teams trying to feel each other and then trying to work out plans to finish up the innings quickly from a bowling point of view. The batsman just gritting it out in the middle, and a 54-run partnership, very, very valuable for the 9th wicket. So you have to say that with the dominance throughout yesterday for the Warriors, you thought the same thing would happen this morning. But he certainly came out with a lot of grit and determination. It was good to see that Cody Yousef also stayed in partnership with Potgieter. Eventually, that partnership was worth 42 when he was eventually out. And then the one that followed was worth 54. So from that point of view, it's been good to watch, because both teams really trying to get the advantage here. Oh, it's a lovely stroke. 2 runs, that's what the leading batsman Potgieter wants, and that's well judged running, because he needs to try and take most of the strike now to just make sure that they stay in control with this 10th wicket in play now.
The Warriors are watching on. Ball is still coming nicely onto the bat. Given their plans this morning, they didn't give any indication that the new ball is going to be much threat. I'm a little bit confused with the plans that were initiated this morning. Really trying to find thoughts around them. But they did get the wickets. Feel like they could have protected some of the runs a little bit better by getting more attacking, like we had discussed when we started on, Aslam. But right now, it's a question of how drastically have the conditions changed that you don't trust 2 slips and a gully anymore, that you don't trust a short leg and a leg gully anymore. So how will the Lions come in and bowl? What plans are they going to initiate when the Warriors are batting, and will the batters have something to work with?
What we've certainly seen here with 96 runs having scored since that close of play at 193 for 7. Was it? Sorry, I've got my mathematics wrong, but I'll come back to that in a moment. What I will say is that the pitch has played well. I mean, the fact that Potgieter and in the company of Yousef and also Swanepoel were able to muster some very good runs, some good scoring shots, that it has eased out. And unless you have the pace of Matthew Boast, you're going to get the most out of this particular pitch. But it has eased up. It is the 3rd morning. I reckon at the close of this particular innings, whenever it happens, the heavy roller is going to be used over the surface again. So just try and make it even flatter. And the visiting team, of course, will be looking to take some advantage here, in that they'll be batting at the best time that you can at the Wanderers in this 5-day game. 269 for 9 after 93. So I think there's so much at play right now. We're also just, 25 minutes away from lunch. So how do the batsmen actually go through this particular period? I know there's only one thought as far as in the minds of the Warriors, is that we need this wicket as soon as possible, guys. And just to even psychologically have some sort of a lead. Although, as I said, it's almost irrelevant right now. 36 runs with so much to play on a pitch which I've just mentioned, and I'll emphasize that has certainly eased out a lot more than it did on the first 2 days. There'll still be pace on offer, but I think it will come onto the bat a whole lot easier. So I do still feel that Warriors, this 3rd innings of the match, their 2nd, is going to give this match a direction.
the Lions' top order will be ruining their chances. You look at the scoreboard. Dominic Hendricks 4, Zubair Hamza 6, Makwetu 7, and Connor Esterhazen 15. Those 4 players all having scored some big runs. Makwetu, the only one without a century, scoring 89 last week. And you say to yourself, if any of 1 or 2 of those at least went on to a 40, went on to at least a 50, like we all know they are capable of, that means if that had happened, the Lions right now would have found themselves on about 290 for 5, 290 for 6, still having so much of the day to play. They would have found themselves in the perfect position like Dominic Hendricks had planned when we had spoken on the toss. Bowl them out quickly and let's bat at the best. Day 3, day 2. So right now, unfortunately, they are the ones that got themselves into this position. So they need to strategize now going to the next innings. How are we going to bowl at a surface that seems so much more friendlier to bat on?
Well, just 2 things to mention. That this morning, there was only one plan. There could only have been one plan. Is that let's occupy for as long as possible. The longer you occupy, the runs will come on its own. And we've seen that with 2 partnerships now. So, and I think that's going to be the same mantra that the Warriors will adopt. They've got 2 Centurions in their lineup. There's 2 or 3 others who've got excellent runs during the season. Britsky, in particular, comes to mind. Sernuran Mutusami at even a higher level. So it's not going to be that easy, and you always get the feeling that on a pitch that sort of eases up Mpondelo, that only the batting team can then start giving it away with wayward stroke play and things like that. So it's going to call for a lot of discipline. It is the cup final. I think they'll be very aware of the fact to play with that extra element of responsibility if they want to go away with the trophy. So I'm sure they'll be up for it. They're very well drilled. I think they've got a fantastic management and a coaching team. They've got the talent on the field. So really, they need to continue to still look to do all the running here and lead from the front, the Warriors.
Goes down the ground, Delano Potgieter. He can do that with the white ball. He can do it with the red ball. Unfortunately, the spin on the ball just sticks it to the ground. Going to come back for run number 3.
Yeah, slightly miscued, but very clever batting because the fielders were brought in with 4 balls gone in that over. And immediately he exploits that area and picks up, 3 runs. So 272 for 9. The deficit now 33. And let's not forget one important point that I made this morning with 2 quality spinners in either side, Mutusami and also a Fortain. The 3rd and 4th innings is going to begin to rest on their shoulders, and more so the 4th innings when the Lions are batting. So a lot to look forward to in this contest. It's so far been very good toe-to-toe. The teams have been at each other, and that's exactly what you expect in a cup final.
Some really good wheels from Wesley Beja. It's the end of over number 94. 272 for 9. Deficit is still 33. I think what I'll be more interested in seeing is how the pace attack for the Lions takes this on. The one thing that the Warriors have in a little bit of advantage is extra speed through Matthew Boast and now clearly from Wesley Beja. Look at the Lions attack. Supremely accurate. You have your Vian Mulder, Delano Potgieter. Cody Yousef has pace, but then it feels like this is a wicket where you at least have one bowler who can really top it up and just hurry the batters a little bit, because it seems as if the assistance from the surface is slowly dying away. Because this ball is still 14 overs old.
I think that's a good point to raise at this stage, because what we saw yesterday was when one bowler got it right, it toppled the Lions in the way they went about approaching their innings. So in those numbers that you've just mentioned, Plaatjie, Swanepoel, Yousef, Fortuin, Potgieter, for that matter, Mulder, if one of them produces a fantastic spell up front, then they're in the game. So can they find form with the ball? Now when it matters in the cup final.
I think it will also be unfair to judge it on the bowling that we've seen this morning, because clearly the plans were not to be consistent outside the off stump, hitting line and length. It was to try various things to destabilize the batters. So we truly don't know how it plays when you are at the stumps like they were doing yesterday. I think we saw flinches from Matthew Boast troubling both Bear Swanepoel and Delano Potgieter when he was coming over the wickets across to the left and spatter. But the bowling we've seen predominantly has been quite short, has been Yorkers, has been down leg, has been far too wide, and not in that they've been miscontrolling. It's that's what they've planned to bowl. So when Wiaan Mulder and Delano Potgieter and Cody Yousef come and open the bowling, they will not be bowling the same way that we've seen the Warriors bowl this morning.
They need to do what Matthew Boast did yesterday. There's no doubt about it, because this is the Wanderers, but it's flattening out. It's becoming a lot more easier to bet on. But with their experience, you expect that they'll be able to exploit matters at hand here. They're looking for two. They're not going to get it. It's an interesting approach here by Potgieter. He's played a number of strokes into the deep field and not chosen to take the runs. So is he playing for lunch? And maybe look to just open up after that. In the meantime, just whittle away at that deficit. So obviously there's a bit of a conundrum there, but he's made the choice that he wants to take most of the strike, hand over maybe just the last 2 or 3 balls for Plaatjie to handle, and then just stay in there, hang in there till 17 minutes are up, and that will take the 2 teams into lunch.
It's unsurprising the field is much, much tighter for Siya Plaatjie.
Yep.
And I'm not mad at Mohamed Manak being there at leg slip, especially with Nyanda coming across or coming around the wickets. That's how we got Cody Yousef's wickets at the end of the day. Chopped it back into his stumps. But now it just gave room for him to be able to play down the legs. But now he's switching over, coming over. Just one ball to mess up with the angles. Makes sense. That's the ball he closes it off with. Tidy over from Nyanda. It's not about scoring right now for the Lions. You said it very well, Aslam. It's about just occupying the crease, being there for as long as you can. The longer you stay there, it's impossible not to score runs. Even if it's 2 to 3 to the over, it's good enough. It gets the Warriors' minds tired. They may be fit physically, but also you're out there for a long day. You switch off a little bit. You now have to start to re-switch back on. And if they can stand up until lunch and into the new session, it shortens the changeover time. If the Warriors finish now, they have all of lunch to get themselves into batting order. But if they get into session number 2, the Warriors will only have 10 minutes to change over. So how do you balance it out? Delano Potgieter, he's not going to take the risks. Everyone is on the boundary except Gali. So that makes it 8 fielders on the boundary. He's not going to take a run within the first 4 balls of the over. So what do you do as the Warriors? Do you risk it up and bring some fielders in, or do you just leave it like this until lunch? Goes big, Delano Potgieter. Clearly, if it's there to be hit, he's going to take it on. That was a really free gimme from Wesley Beja. Onto the hip, helped around the corner for 6.
Just another indication of the quality of this player. So Beja coming around the wicket to the left-hander and right in the slot for him to execute that pull shot, and it's gone all the way for 6. That is the short boundary. So the only fielder that's close to the bat is the one in your picture. Here's a replay of the stroke. Angle on offer at around hip height, free hit literally, and he's capitalized with a huge 6. That's brought the deficit down to 26. So I think there'll be a more definite plan after lunch from a betting point of view. But right now, it's just about taking them through to lunch. What I can also tell you from Sinuran Mutusami's point of view, and obviously this is conjecture, is that he's so intent on saving the run scoring that he wants to have some sort of a lead. And as I've said, once it's under 50 in a 4-day game, it almost becomes inconsequential. So he's sort of toying with the idea, and in the end, I don't think he's found the formula. And in the meantime, again, this lower order, as Ken was saying earlier, has this ability to always wriggle themselves out of these tight clinches and then come out punching again, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Plaiki has been holding his end for those 9 deliveries, but Potgieter since last night has just played another of his many wonderful hands here for the Lions.
It's really hard to feel like the Warriors didn't let it go at the start of the day. They had a perfect formula yesterday, and they didn't stick to it enough this morning. Just a lack of patience in working over Delano Potgieter and Cody Yousef. Not enough intent in the fielding to just ruffle up the batters. They allowed the batters to bat. They made not too many mistakes. Yousef getting to 25. Swanepoel getting to 35. That's 60 runs. That's 60 runs added by your number 9 and your number 10. That is going to hurt the Warriors. And to think that they started the day with a lead around 100 and now it's here where it is. It's a heavy loss of the session. Even if they are able to bowl them out now, you can't feel like the Warriors won this session. It's a Lions session right now.
Now listen, you're absolutely right. If you're bowling to the tail enders with one senior batsman in there, you expect that you're going to clean them up. And again, I just emphasize, given the performance with the ball yesterday, and I'm sure that when they came out and crossed the boundary this morning, they had that very much up in their minds that within the next 40, 50 runs, this inning should be closed, because there were 7 wickets down on 193 and with a very healthy lead. So, as I said, this has been a fantastic fight back from the Lions, and we're literally heading towards exactly the midway of 5 days, and we're literally going to see a new match on hand.
The pacing of this game has been perfect, actually. Everything is happening when it should happen. Most people, when they are new to the game of first-class cricket, they think, okay, one team bats one day, the next one bats the next day, and then they alternate per day. This game is happening like that quite naturally. By the time we do reach halfway, we will be on a new innings, unless if Delano Potgieter and Siaplaki continue on like this. They've been fantastic. Guided down. Sinuran Mutusami is standing at third man. Of course, they're not going to run for the next 2 more balls. Wesley Beja lost the ball, being slapped away for 6. I think in that delivery, the idea was not too shabby from Wesley Beja. The only issue is that he just bowled it a little bit far too down leg. It was too much of a gimme. It's as if you're still just outside the line of the bowler, just on that 4th stump, off stump even, somewhere around there in terms of line. It's still hard for the ball to be worked around for 6. But good awareness from Delano Potgieter. The Warriors Warriors are so used to them not running that the ball is in healthy enough space, they run too.
Yeah, no, I'm saying thank you very much.
Delano Potgieter has 2 more balls in the over. And that's going to turn over to the single. So Wesley Becher just giving away a couple of runs. This is a nasty over. And it was because of this 6. It was a really poor ball from Becher. The idea was there, just didn't have enough lift, didn't have enough effort behind it. And it's exactly where any batter would want the ball to be. No one is going to block that. So if it's just in front of the wickets, Delano Potgieter will have a tougher time to send that down to the fair fine leg, and it's more likely going to be blocked than to be hit for 6. But then that's the risk and reward as a bowler. Do you then try to get the batter to get him out, or do you keep on allowing him to block you out until the end of the session?
Well, Becher bowled 16 overs yesterday, and today he's into his 7th. It's hot out there. I'm not sure. I haven't made a note, but I wonder if it's been an unchanged spell from the far side. In any case, that's the end of the 96 over, 282 for 9.
Has bowled and bowled and bowled. Wesley Becher. They've only used 3 bowlers this morning. We haven't seen Patrick Kruger. We haven't seen Gideon Peters. Now we're about to see Senoran Mutsasamy. Bowled a little bit earlier on this morning. Didn't last long. Couple of overs. Then it was back to trying to get a strike with Becher and Boast. And Mnyanda getting a strike, getting Cody Yousef. And Wesley Becher finally getting a payoff with Bears Swanepoel. It would have been tragic if he ended up without a wicket. Senoran Mutsasamy coming in. He's the only bowler without a wicket so far. But it is a fast bowler's wicket, this. Still would want to have at least 1. And there's 1 more remaining. More fielders inside the ring for the spin bowler, just in case of a missed time. Mid-wicket, Matthew Britsky's there, and then you have a short fine leg and a short third man.
Well, the bowling captain has made the decision to come on at this stage because he expects that just perhaps Potgieter may go for the big one. So he's got long on and long off in place, deep backward point, and then deep cover also on the boundary. And then on the leg side, apart from the long on fielder who's coming into play right now, no run taken. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg in position as well. So Mutsasamy is hoping that he actually goes for the big hit and miscues and holds out. And I'm quite certain that as far as Potgieter is concerned, he's just going to hang in there till lunchtime, put his feet up, maybe even take a good shower, have a light meal, and then come out to continue.
That has been the case throughout the whole morning for the Warriors, just waiting and baiting the Lions into a mistake. It's worked twice, to be fair, just at a cost of some heavy runs. They might not be a lot, it's not triple figure runs, but contextually, getting those 80 runs this morning, keep on piling them up. It's really hurting. It's really hurting. They've compiled 90 now. 5 more minutes until the end of the session. Siaplake gets his bat crowded. No shock. Leg slip, first slip, short extra cover. Just 1 pitch away in Matthew Bretsky wearing the number 3 on your screen. There's also a short mid-on. You can short mid-wicket. Everything is tight for Blakey. And he survives nicely. 283 for 9. We are 4 minutes away until lunch, unless if Warriors believe they can still get that wicket and can add 30 more minutes.
We generally talk about momentum. I'm not too sure this is too much of a case of momentum, but the fact that they've added 90 runs for the loss of 2 wickets on the third morning, given that they were so far behind overnight, this session definitely belongs to the Lions. What they take out of this particular session coming back post-lunch is going to be very, very important. Patrick Kruger into the attacker. I sensed that Better was tired from the far side, and with perhaps just 1 over to go, they've decided Patrick Kruger is going to be the one entrusted to take them to lunch.
Bowled brilliantly yesterday, Patrick Kruger. 20 runs in his 12 overs. That's what you call control.
Yeah, and interestingly also that 12 overs 1 for 20 was bowled overnight, so he's not bowled in this almost 2-hour session.
So it's going to come in, it's going to control. Let's see what the surface and the ball does to Delano Potgieter. Goes short. Just bouncing in front of the fielder. He loses it in the air. Oh, that is unfortunate. And especially now that the team is already so much on the back foot. That's the last thing that they wanted. The ball bouncing gingerly. And it goes for 4. It's the same ball as Wesley Beja. This time not really getting into too much control from it, Delano Potgieter. Completely lost it in the sun. Just trying to figure out who that was, but it doesn't matter really. What does matter is that more runs have been added, and the Lions are very close to tying the scores, leveling them up and creating themselves a small lead here. This is more than what the Lions had expected, surely. They would have thought if they dismiss us and we've added 50 runs, we would have done well. They are close to adding 100 of them. Up the ground, Delano Potgieter is tired of waiting. Aphiwe Mnyanda has to dive forward. He just doesn't get to the ball, unfortunately. Fortune for Delano Potgieter.
Yeah, a rush of blood there from Delano Potgieter. And I just get the feeling that the fielder wasn't too sure. He didn't realize that it was a miscue and may have been on his heels just for that cold second or two. Looking to pick this up somewhere over mid-wicket. Yeah, it wasn't so much of a positive run, unfortunately, approach for that catch.
No.
So they have added another 2 runs to the score. Potgieter from 81 has moved to 83. The deficit now just 16. So this is a job well done for the Lions in the morning session.
Potentially the final over of the session. This is already a couple of seconds before 12 o'clock. Delano Potgieter had no idea. He was just swinging. Mnyanda just couldn't get there, get himself into position properly. Good efforts though. And you know what? Maybe another thing that does happen here, Aslam. You know that for the first 3-4 balls of the over, it's going to be mundane. It's going to be defense. Let's wait out the over. And then you sharpen up for the last 2 balls of the over because that's where they're going to trade the run. And that's when Siya Black is going to be in the attack. It also came to a shock to us even that Delano Potgieter decided to go for a heave at that. So maybe you just switch off just momentarily and you find yourself 1 step too short to where the ball is supposed to be.
Well, given his game and how well he knows it, he probably felt that was in the slot to exploit that very short mid-wicket boundary. But he got away on this occasion, and that will go down as a chance with him on 81.
Should be last ball of the session. We'll see if they extend it. Siya Black is on strike. Ooh, what a nut from Patrick Kruger. It's a really good ball. And they survive the session. The Warriors, they're not... Are they exercising the option? Alas, it's 290 for 9.
What time did they take lunch yesterday? At 12? I know on the Thursday they did. I wasn't in yesterday. So perhaps if they're not playing with the scoreboard clock and the main clock over on the far side on the centenary stand, then they may be just going with the umpire's clocks. It may just be that they'll end at 10 past. They lose a bit of time.
Last wicket to go, so they can add on some time here. So they're opting to continue bowling here. Even though the momentum is fully on the Lions team, Blake is surviving well. Delano Potgieter is marshalling this partnership to perfection. All those 24 runs are on him, but they're still continuing. Matsusami with the ball.
I'm not sure if they've exercised the option of maybe taking the 15 minutes, given that the opposition are 9 wickets down. But it will still be a 40 minutes lunch break, just to remind our viewers.
I wasn't expecting the extension to be taken, but surely lunch will taste much better knowing that you don't have to come back and still have to bowl to this final partnership.
Yeah.
Matsusami. Nothing really has been threatening Delano Potgieter. Boy, does he look sweet to get a century, unless if he gets another rush of blood to the head like he did in the previous over. 2 balls to go, they tighten up the field again.
Yeah, just hoping that they don't pick up the single so that Blakey then has to face Patrick Kruger from the far side. So most of the fielders have come off the boundary. Only deep square leg has come a few meters off it, and mid-wicket on the boundary. Long on stays in position. The rest of them on that offside brought in, and that's, I suppose, exactly where the captain's going to look to deliver this. But this is a crafty and a clever little stroke. They'll turn for the second, possibly even a third. If it's on offer, it's up to Blakey to turn back. Now they're happy. They'll settle for 2 with still 1 ball to go.
He's not happy with himself there, Delano Potgieter. Feels like got underdone. Either go for a 4 or go for a 3. So right now, that sweep area where he just played the ball is being closed down. The fine leg is coming up into the circle. So now it's the responsibility of Potgieter to get a single here and maintain strike. Hasn't he been so good at doing that?
I think Mutasami would have been more aggrieved of the 2, given the way those rounds down the leg side.
Down the ground, he gets the 1. There was a fielder there to ensure that that ball doesn't go through. Manak is a good fielder, but the ball is that quicker. They get the 1, which is the most important thing here for the Lions. Delano Potgieter will remain on strike. The umpires miss a ball. Did the scorers add a ball? They signaled a no ball. Second one from Senoran Matsusami, actually. Bowled one yesterday, surprisingly. He bowls another one now. Just more hurt. 294 for 9 after 99. Day number 3 here. It's a moving day, but more things will be moving as the season comes along. The One Day Cup is just around the corner. We've seen the T20 competition come to a close, which was fantastic. The Warriors were the champions for that. And so they'll be opening up the match and opening up the tournament on the 27th of February. So much more cricket, and how more tastier will that first game be if they start off as 2 championship teams. Potgieter will not take the run. Patrick Kruger bowled a zipper of a delivery the last over against Blakey. Now Delano Potgieter is just swinging for the heavens. He's seeing that. I think he's also seeing now that, okay, the Warriors are not going to back down. They're going to try to get this wicket. There's no point holding off anymore. So let's just go at it, see what's going to happen in the next session. But wouldn't that throw away so much of the work that he's put in because he's been so great at it?
What do you think Siya Plaik has just told him now? That you've hung on right till now,
Right.
from late yesterday or early yesterday evening. Why do you want to give it away now? I'm doing my job. I'm here now for the 16 deliveries, close to 35 minutes.
I think that's exactly what it is. It's funny how it's the senior man can sometimes need that reassurance as well. Because low-key, after being so defensive, and we've been saying Delano Potgieter is such a positive player, he's been on the defense for now almost 8-9 overs, and I'm sure he feels a little bit of agitation. So Siya Plaik, he did well there. He understands the game situation. Just calm down, your senior man. He has the ability to clear the boundary. There's no need to try and do it right now, though.
Yeah, the other point I think that we need to make is two of the strokes where he looked to hit the leather out of, or the color off the ball. Both, one was a chance, one landed in front of the fielder at short third man. And then also there's a long on and mid wicket in position in case he doesn't get to launch it beyond the boundary on that mid wicket side. So he needs to be careful. He's on 87. He's 13 away from what would be another classical 100 from Potgieter.
Yeah, he definitely got calmed down by that conversation with Siya Plaik, because any of these three, he would have tried to hit them away, because all of those balls were actually hittable for Delano Potgieter's skills level. But what I like about this is showing a different kind of light on the game of Delano Potgieter. I remember we were South Africa A touring India. He had played brilliantly in the 4-day series, but when it came to selection of the SAA side, it was only picked for the 50-over side, because Delano Potgieter knows how to hit balls. He knows how to bowl well with his slower balls and all of his variations. But this is showing that he goes beyond just being a white ball bully, controlling the bottom order to bat with them, protecting Siya Plaik for as long as he could, and then also understanding and reading game situations continuously. Oh, it's right straight in. Patrick Kruger gets the finish. That is all but love. Former teammates. And Patrick Kruger does the job. He has been brilliant throughout the entire innings and charges in with a wonderful Yorker that shapes back into Siya Plaik. There's very little the number 11 batter could do with that. But goodness me, did Delano Potgieter do brilliantly to put the Lions in this situation, because it is a Lion session by all means necessary.
Produce one straight delivery, please. He's done that now. After 42 minutes to Siya Plaik. He's not got a run, but it was a vital 42 minutes in the context of the game. And the match, or the innings, comes to an end exactly at the end of the 100th over. And there's a scorecard which is impressed by the efforts of Delano Potgieter. Remains undefeated on 88. There were contributions in that middle order, 57 from Vian Mulder, and then Cody Yousef and Swanepoel this morning. Of course, Seletswane, in fact, saw through a very difficult period yesterday for his 32, and those were the main contributors.
It's a really good effort by the bowling. Matthew Boast was magnificent yesterday. Oh, he was so good. But then this morning just fell off a little bit. Wesley Berger, probably the second pick of the bowlers, despite Patrick Kruger getting so many of those wickets. And he comes in, Patrick Kruger, to clear up the job. Senaran Mutusami, no wickets, but he did what he needed to do. And at the end of the day, the Warriors take out the Lions for 295 runs. Things seem pretty even here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. It's a trivial lead and a trivial trail here. Basically, the game has been reset once again, going exactly halfway of the match. The Warriors will take a 10-run lead, and we will see how it's going to play out. 40 minutes break, so we will be coming back 10 minutes till 1 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch. We are at the CSA YouTube channel. It will be the Dafabet Warriors coming in with a lead of 10.
Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium for the post-lunch session of this enthralling CSA 4-day series final. What a remarkable morning we saw with the DP World Lions resuming on 193 for 7. They were still 112 runs behind that Dafabet Warriors first innings score of 305. Thanks to another brilliant innings by Delano Potgieter of 88 not out, and great assistance from Cody Yousef, Boast, and Siya Plaiki. The Lions made it all the way to 295. So a deficit of just 10 runs in the end, as the Warriors will now begin their second innings. I'm Ken Borland, and alongside me is Kamva Inyakane. Kamva, how are the Warriors feeling? What's their approach going to be?
I'm sure they'll be walking out there thinking they could have maybe done with a bit more runs in terms of that lead. But I have to put that past them now. They have to deal with this new ball that has to come their way from Cody Yousef. But certainly there will be a level of disappointment on their side. Having been leading 112 runs, as you've mentioned already, by the start of play, and only to be left with 11 by lunch.
Jordan Herman on strike, and what an innings he played on the first day. A quite brilliant 110 off just 133 balls. Took the Warriors to 89 for 1 at lunch. They were sent into bat. It's always a bit difficult batting here at the Wanderers on the first morning. But he seized the initiative for the Warriors, and it'll be interesting to see if he's as aggressive today as well.
It'll be interesting how he plays out. He played brilliantly in the first innings, rather. He scored 110 there. Had really got his team to a really good position alongside JP King, who had a brilliant stand in that middle session on day 1 of 111. And for them, I think that will be so. I see on the scoreboard it says a pure Mnyanda. I think it's certainly
very interesting. Yeah, it is a Piwe Mnyanda wearing the number 9. He's shown that he's not the worst batter. He's got a bit of capability. Pushed up to open because Modiri Diteko, who did such a good job opening the batting in the first innings, putting on 68 with Herman for that first wicket, getting through to the 20th over. He's been ruled out of the game due to injury. There's a trademark shot by Jordan Herman, punched off the back foot through the covers, and that might be given as 4. Good effort by Wandile Mkwetu. Umpire Jail is happy.
So that's not a 4 runs?
No, I thought, they normally if you... you see the ball is stopped just before where the boundary triangles used to be. So that's all good. Great work by Mkwetu.
I feel like you might have been making contact with the advertising boards, or the boundary rather, as he made contact with that ball simultaneously. If you look at that back foot, close. That was tough. Either way, I think it's a 50-50 call.
Yeah, you'd need a TV umpire to decide on that one. That's pretty sharp and ferocious from Cody Yousef. Wasn't it his best, I felt, in the first innings? 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 56. Those 2 wickets were Mnyanda and Wesley Bedger. So late in the piece, there's a
different angle.
Yeah, you can decide for yourselves, I guess. even though it won't make any difference.
Umpire's decision stands. The end. Oh, lovely delivery by Cody Yousef. And you did mention that he wasn't at his best, and he'll certainly want to be firing from all cylinders in this second innings to be able to set up his team for at least a total that is not too much for them to look at in the last 2 days.
End of the first over, 3 without loss. Which is effectively 13 without loss with that first innings lead.
Sample warming up, getting ready to have a crack. The new ball after lunchtime break.
It's interesting that we mentioned Madiwi Diteko opened the first innings, getting injured and out the game. Struck a painful blow in the second over of the innings, amidships. His replacement is Matthew de Villiers, who is more of a middle order batsman. And it's interesting that the Warriors didn't go with Mohamed Manak, who normally bats number 3, but he has opened before. He used to open a bit for the DP World Lions, in fact. So apparently match referee Harry Penal told me that Manak wasn't one of the original squad members. Nominated for that purpose. What a thumping shot that is by Jordan Herman. Oh, tremendous straight drive, straight back for 4. Shades of Matthew Hayden there.
Oh, that's exactly what you get from him. Aggressiveness. And we called him a bully in the first innings. Nah, I think bully comes second nature to him because he's continuing where he's left off. Look at that straight drive. Kept his head still, kept his head in line with the ball. And that one went directly straight, just past the stumps there. Really good stroke. Nice way to get off the mark. Or was already off the mark, but nice way to get your first boundary rather.
Tried it again, and that time a little inside edge onto pad. Very big, expansive stroke. Swanepoel coming around the wicket to him. Targeting that gate, I guess.
Yeah, one's a tad bit wider to kind of play a similar shot, and kind of went slightly but fetchy for that one. And got the inside half of the bat. Could have easily, that one could have come onto the stumps. And there would have been a massive wicket there for the Lions in the quest of wanting to limit the Warriors to whatever total they're planning on setting.
Yeah, Jordan Herman, obviously a key man in this Warriors batting lineup. He's, before his 100 in the first innings, he made 467 runs in the competition, which is the highest of the season for the Warriors. He was 64 ahead of Matthew Bietzke. He's now gone even further ahead with that 110 in the first innings. Again, bringing the ball back into Herman, but he's squirted it away leg side for a couple of wickets. Had to just scramble a little bit at the end there as the ball came in quite quickly from Cody Yousef.
I just want to say, I actually like this approach here by Swanepoel targeting and firing to his pads. He was dismissed in that fashion in this first innings, trapped in front. And early on his innings, he does usually look pretty susceptible to that ball coming back in because he does have a trigger movement that comes across and covers the majority of the stumps. So you can target those stumps with him.
And Swanepoel was the bowler who got him out. Beautifully bowled again. Yeah, you see the bat was just hung out a bit there before it got pulled back in. It's a good over by Bayer Swanepoel in the end. One thumping boundary by Jordan Herman. 9 without loss. Just on the Muhammad Manak thing. So you get to nominate 14 players, I think it is. So obviously you have your starting 11, but then you have 3 other players who are available as concussion substitutes or injury substitutes or whatever. And the Warriors apparently nominated Thomas Carver as an all-rounder, Kerwin Mungru as the bowler, and Matthew de Villiers as the batter. So no Mo Manak, which is why he wasn't the substitute for Teko, and why the Warriors have had to really reshuffle their batting order and bring him Yanda up to open.
Yeah, interesting one there. Bring him up to open, put him Yanda. You certainly want to hold his own and to be a big innings for him. Really big one.
Great opportunity, isn't it, to show what you can do with the bat. He's got all day to bat. Just chipped up a bit there by Mnyanda. Cody Yousef looks like he's in better rhythm today. He's coming through really nicely. A lot of energy.
Yeah, no, he's certainly looking a lot better today. He usually does give you 100% all the time, does Cody Yousef. I think he never lacks energy. I think sometimes it's the accuracy maybe, or a bit of luck. Some doesn't go his way sometimes. But today he's just got a bit of edge on him. And you always like to see that with Cody Yousef. It's always usually good signs. Oh,
Mnyanda wants to be careful about that shot. Not accustomed to playing against the new ball. Yeah, Cody Yousef, maybe energy's not the right word. He is a very wholehearted performer, but I guess it's just the fluency, the rhythm. Sometimes fast bowlers just aren't quite, not everything's clicking into gear at the same time, and it felt like much of the first innings was a bit like that. Promising signs from him here in the second.
Fed. A few short balls to Apia Mnyanda, and how would Apia Mnyanda would love to score a bit of runs here for his side. Do you know the greatest of times, the ball in hand? He kind of looked out of sorts in terms of ball in hand majority of the time, outside of the time where he picked up a wicket in that spell. But outside of that, really didn't have a good time with ball in hand.
Well, he's a case in point of a bowler who just seemed to be struggling for rhythm. I don't think it helped that he kept switching over around the wicket. I think he just tried to change too many things instead of just settling on, that's my area, let me try and settle on that.
I think it also goes back to the point where we were talking about rhythm with Cody Yousef. I think it's a similar thing for him. Sometimes when you're over the wicket, it doesn't really come out right for you, or doesn't come back in, everything's just going across the right-hander. Then you want to chop and change and maybe feel better on the other side, but still doesn't come out right. So I think it just was never really in good rhythm throughout the game. Even when he picked up that wicket, it was like an over or so that he kind of felt like he was doing something, but not really. He gave away boundaries, irregular occasions. And I tell you what, if he gets to score runs here, it may do a world of difference for his confidence in terms of when ball in hand.
End of the over, 9 without loss. Mnyanda's figures in that innings, first innings, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 74. It's a sort of mediocre return, really. And the fact that he only bowled 2 maidens in 20 overs, I think kind of tells you that he wasn't that consistent. In most overs, there was a few run scoring opportunities for the batsman.
And to add to that, he also had a bit of a niggle. If you remember, I think about 9 overs into his bowling spells, he really didn't look comfortable from yesterday afternoon. Struggled with a bit of hammy. We were speaking here on air saying that he should maybe come off and try again in the morning. So there's a lot that really maybe went into that, and probably his body was not in the right place yesterday.
Imyanda made a 37 with the bat earlier this season. And I've certainly seen him hold up an end quite well. He's still very fresh at his first class career. He's only played 5 4-day games previously to this one. That 37 was a career best. Lovely 2 full from Swanepoel and clipped away nonchalantly through mid-wicket for 4 by Jordan Herman.
The big question here, how do you keep this guy quiet?
Well, you can't bowl full tosses. That's the first thing. You can't overpitch, but Swanepoel struggled with that in the first innings a bit. Not a full toss, but a half volley, certainly, and also angling down towards the leg side. And yeah, you never want to bowl on the left-hander's pads like that. Easy put away.
The guy coming at you like this, Ken, and you certainly want to apply pressure. What are your tactics going into bowling to a guy like Jordan Herman who you know will be positive and will climb onto anything loose?
Just over square leg. Bears trying to push. It's been a bit straight in this over. He's was much better in his previous over at targeting the gate, starting it outside off stump and bringing it in. That one just clipped by Jordan Herman, but it was in the air and over the head of the fielder at square leg. That's going to be at least one as backward point does some scrambling there. He's I think he landed on the ball. Did Richard Seletwani? Yeah, he rolled over it. Good scrambling work. To answer your question, Kumba, what do you do when a guy like Herman's coming hard at you? A taller man at square leg might have helped. Dominic Hendricks was there. Nah, I'm joking. He's a very good fielder, Dominic Hendricks. That's nicely bowled. Yeah, I think the last word you used in your question was loose, and that's what you need to avoid. If you consistently hit your good areas, there's enough in this pitch still. Look, if he's going to hit you off a good area once or twice, well done to him. But keep doing it. And, I still believe, especially with a new ball, you're bound to get some joy. That's full and straight and out. Swanepoel makes the first incision into this Warriors' second innings. Imperium Yanda trapped LBW for a duck.
Absolutely good delivery. Fired in by Bayer Swanepoel. Wrapped those pads and he was trapped in front. Nobody Goma has been, we call him strict this morning with his decision making. But that one was absolutely plump. Gave that one out, and rightfully so. It was in that block hole. Surprise Yorker. And caught P.M. Nyanda on the back foot and trapped him. Almost hit those toes.
Yeah, very nice piece of bowling. Swanepoel, he's a good swing bowler. That one swung in very nicely, and Piwe Imyanda getting a bit stuck, having stepped across. And then with the late in swing, he had to try and hit it leg side around the front pad. Missed right up in the block hole. And a relatively easy decision for the umpire. And now we see the injury replacement, Matthew de Villiers, coming to the crease. One does wonder, if you're going to bat number 3, why can't you just open? You know what I mean? There could have been a wicket first ball and then he would have come in anyway.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of roles. I think you can't really predict what really happens, and as when you put a bat up, the 2 openers, your expectation as a batting coach or a team that they're going to put out a 50-run stand and then be out there for a long period of time, and automatically when that happens, the role of the number 3 changes. But yet again, yes, you make a good point that if you're going to bat at 3 or you're going to come in within 4 overs, might as well open. But I don't think it's a bad decision to have given a Pure Mnyanda a bat, but it's not easy conditions for him to just go up front there now and hold the bat. But anyway, we'll have Matthew de Villiers into bat.
Oh my word. It's gone down. It kind of looped to him quite slowly. I think that's what put the fielder off, I think. Oh, how vital is that? It's Jordan Herman as well. It's the big fish. Well, it's a final. You really can't be making mistakes like this.
Absolute dolly. Doesn't come easier than that to have to say, sorry, Vian, you have to take those.
Vian Mulder, I was just praising him was it this morning? We were talking off air about what a great slip fielder he is. Well, that's a moment to forget. Goodness, I think he was taken by surprise because normally, certainly when the new ball is being used, up front, a batter gets an edge. You expect it to be flying at you at the slips. And that just kind of looped. He had so much time. Oh, my goodness.
Absolute dolly, as our co-commentator says.
And inevitably, a boundary will follow shortly afterwards, just to irritate the bowler even more.
How big of a wicket was that? Jordan Herman dropped. And he's been absolutely dangerous in the start of this innings. And we just spoke about how do you dry up the runs with him. And the only way you can is by getting him out. And there was opportunity. Goes down. How big will that be?
Nicely worked to find leg for 1. And I think Cody Yousef could have done with that wicket. Struggled a bit in the first innings, as we were saying. Got a bit frustrated. Nothing better than getting an early wicket to give you confidence and helps you to go on and on longer. Well, they don't come easier than that in the slips, really.
Yeah, as a bowler, you just have to come back again and do it again. I know it won't be easy to get another chance of the last of Jordan Herman, who's in really good nick. Scored 100 in the first innings. He could obviously do it again.
That's a good delivery from Cody Yousef. Tough one to get first up for Matthew de Villiers.
I'll tell you one thing, he'll be fired up now, Cody Yousef. He won't be too happy about that drop catch. And we hope it turns out to be a more positive thing than a negative thing for him. And maybe gets him to even come in even faster and harder and more energetic. And he has to put that behind him now and come again and bowl and run even harder and make a difference for his side, because he's been absolutely brilliant so far in his 2.5 overs.
Well, he created the opportunity. That's what he must tell himself, that he's bowling well enough to have created one chance. He can get another. Oh, playing away from the body a bit there. Matthew de Villiers edged away to the third man boundary for 4. 27 for 1. And the Warriors, in the first 5 overs of their second innings, have stretched that lead to 37 runs.
Poor Cody. What more does he need to do for the ball to go to hand? Gets a healthy outside edge of Matthew de Villiers and goes wide of that. Was it a gully in place? Or second, third slip? But anyway, it went wide of him. Probably created more chances than he ever did in that first innings. Cody Yousef in terms of getting the outside edge of the bat.
Boast Swanepoel versus Jordan Herman again. Better line. Doesn't want to get too straight like he did in the previous over. First over to Herman was very good. Needs to be back on that line. Targeting off stump.
The way they've been bowling, I think if they manage to keep Jordan Herman quiet, a lot of pressure will be bowled here because there's many good deliveries and many opportunities being created. So the chances of mistake in the room for error is going to be a lot higher.
Yeah, and he doesn't like to be kept quiet. No, too straight again by Swanepoel. Easy single for Herman.
You can see Herman really feeds off that delivery that has a bit of width. He loves a bit of width and anything obviously angled to his pads. So you want to be really in between that off stump line, fifth, sixth stump at most, to kind of not allow him to really be able to move his bat either left or right of him, keep it straight and make him play straight. And then hope the one, if you are bowling a fuller one, the one that nips back into the pads, or the one that really is the back of the length line, they might just slightly nip away from him and might get that outside edge.
Nicely driven. Nicely fielded by Bjorn Fortuin. We saw Bjorn Fortuin in between overs there, just doing some shadow bowling at that golf course end. I'm not sure he will bowl from that end. He had a little bit of a whinge yesterday morning about how short the boundary is on that side. Said he just got mistimed into the flats at one stage. That's an excellent delivery from Boast Swanepoel. He did mention the one good thing about it was though that they had to change to replace the ball. Lost ball, and the previous ball had really not been going well for the DP World Lions. So at least one positive came out of that, but I think, well, depending on what wind there is, he probably preferred to bowl from the other end. With the long leg side, well, it'll be offside. What am I talking about? It'll be the... No, I've got it all totally mixed up.
It's okay, you can restart, kid.
Ignore the last 3 minutes of everything I said. He will bowl from that golf course end. As long as it's not a left-hander on strike. Too busy thinking about our daily ice cream arrival, I think.
Yeah, I can see you're distracted. You're like, oh, here we go, another one. 3 days in a row. But yeah, that's the end of the sixth over. It's 28 for 1. One guy I'd like to see, though, is bowl a lot sooner. Is Siya Blakey. That. I'd really love to see Siya Blakey get that new ball in the second innings. He was bowled in the 37th over in that first innings, and but too late.
Gideon Peters was treated exactly the same by the Warriors. He didn't even bowl today when they really needed a breakthrough. Lovely from Cody Yousef, and Jordan Herman, you see, he's a very confident batsman, but he just looked a bit uncertain there because it was such a good line.
I think Cody Yousef's got his number here. I think something might happen again. Yeah, Cody Yousef is in really good rhythm and hitting that difficult line that I spoke about, the 5th, 6th stump line. He might create just one more opportunity and it has to be taken.
That one skidded through a bit. Herman, bit slow to get forward.
Absolutely love this version of Cody Yousef. This is the version that got him to that Protea setup. That bowls in this fashion with this energy and with this kind of rhythm. And he poses some real dangers when he bowls in this way. Very consistent, at you kind of bowler. He can give you that short one as well. He's got a very accurate short ball. So you have to be wary of that as well coming to you.
Rushing Herman a bit there. It's a good battle, this.
Really good. I think this is probably one of the best balls in his last 3 innings he's had, Cody Yousef. Been fortunate enough to watch his last 3 innings, and I think this is one of the best I've seen. And what a better time to bring up your best bowling performance in the final, your last innings, to give it your all. And I'm sure that was the chat.
Have to be sharp. Well read. Well judged.
Jordan Herman had to get off the strike there. He needed a bit of a breathing space there. They were at him. We'd love to hear a bit more noise around from the Lions to kind of get a sense that they are on top. You want to make them feel like they're not doing the right thing.
Yeah, it's effectively 39 for 1, but yeah, I agree with you. Get vocal, more vocal. Make it a hostile environment for the batters.
Seamers on both sides are firing. They're bowling their best bowls. You want to be right behind them, and you want, as those slip fielders, you want them to get as close as possible to that batter so they can hear you. Make them know that you're around, in and around there. Get them uncomfortable.
Well, Cody Yousef is certainly pretty vocal. Had a good chat to Matthew de Villiers there from close quarters.
He'll certainly give you that. It certainly does give you a few kind words, especially when he's bowling this kind of rhythm. What a good over he's put together so far.
That's a very good leave by Matthew de Villiers to end the over. The first half hour of the Warriors' second innings has come and gone. They are 29 for 1, extending their lead to 39. And there will now be a commentary change with Aslam Kota and Pendulo Magomani.
Thank you, Ken. Enjoy the ice cream and the break. So as Canva has just been emphasizing, the bowlers have certainly come in with a purpose. And I get the feeling Jordan Herman has come in with a purpose as well, in the way he's been striking the ball. But poor to see from the Lions that another catch has gone down. They dropped JP King twice. And there's the edge found. Swanepoel gets the better of Jordan Herman, slashing it one wide outside the off stump. And the bowler finally rewarded. But that's exactly what the Lions needed. Herman was certainly throwing his bat at the ball from the moment he came in. 25 of 24 will indicate that as well. And it must have been part of a plan to just get a good score on the board. The angle that the right arm seamer then produces coming around the wicket, forces the batsman to play at that wideish delivery, but he gets the toe end of the bat to be well caught at the wicket, and that's the end of Jordan Herman. Good afternoon, Mpandela.
It's a really good afternoon if you're a Lions player, because Jordan Herman was the reason why they were so behind on day number 1. And he's already been dropped through the bowling of Cody Yousef. And so the Lions will count themselves lucky that it didn't cost them too many runs, that dropped catch. But you would have hoped that maybe from Herman, after realizing that he almost toyed with danger, that he'd just reel it back. But that's not how Herman plays. Therefore, it's 29 for 2.
So in comes Matthew Britske. He's one of those that also loves the fight. And an out-and-out stroke player. So he has the responsibility on his shoulders. He was out pretty early for 10 of the bowling of Potgieter yesterday. Caught at slip. It was Herman who played a chanceless knock yesterday. And then, as we said, JP King dropped on 12 and 39 by Makwetu and also Hendricks. Went on to get 123. And if there's any difference in the two scores, and you have to put it down to that, not just one, but 2 chances that went to hand, and JP King then profited from it. Apart from the 2 top order batsmen, there were no other contributors in that total of 305 all out. So it does show how important it is to take catches. And they'll be very happy to see the back of Jordan Herman, because, as I said, chanceless innings, chances 100 in the first innings. And now Swanepoel in at the new batsman. It's come off a thick outside half of the bat. More wickets, and the pressure will shift from the Lions to the Warriors.
Especially if Swanepoel is bowling like this now. Didn't have the most productive first innings. Uncharacteristic of Swanepoel. But now he's found the mark. Or rather, it is even Jordan Herman there who gave it away. Way too wide to play the shot like that. He was all out of shape and losing his wicket.
Too wide, too short, which has happened on occasion, more than one occasion, from Paes Swanepoel. And Britske is much too good to allow that to go without it being punished. Beautifully guided, just on the rise, opened the face of the bat and played a quality stroke in the end. In fact, I appreciated it a little more, or a lot more, with the replay. The other point to make, of course, is on the first day we were talking about the importance of JP King just hanging in there and playing the anchor role, and he did that in fine style. And that is why they were able to, as I said, get a score of 305 all out. But having had a look at that Jordan Herman dismissal, it was the first real wild hit at the ball. That chanceless 100 in the first innings was a clinical innings. It was absolutely brilliant to watch. It was a innings of high quality for a cup final, 110 of 133 balls. There again was a wonderful indication of at what a good rate he does score, 14 fours and 1 6. 7th 100 for him, also reached 3,000 runs. So top batsman at the top of the order, and the Lions will be really pleased with the 2 wickets down now. The lead 43 with that slender lead of 10 which Warriors managed to gain. And then in Mpandela, I made the point about when you look at the scorecards, end of the over, the 8, 33 for 2, that the difference on the batting side were the 2 Centurions. And then clearly on the bowling side, Matthew Boast 5 for 85. Especially his spell yesterday, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 35, set the tone for the Warriors. and they managed to keep a grip of the game right through till the close of play, having them 7 wickets down. But it was this morning where the Lions then really made a fist of it and managed to get 295 in the end, just 10 short of the Warriors total. So you search out the few differences, and that certainly stands out for me. Cody Yousef will continue. Down the leg side, has it been burgled? The umpire gives out on second thought. That's the end of de Villiers, the injury sub that came into bat here at 1 down. They had to make an adjustment to that top order because of the injury to Modiri Liteko. And they brought in Afiwe Mnyanda to open the innings. And burgle down the leg side. And you have to feel that, even though I say that Cody Yousef has deserved it because there was a catch dropped off his bowling. And I think, was it Kemva that mentioned that they've come in with a purpose, the bowlers especially, and they saw what Matthew Boast was able to do with the new ball. And that's why I think you see some sort of a resurgence in the way they've approached the bowling, Yousef and Swanepoel.
Not the best ball from Yousef. Matthew de Villiers coming in from Modiri Liteko. He cannot replace the runs of Liteko. He's trying to signal that hit the padding, but look at the deflection off. Deflection seems to just go lower after the padding, because if it hits the padding, it will spoon up or it will die down. There it just felt like it hit the bat or just traveled through the glove, and umpire Jele gives it out. Matthew de Villiers doesn't replace the runs of Liteko. Scores now 33 for 3. He comes in now. Started the season very good. He had a century, 126 to start it off. This is at the back of a 180 that he scored versus New Zealand Day, but now it's gone downhill for Qeshile. Hopefully he'll be able to rise up now, because the Warriors are in a little bit of trouble having lost those 3 wickets.
Yeah, tail up for the Lions bowlers. A few more inroads. It's a long session because the innings came to a close at the stroke of lunch. So it's a full 2-hour session that they need to take advantage of. And the hot sun here at the Wanderers, a drying pitch. Strikes him on the back pad. Another appeal for an LBW, this time not given. That ball seemed to be tailing in towards the batsman's off stump. Qeshile manages to survive this one. It was on a fuller length as well. I'll be just curious to see whether it had anything to do with height, first of all, in Mandela, or maybe even just striking him outside the line of off stump. But it seemed to me that the ball was just tailing back.
Looked a really good shout. Oh, it looked a really good shout. The only thing that could possibly save him here is the height, where the impact was. But in terms of line, that was good. And the Lions here are really hitting the strides. This is how the Warriors actually should have bowled in the morning when they came in with the last 3 wickets to get. The Lions are absolutely executing this to the T.
And I think it's important, this approach, this attacking approach, because you don't want to just be going through the motions. You've got to be, especially the new ball bowlers, they've got to be in that in-your-face type of an attack that really comes in at the batsman. And if the batsmen are able to shut that out, they can concentrate on their batting. But when it's coming to you from both ends, it's not just the easiest to deal with, and more so when your team are 3 down already. I like the way they're getting a bit of pace out of this pitch. Just watching where Esterhazen has been gathering the ball, at least at good shoulder height. I don't know, maybe there must have been a bit of a message from the coach and the bowling coach that guys go out there and make your presence felt. Go in there. That's well left.
Yousef is in immaculate rhythm right now. His tempo is up to the mark. His rhythm, smooth. He's not battling his run-up. And you get the results of the deliveries that he's bowling. They are absolutely flying through. Remember, he is capable of hitting 140 k's an hour, Cody Yousef. And dare I say, the way it's looking right now with his tail up, he's bowling at those speeds right now because it is flying.
Yeah, they're really right on top of the game are the Lions at the end of the 9th over, 33 for 3. 2 slips in a gully and then a short cover and then a shortish square leg just adjacent to the umpire. So attacking field set. And this has been a very, very good half an hour plus since lunch from the Lions. And they really needed to put their hands up to get back into this contest. They did with the bat this morning. And now the bowlers have helped the situation along. Of course, the Warriors, you have to say, have not been helped with the fact that there's been an injury to Mudiri Liteko. Fiwe Mnyanda, who's coming from the middle order, had to open the innings. He was out without scoring. And then Matthew de Villiers, the actual injury replacement, out for 4. So they needed to make that adjustment. And it's all about taking advantage of this, of the opposition's misfortune. Beautiful delivery again. He's a lot better today. In fact, both the bowlers, Yousef and Swanepoel, are a lot more fuller and they're a lot more consistent. And I think that's the point you made earlier.
Yeah, I had a little chat with the assistant coach of the Lions just after the day yesterday. And he did say, you know, how they bowled in the back end of day 1. That is the way that they needed to bowl, Coach Jimmy Hamati. And it's a very good shot from Matthew Bretsky. Don't forget, he's one of the best one-day batters in the world. So, can't mess around him too much. So flamboyant, driven for 4.
Well, don't watch that step for now because he's on 8 and he's hit 2 quality boundaries. One off the back foot, this one off the front foot. Reaching for it wide outside the off stump. Wonderful hands. Middles it through that offside region for 4.
It's a very nice strike. So, Coach Hamati did say, hey. They bowled much tighter. They bowled like this in the back end of day 1. That's why they were able to get so many wickets at the back end. So they tightened it up really well. And they got the result. So clearly, they are moving from the same wavelength from the end of the first innings to starting this one. Clearly going down the leg side that time from Bears Swanepoel. But it's showing now, Aslam, with the score at 37 for 3, with even the areas that they're bowling right now. So it's testing here for Matthew Bretsky. Didn't perform in the first innings, flashed at a wide one, was out for 10. And so he needs to dig in. Rashila needs to dig in. And you can't help but feel that regardless of how this session ends right now, by virtue of the Lions having taken 3 before tea, they'll feel like they have a little bit of the upper hand, but they'll want to close it off in the back end of the day as well.
Yeah, they're going to need to work hard. It's going to get easier. Ball still very new into the 10th over. So good to see that even though Swanepoel has been hit for 2 fours by Bretsky, captain maintaining that 2 slips in a gully, backward point, a cover point, and then a deepish mid-off and mid-on where Plaiki made a very good stop with that straight drive. They've also noticed And I venture to say this because none of the spinners have actually come through, not even the experience of Senoran Mutusami. So it's all about how the seamers are going to deal with the conditions and how best they can make use of the conditions. And it's going to rest on their shoulders. And I'm sure that was the observations that even the likes of the team analyst for the Lions, Prasanna, would have brought to their notice, and of course the coaches as well. So it's up to the seamers to make the best of it with a new ball. And the Lions can then, of course, call on Mulder, Potgieter, and then Sia Plaiki among the seamers.
Good selection of seamers they can choose from, and that's what I actually wanted to see how they're going to perform coming in to this new session, because the way that the Warriors were bowling at the start of the day, you wouldn't have said that they have a new ball in their hand. They were bowling as if the new ball wasn't doing anything anymore. They were hitting hard lengths. They were trying to bowl some white ball stuff at the back end of the match, which really puzzled us here in the commentary box for a bit. But now, the Lions, slightly less of pace, barring Cody Yousef, who's absolutely rocketing it right now. I thought that there wouldn't be anything for them to work with how the Warriors bowled, but clearly that's not the case.
Strikes him on the pad and given out LBW. Is that the one that came back? It possibly did, and that's the key wicket, of course, of Matthew Britske. A bit of a shoulder barging there was completely unnecessary. And it's a prize wicket here. Matthew Britske failing in the second innings again. And the umpires having to just intervene to make sure that they can calm things down. You can certainly feel for Britske, but the shoulder barging there was unnecessary from the Lions fielders. And I wonder if one of the umpires is going to produce the yellow card, but certainly a red card for Britske because he's been trapped LBW by Cody Yousef, who's in a fantastic spell. I was about to say he's into his sixth over. Is this perhaps going to be the time to change him over? I reckon it's going to be difficult to actually remove the ball from his hand. 38 for 4.
Oh, that is so plum. The fruit doesn't get plummer than that. Delano Potgieter running across the line. Just getting a talking from umpire Guma. Well, the emotions are going to be high. It's a finals game. The wicket keepers chirping, the fielders are chirping, everyone is talking just to get the players out of their groove. It's a psychological game beyond it being a physical game. But what a ball from Cody Yousef to get it out. Bang, right in the middle. Connor Esterhazen goes up. Everyone is exciting. Everyone is happy.
Yeah, I think that little shoulder barging was rather unfortunate. I don't think it was deliberate. And but the umpires got in there quickly. I can understand the frustration from Britske, but he will appreciate the fact that he was out to an absolute beautiful delivery. And he does have this ability, does Cody Yousef, to bring the ball back. It holds its line. And it wasn't too dissimilar from the earlier shot against Kashile, but it's the prize wicket of Britske that they're celebrating. 38 for 4. The lead is 48. And Lions right back in here with a vengeance on a bright, beautiful Friday afternoon here at the Wanderers.
I was saying 3 wickets they'll be happy with. How about 4? With the way they're bowling here, Aslam, it could be even 5. Might be an end of play by tomorrow. I was saying the way things are so balanced, we might have a 5-dayer here because 305 was playing 295 across how many? 7 sessions. So I would have thought that, we're going to see going into tea a score of 50 for 1 at worst. This is something the Lions didn't even draw up, but they'll be happy that they have it now.
Yeah, tough game at this level. We will see temperatures fray, and they played really hard In fact, these days, the game itself is protected with the fact that they have a match referee now who notes all of these things. The umpires have almost a different set of rules when it comes to player behavior, unlike what it used to be like in the 60s, 70s, and 80s when all of the great fast bowlers in domestic and international cricket had a proper go at the opposition. And the umpires really couldn't get in there, very much so. So with all that, the game is being played very hard, and I'm glad to see it all. The emotions are there, and you expect it. It's a neat little stroke to get off the mark from JP King.
He did get dropped twice. The first one was really tough at short leg, but the second one to Mandile Makwetu was a gimme that he put down on his way to 100. So here we are again. JP King shows that he can be vulnerable. He looks amazing. Shows that he can be vulnerable at times. So here the Lions need to take care of that vulnerability from the jump before he finds himself really set.
It's a very difficult situation right now that he'll have to negotiate, and we know he's a fine negotiator given the way he scored that 100, barring of course those 2 drop catches. That's not his fault. The way he managed to bat through the 123 of 230 balls was key because he held the entire innings together. So he is going to be an important wicket here for the Lions, but I say the difference is, of course, they had an opening stern of 68. And then when he saw the end of Jordan Herman, they had put on 111 partnerships, so it was a very different situation. So now it's a wonderful period and a nice time to actually get a measure of the mental side of the King game. And can he crown it with another important innings for his team? Change of bowling on the far side. Vian Mulder, not surprised that he's sharing the... or he's coming in as first drop with a new ball. 96 matches, 225 wickets. Immediately starts with a shortish delivery, but gets the ball to sway away from the right-handed Kashile, who, as you said, had a good start to the season. This is the cup final. Can they occupy at least till tea time and then take it from there? And I think that's going to be the first plan with this pair of batters.
Oh, the issue though, Aslam, tea is 1 hour away. That is...
That's how you're going to recover the innings.
He's saying it off the mic, but they have to bet for that 1 hour. It's a strong mindset that they need. It's a long, long time. Normally an hour flashes by so quickly. It's just like 13, 14 overs. But when you're 4 down and you have your middle order now trying to resurrect the innings, that hour seems very far because the Lions have their tail up here.
I'll give you a quick anecdote that I picked up very early in the 90s. Australia's first tour to South Africa. After match, I think it was possibly the 3rd day, and the captain, Alan Border, was facing the media. And South Africa right on top. There's 3 quality deliveries here from Mulder to start with. He's in wonderful form. He's in a fantastic headspace right now as far as his cricket is concerned. But coming back to the other man whose game was much vaunted for all of his career was the great Alan Border. He was asked what happened in that session between lunch and tea, and that they only scored 42 runs. And his answer was so simple. He says, we just didn't want to give any more advantage to the South Africans, and we decided to play out the session. That's how you play the longer game.
Because look, the body language of the Lions is so high. They're just exuding so much confidence. You can even hear them through the stump mic, how they're just chattering and talking. And that's what happens when you get 4 wickets in 10 overs. You have that spunk about you. And if you are able to nullify that pressure for a good 40 minutes, all of a sudden it starts to die down a little bit. We start seeing a couple of bowling changes here and there to spice things up. And then you start the next session actually with the upper hand, and you might still win the day.
Well, I'll just make another point that I raised it earlier about what was the difference in the two innings so far. The double hundreds, the 200s that were scored by the Warriors, and then the 5 for 85, 5 for 58 by Matthew Boast, setting the tone on both occasions, the Warriors. And I'm quite certain that the likes of Alan Donald and company said, this is your third final. You guys are new ball bowlers, Yousef and Swanepoel. Go in there and make your presence felt. It wasn't good in the first innings. Go in there and do it. You are playing for one of the best franchises in the country. You are in yet another final. There's a great opportunity here. And that's why I use the word very purposeful in the way they came out in that first half hour. And so far, it's been very much the same. 40 for 4 after 12.
Can't believe that this has happened in 1 hour. 40 for 4 at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. Upon the return from drinks, we will have a commentary change. But Jordan Herman, he played the Jordan Herman way. But you can question the shot that was played at the time, losing his wickets to a wide one. Apu Mnyanda, he needed to take the role of Modiri Ditego at the top of the order, tried his best. But I think also the fact that they've lost that wicket, it would be normally 40 for 3. But now you have to ask, how much of a psychological blow does the 4 look like to the rest of the batting lineup? We'll see how it's going to play out. The players take drinks. We have a commentary change. It's 40 for 4.
Oh, what a start it's been. by the Lions. Absolute electric start. 41 for 4 after just 12.1 overs. Cody Yousef, have to say, the star of the show. He's really been showing why he's a leader of this attack is Cody Yousef. Took that ball and says, give it to me, I'll lead and I'll take us to a good position that can potentially give us this final. And he'll want to press on here. Very good rhythm. I said earlier that this is probably the best rhythm he's been in his last 3 innings. He's absolutely flying, hitting his areas, aggressive in the batter's face. I'm not alone in commentary. I'm with Aslam Kota.
Yeah, I was just saying, was that going to be the last of Cody Yousef's spell after that 6th over where he picked up the 2nd wicket? But I reckon the fact that he's taken some refreshments, the captain has said, keep going, mate. You've set the tone for this innings. And this is when he's really at his best. And somebody made that point. And that's why he actually got elevated to the national team.
What a delivery. Really good delivery for the leave. That one was going directly straight to the stumps. Bounce saved him there. Otherwise, he would have been walking off Sinetemba Kashile. Let's have a look at that delivery. Oh, absolutely close. Especially not playing a shot at it. Umpires can easily be tempted to give that one out. Maybe jagging a bit too much. And a heart and maybe definitely sliding down leg.
Yeah, he's just so charged up. Is Cody Yousef. Not Klashile or the umpire, I might say. Just the bowler. It was very high. And normally when you realize, hold on, I've made the instinctive shout for LBW, but it's not on. Turn back and keep walking. But he's not given that sign. He's so much in there now. It's all intensity from Cody Yousef.
So hard to get the ball out of his hands when he's in this kind of rhythm. Shot. Sinetemba Kashile will certainly get a boundary for this. That will release a bit of pressure. Get some good timing on it. There was 1 round of 16 deliveries and he really needed that one. Just get a breather. Pressure's been on.
Yeah, he's played the game long enough as Sinetemba. And you expect that he'll make best use of these type of gifts that are on offer. And he needs to really knuckle down here. He needs to apply himself and set himself for the big knock. As I was just saying to Pundelu before the drinks interval, that they need to aim King and Klashile to bat the period. It doesn't matter so much about the runs. It's just trying to wrest the initiative away from the bowling team. To not lose wickets at regular intervals. To make it almost monotonous in the way the batsmen keep trudging back to the dressing room. So it's all about concentrating hard for this next session.
Oh, outside edge. Vian Mulder gets a wicket. What a huge wicket that is. For JP King has to walk off.
Well, he needed a quality delivery to remove JP King. And boy, was that perhaps the ball of the innings so far. Absolutely brilliant. On a length. It's a perfect leg cutter. He doesn't even bother to look up at the umpire. And I'm sure on his way back he'll appreciate the fact that he was out to a real gem of a delivery. And I was just saying when he started the spell before the drinks interval that he's in a fantastic headspace is Vian Mulder. You have to say you feel he can't do anything wrong. What a delivery. Superb.
Oh, absolute Jaffa. Right length, right line, nips away, catches the outside edge of JB King, and he has to walk off. It is 45 for 5 after 13.1. Who would have thought after that lunch break that the Warriors will find themselves 5 down? He spoke about how they have to weather the storm. It is absolutely flooding right now. Hard to keep the water coming in.
Fantastic turnaround. What a session. The best session of the match so far as far as the Lions are concerned. And champion teams do that. They fight back. They fought back with the bat this morning. They were all at sea yesterday, up against a very, very well charged up and skillful Matthew Boast, bowling at high pace. And then this morning, through that wonderful performance from Cody Yousef as well as Bayer Swanepoel, who between them scored 25 and 35 respectively, with Delano Potgieter, who was 88 not out, took the score to 295, eventually falling just 10 runs short. So 55 for 5 it is right now.
Tell you what, they have a nick of winning games in a session. Bowled at the task of 63 all out, the first is in the previous game. And they thought Tuskers were didn't really bat well, but here, showing that again, trying to win this game in the session. The last thing you want is Vian Mulder in good rhythm, because he can be a handful.
Yeah, absolutely, and he has the ability to actually bowl both. He does favour the outswinger, but he does have the ability to bring the ball back as well. And his time at county cricket and the fact that he was told by the likes of Rob Walter and also Shukri Conrad when they took over is that we want you to be a mainstay. We want you to be the all-rounder in charge. But get that batting going and add a yard or two to your pace.
I'm sure he's done that for sure. Scoring 57.
In a very big way. He's done it in a really big way. I mean, to go on to get a massive 300 plus, 377 against the Zimbabwean team shows that he's really now got his game together. And so his talent was identified from school days. And what I need to say here is that sometimes you just need that bit of a kick in the backside to say, listen, you are capable of more. But you need some good spotters to identify that. And for a long time when he played for the South African team as well, he almost looked like we don't have an all-rounder, so we have a makeshift fellow in the lineup. And as I was saying to Ken maybe a day or two back, that you're trying to manufacture an all-rounder. And then, as I said, those two coaches possibly looked around and said, who do we go to? And I said, but this guy's already got the experience. He needs to just push himself a little further. And Mulder's done that. I mean, what a good time he had at the World Test Championship with the ball as well, playing a big role on that occasion.
That just really goes to the fact that when a player is backed and is entrusted with the responsibility, and the player is able to take on that responsibility, this comes out. This kind of product comes out. The one thing you want as a player is guys around you to really believe in you and to believe in your abilities. And in any person, in any form of life, if someone believes in you, that you can achieve things, you can really bring out the best in you. And you've seen that in Vian Mulder. Gets it inside half the batters, Mutsami. And there's no cover on the square leg boundary. Ends up being a comfortable 4 to finish the over. It is 14 overs gone. 49 for 5. Warriors in serious trouble. Last time we've seen the ball move around, we've seen it doing everything. And the last thing you want as a warrior is to not have warrior spirit and not fight out there and find ways and manufacture ways to come out on top of this storm, as you've called it numerous of times. I want to pick your brain. What do you do in this situation? You can see the balls moving around. It's hard to survive. If you try to score runs, you might find yourself wanting. What is the best option here?
Each batsman must have a game plan of his own. This is the final delivery. Well played. Just got his bat down in time and worked it away to that square leg boundary, vacant area. Change of bowling, put hitter into the attack. So it is about your own game plan. And given the state of play, the state of the game, you know then which game you bring forth first, which is needed for the team. And you play through that session. So you're thinking all the time. When they talk about application of the wicket, it's not one word. There's a whole lot of subdivisions to application at the crease. So even that comes into play right now. And that's absolutely vital for this pair. Just to come back to Potgieter for a moment. Saw him during the lunch interval, and my first question was, how's your solar plexus after that blow? So he lifted his shirt, and there was a beautiful red mark there. The only thing that was missing was the maker's name, or the seam. But he said, I've got a bigger concern, a heavily strapped left leg. But he said, I'll continue. I think I'll manage. So here he is with the ball in hand.
It just shows that he's got the lion heart, and it's a final. You really want to be part of these moments, and usually players that want to be part of big moments and big games, they put those injuries behind them and they see what the team needs from him. Now he's coming with the ball in hand, who really kind of set up the fight back there in that first innings for the Lions. They were in a real spot of bother. It was 97 for 2 at T on the first day, and this man Delano Poka came in and had a brilliant spell, picked up 3 for 34 in that last session there. Was also obviously helped out by Vian Mulder, also picking up 2. So he can certainly do something with the ball in hand, and he can certainly fight, and you know he certainly has a lion heart. You want to do something, yeah, you want to be part of this damage. Fought with bat in hand. He was part of the fight back in that ball in hand. Fought with bat today and the end of yesterday. Ended up scoring 88. Did Delano Pochita. He's really got his hand up for a man of the match performance, I have to say. If the Lions come out on top here, he'll be up there. Really up there. With that 3 for 34 and 88. Not out. A really good wealth of all-rounders do this Lion side. Vian Mulder, Delano Pochita. You've got Bjorn Fontaine who can do something in the bat as well. Bayers, Swanepoel. Guys that can really do a lot for you with ball and bat. And that's what you want, that balance in your side. It really takes you far in tournaments like this and in games like this where you need guys to stand up.
End of the 15th, 50 for 5. So the value of all-rounders, can you put a price to it? When you talk about some of the great all-rounders that we've seen in South African cricket, in Pollock and Kloosner, Jacques Kallis on another level, and then of course in world cricket, we all know those great names. But again, you talk about Potgieter's performance. He was involved in the 8th, 9th and 10th wicket partnership. If you add 42 and 54 and 29, it tells you exactly the importance of him being not out at the end, shepherding the lower order all the way through, and eventually your team just 10 runs short of the opposition's total. So to me, he's the most valuable player in this entire lineup, and I know that there's a quality lineup of players in this Lions team. But for me, he carries that mantle as the most valuable player. You talked about his 3 wickets yesterday. You go back the last 3-4 seasons that he's played. I mean, the way he's grown in his game. He said that he had to actually find a way to love the game again and to play it again. There was a short period where he felt nothing was happening and he was going to give it up. So this is his second coming, and it's been just so good to watch.
Just to add on to Lana Booker, our co-commentator Ken Borland mentioned a really great point earlier, talking about if you could ever find a stat, and I don't know if Ken has really pulled that out already, about when the Lions are under 200 and he comes into bat, how many innings you save, and we calculate his average from there. He's been absolutely brilliant in hard performances, and he showed his lion heart in that, and in many occasions he's come out to save his side, the Lions. And you talk about, it echoes your point of being the most valuable player in this Lions setup, because he comes in when times are difficult and he really pulls off performances that are game changing, that it really saves Lions in really deep holes. So really your point is spot on. He's the most valuable without a doubt. No, I'm saying right now. Good delivery by Bian. Playing really well.
I'm just going back to my scorecard. 28-29 February, 1st to the 3rd of March 2024. DP World Lions playing against Western Province in the final here at the Wanderers. And there were 225 all out. And the top score there was 81 from Delano Potgieter. I think the season before that, he scored a magnificent 166, rescued the innings, and Lions won that game. And then in that final, he was made to share the new ball. He got 2 for 60, sharing it with Cody Yousef. But it was Moreki who got 5 for 65, bowling at 1 down. And then in the second innings, he got that 155 that I was talking about. 4 hours and 17 minutes, 374 minutes in total, 244 balls, 18 fours and a 6. And what's a standout statistic here is that his was a score of 155. The next highest was Moreki, who came in as a night watchman, got 57. Bavuma got 45. And that just shows you that only one other player got above 50 in that particular innings. So a really fantastic player, and they went on to win that final. 50 for 5 after 16.
Just hear those numbers, and it just speaks of the character of the man, the heart of the man, and just his. Hear that first innings 81, second innings 155, and it doesn't take any kind of player to do that. It takes a man with character, with heart, and real grit to come out in difficult times. Here's the man who's talking about Delano Potgieter.
And one other thing to say before we stop the lyrical waxing is that the simplicity of the man and in his approach, and he's almost unnoticed in the field, in amongst his teammates. He's this quiet little fellow that gets his work done. I'm sure he may be more than a handful in the dressing room with his buddies, but out on the field, it's just, he puts a very simple game together, and he allows it to just come together, and as Ken has mentioned, obviously, when it matters for the team.
sliding down leg on that occasion. Clip there. And he has the tactic that worked for him in that last session of day one. He managed to pick up 3, he had to keep up, and he bowled absolutely straight and forced a lot of areas out of these batters. And he in particular picked up a wicket of Sentiment Qesile as well, forcing Sentiment Qesile to drive to point, and he was caught, stuck in the crease.
Yeah, I was strapped on the screen here. He's stuck where it says Bayer Swanepoel is bowling. It is Potgieter that continuing. Wicketkeeper standing up. What I want to say is that once you're on top, you've got 5 wickets down. The bowlers are doing a superb job. I'd like to see Aplahi come into the attack. These two in Qesile and Mutasami are looking to put on a rescue act, and it will need to be a rescue act of huge proportions. And to maybe just change the pace of things. The others have clearly bowled their hearts out already in this opening session. Opening session of the innings, of course, which started immediately after lunch. So into the 17th over, Yousef have bowled 7 overs. Swanepoel has bowled 5. Mulder has bowled 3. He's picked up the 1 wicket. And then Potgieter brought into the attack. Out and out attack. Use the new ball to its maximum. Try Mutasami and Qesile with some of the real hard pace. And I'm sure it'll be sooner rather than later we'll see his introduction.
As we talk about the importance of the new ball and all-out attack and making sure that they wrap up the innings or get as close to getting the Warriors to trouble. How important was a new ball this morning? It came out at a time where the lead, I think, was just under 100. Margin just under 100. And how valuable were those runs scored post that new ball? And the Warriors never used that opportunity, that new ball, and let it slip out of their hands. Brilliant clipped on the legs by Sentiment Qesile. It was there to hit and timed it really well. Golden runs for Sentiment Qesile, and you'll take those any day. And I just want to just finish on that point. Just add 90 runs to that total there. It's a totally different scoreboard. But now you're having to make the play and you have to set a proper total because you only have an 11-run lead. So a new ball important is very, very, very important in this case. Let's have a look at that shot again from the Sentiment Qesile.
Yeah, good balance when he played that stroke. And the longer you stay out there, it doesn't matter what the bowlers can do if you got your game plan together. And the match plan together and the game situation all up in your head, you'll produce strokes of that quality. Still Mulder on the far side. The golf course end, of course, which is the end this camera is at.
Tickles it around the corner. Does Mutasami. Maybe worthy of putting a leg slip there. Leg gully.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch. I mean, Mutasami, we've watched him now at international level and how impressive he's been. And I picked it up then as well, and I'm seeing it now early on in his innings. He's faced just 10 deliveries, plays late, and works the ball really wristily on the leg side as well. So I think all of those 6 runs have come on the leg side for him, including 1 boundary. So looks comfortable with the ball coming in at him on and around that middle and leg stump. Yeah, can he run one away from him again? Because that's been his stock delivery. That's picked up wickets for Mulder. And he also had 1 or 2 that came back. But the fellow that impressed me with the ball, where he had the ability to bring the ball back or hold its line and almost fox the batsman into thinking that it's actually going away from you, Cody Yousef. The LBW to Breedske was superb. I thought that Qesile, having just come in, survived a really close call. But then he produced an even better one against the top player in Breedske to have him pick up 2 wickets. What an unbelievable turnaround from this morning. The Lions have been the leading team, no doubt, with the way they survived the morning and managed to score those runs. What was it? Close to 90 of them, was it? 295 and they were 193. Yeah, so 98 runs they were able to score for the addition of those 3 wickets. So that was a great performance, now with the ball in hand. And that's what makes this version of the game so fantastic, because Kamva, it's so unpredictable. You can't tell what's going to happen in the next over. You could get a hat-trick, or a batsman just gets on top of you, hits you for 3-4 boundaries through the offside or wherever it may be, and suddenly you seem to be in your element. And that's why this is such a fantastic game. I mean, the most uncertain of games that you will ever follow. And this is what makes it even more interesting when you're a player in the middle who has to deal with all of this around your head.
Oh, grabs the glove and drops short of the keeper. There's a fine leg in place to stop that going for a boundary. But you're absolutely right. How often has this game changed hands? Early in day one, it was the Warriors on top, but in the middle session having 111 run stand. Then it changed again, 6 wickets in the last session for the Lions, fought their way back. And then yesterday morning to the afternoon, it was all Warriors with picking up the wickets. The day finished with the Warriors on top. And then you come again this morning, absolute fight from the Lions with bat in hand. Played obviously for a moment, but finds a gap at the point region on the offside, and if comfortably at the end gets the boundary. He's on a roll now, looking comfortable.
And when you persist with that line outside the off stump, and you're not necessarily troubling the batsman, but he's always looking to make inroads from a batting point of view. And Kashile on that occasion gets a thick outside edge of the bat, but a deliberate stroke, and that's run away for 4 runs. So good for him in that it's happened. But we also saw what happened a little earlier with Jordan Herman having struck the ball so well, having come off a great 100, was then playing at a wideish delivery from Swanepoel and was caught by Esterhuizen. Time for a change of commentary, and as I was saying earlier, Siya Plaiki sooner rather than later needs to be brought into the attack. He's got ball in hand and he's in conversation with Mulder. 64 for 5.
End to Senaran Mutusami. Oh, he was tempted to go for that wide one and then bailed out. It's been called a wide by Mpajele. Perhaps if Jordan Herman had shown as much restraint as Mutusami, the Warriors wouldn't be in quite as much of a hole as they are.
25 from 25. 25 from 60 would have been a little bit more valuable in this situation, just to get the new ball, get the lacquer out, get some of the energy of the Lions out. Because coming into this session, it was the Warriors who had the upper hand, not just from a scoreboard perspective, but you bowl them out, you ask for an extra 30 minutes, and you get them within the 10 minutes. Surely that should have given you a little bit of an advantage. So for Jordan Herman to just give it away like that was a little bit of a shocker.
Yeah, he's such a talent. We saw that in the first innings. The only thing I can think of that's holding him back from playing for South Africa is that tendency to really rather throw his wicket away. It was just unnecessary to flash at that really wide delivery That was a leave it alone ball and keep going.
Nothing to leave there. The ball is jagging back into the left-handed Mutusami. Good ball from Blaki. Took a really long time for him to bowl in the first innings. Doesn't take much here. And the ball is doing a lot. It's actually really surprised me that the Warriors find themselves in this situation.
Well, we spoke before the start of this innings about the problems of batting third when you haven't got a significant first innings lead. And I've been thinking about it, and you know, maybe the issue is that, so the Warriors had a lead of 10 runs on first innings. You then come out to bat, and it's going to take a while for you to make like a significant impact in terms of the match situation. You know, you're going to have to bat for a while before you actually can see real progress. Whereas for the bowling side, it's easier. They can come out and knock one or two over early, and suddenly you feel like, you know, we're taking a grip on this game, and that's kind of exactly what happened.
Wide and cut away by Mutusami. Not a good ball from Blaki. When it's there to be hit, still gives it a good bashing. Goes for 4.
Absolutely. The Warriors don't want to paint themselves into a corner here by not capitalising on deliveries such as that one. I think Kashila and Mutusami going about things the right way here. The partnership is up to 24 already, and they've just been mindful of accumulating the ones and twos, putting the odd bad ball away for 4. And they've just got to just keep doing this.
It's more like it from Blaki. That's where he needs to be all the time. And I think that's what he just tried the previous ball, and it got cut away for 4. It dropped it slightly too short. Easy pickings for Mutusami. But for me here, my biggest issue is the working around of the batting order by the Warriors. I cannot fathom it. We sat and we spoke about it. We won't run away from the fact that there are regulations to ensure that there are black batters in the top 6. Sure that you have that balance in the team. You need 3 black players in the team as well. And so we had Kweshile in the top 6 as well. I just don't understand Mnyanda being taken up to the top. I genuinely don't. And then furthermore, having seen how Matthew de Villiers plays in the middle order, batting number 5, number 6, where he scored the 200 last season, you had JP King score 100 at number 3. And then you remove JP King at number 3, scoring the 100 previous innings. You send him down to number 6. You take your number 11 batter, you're sending him to number 1. And then the new guy who just come in now replaces him at number 3. I think there was just too many things that worked around, and then the whole balance is just a little bit aloof.
Well, you've presented all the facts there, Pendula, except Nyanda was number 9, not number 11, but point taken. Yeah, and you know, it's got nothing to do with that black target. That's a beautiful delivery by Vian Mulder, maybe a fraction short though. Because Kashila is number 5.
Exactly.
So they've got that covered. So we can discount that. You know, obviously it's a disruption to lose a player to injury, especially an opening batter. I would think then that whatever you then decide has to be the least disruptive. You don't want to add more disruption to an already disrupted batting lineup. You know, Matthew de Villiers comes in number 3. If you're going to come in number 3, you can open. I'm sorry, because you might come in the second ball of the innings. So then you just make one change to the batting lineup. De Villiers straight swap for Diteka at number 2. King stays at number 3. Pritzker 4. Kashile 5. Mudasami 6. Happy days. There's only one change then to the batting lineup. But now we've seen number 9 go to number 2. New guy in at 3, number 3 goes to 6. It's too much.
And it's a rhythm thing as well. You walk in, it's 1 wicket down. You expect that you're gonna walk in 1 wicket down after the first ball or after 10 overs. But then you have a rhythm of how you're going to play your innings out at number 3. You know that you can come in at the first over. You know that you can come in at the 20th over. So you're mentally prepared, and you've batted almost 10 hours like that. And then in the very same game, you now have to go into number 6 where the team is 4 down at 40. It's a completely different weight that is on your shoulders now at that time.
And he made 100 in the first innings. So he's going well at 3. He's comfortable. He's established there. It's we're going to discuss it some more in between overs, because Aslam Korta feels strongly about this as well, and he's going to just join us at the end of the over to give his views.
So it is a little bit strange. And the Lions are not making it easier. They're bowling their lights out here. Wiaan Mulder has constructed a fantastic spell here. This over, the ball just moving away from Qeshile, it's giving him problems ball after ball. It's really using that movement fantastically. Wiaan Mulder's getting the ball to pitch basically on off stump, and it zoots away.
I just get the feeling that he's got a plan up his sleeve here. And I think it might have to do with patience. How long can Sinetembe Qeshile keep leaving it outside the off stump there? How long before he just needs a bit of bat on ball? He is quite a stroke player, is Qeshile. So far he's showing admirable restraint.
It's tough goings here. 5 wickets down. They need to survive the next 20 minutes. Good looking drive from Qeshile. He counter punches. A little bit too full from Wiaan Mulder. It's a lovely looking stroke for 4. Ends over number 20. 73 for 5.
And so, Aslam, your views on the shuffled Warriors batting lineup?
Yeah, I think with the fact that you have the opportunity to have a replacement sub because of injury, and if it was going to be anyone in the top order, the experienced player in that Warriors lineup is Mohamed Manak. Having scored a number of 40s, a big 60-odd as well, was involved in a number of century stands here, has occupied the crease. I remember at one stage watching him, I thought he had taken up too much time, knuckling down and looking for a big innings. But it just shows you that growing up on this pitch, having played on the surface, the knowledge is so important. So perhaps somewhere along the line, the selectors or the team management got it wrong. And because if it's between, Matthew de Villiers and Manak, I would certainly have rather had him as your batting replacement. It's just an observation. I think experience and all of that does count, and it may be a lesson for others who are listening in when it comes to these type of situations, especially if you're playing away from home.
We did touch on the Manak situation, and there's a reason why apparently he wasn't allowed to be the substitute. Because for me, he would have been the obvious choice as well, having opened the batting here for the DP World Lions and very accustomed to being in the top order. But apparently the team has to nominate 3 players. So you nominate your starting 11, and then you nominate 3 other players who are your substitutes in case of concussion or injury. And apparently the 3 players the Warriors nominated were Thomas Carver as the all-rounder, Kerwin Mungra as the bowler, and Matthew de Villiers as the batter. Well, I suppose you can't... as some as I said, the choice should have been Manak, but I suppose you can't predict is the injury going to happen in the top order or the middle order.
It's really fair. His debut was here. Mohamed Manak played really well versus the Tuskers. He's He's shown some good contributions as well throughout the T20 competition. And like Aslam has said, he's grown up here, so he knows this. It's his first year at the Warriors as well. Alas, could not be the option. But also in the same time, Matthew de Villiers is in fine reign of form. He had an extraordinarily good T20 competition. He hasn't played too many games this season. This is his 5th coming in. So it's a good replacement, because what you can get with him is that his versatility, his explosion can come in the middle of the order, and then his control can come in at the top of the order. I guess it alludes to your point, Ken, where you're trying to find a batter who can fit in any part of the order.
Cricket is sometimes quite illogical, though, in its laws, and I'll expand on that after this delivery. So he wasn't allowed to be a substitute, but he is here at the Wanderers, and he fielded his 12th man yesterday. So I asked the match referee, Gerry Pienaar, about it, but he fielded yesterday, even though he wasn't nominated. And according to the playing conditions, that's fine. You can be 12th man. Anyone can be 12th man. The Warriors could decide that Pilasande Sitkaba sitting up there in the media centre, he's got Eastern Cape roots. Let's get him to field. And apparently it's fine. But he wasn't allowed to be the substitute. So maybe the laws, the playing conditions should be changed, that whoever's in your squad at the venue can be a substitute. All of this, of course, is governed also by the like for like stipulation as well.
I guess sometimes you have to experience an inconvenience of the law in order to see if there's a reason for it to be changed. And I think this is one of those instances here. Siaplaki, though, completes his 2nd over. He needs to bowl a little bit tighter. He's bowling a little bit too wide, allowing Mutusami to leave a lot of balls. 69 for 5.
I agree with you, yeah. I don't mind the tactic of saying to the Warriors, come and get us outside off stump. But it's got to be a little bit of more of a decision they need to make. Do I play at this? Do I leave it? Blakey really is just wasting the ball there, way outside off stump. What's left of the new ball shine, I think they just need to try and protect a bit better.
Oh, that is an absolute beauty from Vian Mulder. He's been playing around that outside edge of Snesemba Qeshile. Qeshile has no idea what happened there.
It's like the gem of a delivery that got JP King out. I think just a bit of extra bounce might have saved Qeshile here. Oh, too much movement as well. What a beauty that is. Pitching middle, beaten outside the off stump.
And we were speaking about Blakey being too wide. Just look at how tight. The lines are here from Vian Mulder. That's a little bit wider. But that first ball just indicates exactly where you should be bowling. Trying to bowl it on that 4th stump line. Trying to bowl it on the off stump line. Blakey there was just bowling 2 sets of stumps away, you can even say. Just need to make sure that you are hugging the stumps.
Well, that first ball of the over, Qeshile had to play. I mean, look at that. That's pitched middle and off. No option but to play, so it's fabulous bowling.
So he's trying to compensate now because of that movement, starting it much straighter. I think low-key, he's also shocked that he's getting this amount of movement because it's exaggerated.
It really is hooping, isn't it? Yeah, it's... Yeah, I mean, that first ball of the over actually did too much.
It's actually a wonderful surface goodness me. Wouldn't have thought that the bowlers would have so much in it so far. But also, I think it was you, Ken, when I was speaking about that traditionally here in the Wanderers, if you're bowling it in the correct areas, you're always going to get your purchase. Vian Mulder hasn't strayed too far away from his areas. He's absolutely bowling like a freak right now, these last 3 games. And even now he continues.
Well, it's exactly like Matthew Boast this time yesterday. Same sort of thing. If you bowl really well and get enough balls in the right areas, there's definitely reward out there for the seam bowlers. And it'll just have the Warriors thinking back to their bowling effort this morning, where, especially with that second new ball, they just really weren't on the mark.
Just to paint a picture on how ridiculous it's been from Vian Mulder. He's averaging 9 with the ball this season. He's averaging 9.
12 for 45 in one game helps.
Does a lot for you when you can come back as well in the next game and capture 2 for peanuts at under 2 runs to the over. So the importance of that is that it can give you many overs and still go for nothing and still get wickets. I mean, right now his average in this innings is 7.5. His average right now is 7.5, so that's how he works. That's how he operates.
We spoke yesterday about how strong the DP World Lions batting lineup will look for the One Day Cup. They're going to have a useful bowling attack as well. Vian Mulder, Cody Yousef, Luto Sapamla, I presume, will be fit for the One Day Cup. So that's 3 really good quality bowlers. Options for the power play up front. I think Ngaba Peter might play quite a role as well. I thought he bowled really nicely against the Tuskers last week in the 4-day game.
It was really impressive from Ngaba Peter. I was really happy to see that he's taken some wickets because we need a leg spinner. We need to have a leg spinner just for that added variation who's good with the red ball. He's one of the favorite pushed candidates, one of the younger spin bowlers who's a leg spinner. And for him to go at less than 3 runs to the over whilst taking 2 wickets and bowling the amount of overs that he bowled as well. I think he bowled around 12, 13 overs for that return. That's very good for your leg spinner.
Yeah, Ngaba Peter obviously didn't bowl in the first innings when the Tuskers were out for 63.
Can't really bowl when it's 63.
Yeah. But in the second innings, his figures were 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 42. And I think it was 18 off 1 over that he conceded. Who would it have been? Was it... it might have been Sean Gilson took a bit of a liking to him in 1 over. So that's 15 overs for 24, say. I was very impressed by his control mostly. It wasn't so much the wickets that interested me, but I thought he bowled with really good control.
That's why I'm making such an emphasis on that economy, going at less than 3 runs to the over and bowling that for 16 overs. I was selling him short saying 13, 14. Actually, 16 overs is quite a unit to go for that little runs. And I like that you add that context of that big over because now 15 for 26 from 15 overs looks seriously different and it looks seriously skillful as well.
Especially on a ground like the Wanderers, which is really unforgiving for spinners. If you don't get it right, you travel here.
It's a good punch. Speaking of not getting it right, a little bit short and wide from Blakey. Good looking punch shot from Qashile. Goes for 4.
I think it's a brilliant shot by Krashile. Hopefully we'll see a replay. Yeah, the way he got on top of the bounce and controlled it and, to be able to hit that through extra cover. This is a really skillful stroke. Look at that. It's really quite short from Plaiki. Brilliantly played by Krashile.
Wasn't too wide either. Was able to just open himself up very nicely there, Krashile. Good foot movement. Gets the gap. He moves to 23 right now. And you would have hoped that maybe with the adjustment going into the right-hander, like you would be able to just get it to be tighter like we were speaking about. I think he got it right with the first ball that he bowled to Qashile, but then afterwards he's gone back to being a little bit too wide. And it's funny that if he was bowling like that to the left-hander, the ball would be exactly where you need it to be.
Yeah, he's just struggling a bit, Sia Plaki, in this spell. He's the sort of guy, though, that if he does get it right, there's a bit of X factor. He could bowl a wicket-taking delivery.
Something like that, Ken.
Not too far away. Kashile shuffling across his stumps a bit. Half shot from the Lions.
Nice ball to end it up from Siaplaki. Sometimes sometimes, especially like this, it's something Pat Cummins and Kagiso Rabada were speaking about it, how they were bullet fast in their 18, 19 year. I mean, we got to watch it and experience it as well. But then going into their 20s and late 20s, it became less about pace and more about control, ensuring that you land the ball in the correct areas, trusting that your technique is going to allow the ball to do what it needs to do. And I kind of feel as if he's trying to go a little bit too fast here. Siaplaki is really throwing everything at it. And sometimes you can reel it back just a little bit to ensure that you have more control over the ball.
Absolutely. Sean Pollock was a major case in point. Started off as just a real firebrand bowler, but developed tremendous skills. The only thing I will say about that, though, for Siaplaki is his captain might have said to him, just run in and bowl fast. That's the only thing we don't know. The captain might have given him a bit of license, Don't hold back. Come in and blast.
Bjorn Fortuin, here he comes. He got a wicket with his first ball for day one.
Oh.
Right through the defences of Ditego.
When things were looking really dark for the DP World Lions, they were desperate for a wicket. It was the 20th over, and the score was already 68. Lions having won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Oh.
And he was playing a very defiant innings, Mudere Ditego. 58 deliveries for his 16 runs. Perfect fall to what Jordan Herman was doing on the other side.
And especially impressive considering that he suffered a terrible blow to the groin in the second over, and he batted with pain and nausea, apparently, and had to go to hospital once he was out.
Yeah, it's a true fighting spirit. Especially if you have been taken from Division 2, coming into Division 1 in the season. You want to, whatever chance happens, to show that you are worthy of being in the team.
He had a taste of Div 1 cricket a couple of years ago with the Titans.
Oh.
Yeah. Had to just go find himself. Titans do invest in young talent, though. That is the thing. They do invest in young talent. You look at the likes of Jorik van Schalkwyk, the likes of Schalk Engelbrecht. Lesego Kokohlabana, Luandre Pretorius, of course. So many of these young players from the Titans. Mudere Ditego was one of them. Musatwala was one of them as well, but they needed to find different pastures, and it's really good that Ditego has found a home here at the Warriors.
Oh.
25 years old now, Madiwi Diteko. So starting to understand and discover his game, and that's going to be key. So I just want to make the point while we're on it that I think in South African cricket we've got the system a little bit wrong. We're actually not doing our black African batters much help, I fear. Because there's so much pressure to play them, anyone with talent tends to get thrown in when they're young, 19, 20, 21 years old. Here at the senior level. Off you go, good luck, show us what you can do. Whereas white batters only get picked when they're 23, 24, when they know their games a lot better than some 19, 20-year-old. And then unfortunately, what happens is the 19, 20-year-old black African batter, it is very, very, very difficult for any 19, 20-year-old cricketer to make it at senior level. The only guys who do it are your really, really talented, exceptional players. And I'm talking batters here, not bowlers, batters. Quinton de Kock, Luandre Pretorius, even a talent like Devot Brevis didn't crack it immediately, no matter how good he was as a 19-year-old. And now we're expecting black African batters to be the finished article when they're 20 years old. What happens to those guys after they've had their first little taste, haven't cracked it, get left out? Where do they go? What happens to them? I just have a feeling there are probably a whole lot of 26, 27, 28-year-old black African batters who are probably really good finished articles now, but we're not playing them.
Club system is filled with those players. Tons and tons of them, Ken. And I wish we had enough time to have this conversation, but we probably will later on throughout the day. So we'll hold it in for now, Ken, and we will continue it because it does require its time in the light. It's tea time. The lead is 90. And Snetemba Krishile trying to fight the resistance alongside Senoran Mutusami for the Warriors.
Hello and welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium. And the third session is about to get underway in this 4-day series final. Played over 5 days, of course. And it is the third afternoon. In the meantime, we need to just remind you that the one-day cup immediately after this will be on your screens on Pitch Vision. 27th of February, the opening match at St. George's Park. The Warriors taking on the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. And that should be a fantastic start to what promises to be a very, very interesting competition. Midway through that, of course, some of the internationals will be back. Others will be engaged in the IPL. So a lot for Pitch Vision viewers especially to look forward to. We'll be bringing you all the necessary coverage that we are allowed here on this platform. And we'll bring you the best of South African cricket. In the meantime, the best of South African cricket in the 4-day series are on the park. And we've been engaged in a very fascinating contest here between the hosts Lions and also the Warriors. And as we've been saying for most of the early afternoon period, that it has certainly ebbed and flowed in the favor of both teams. But right now it is, in fact, the Lions that are holding sway. The score 80 for 5, the lead is 90. And there's a partnership of real importance underway here. Mutusami, who resumes on 11, Kashila on 23, have mustered a gritty 35-run partnership to save them from any further blushes. They were 45 for 5 at one stage. Cody Yousef opens the proceedings, straight to the left-handed Mutusami, who's looked a lot fluent in this innings of his. And talking to Kamva and also Mpondelo, Ken, about how this game should pan out and how will each session be viewed and surmised. How will it progress? We'll come to that in a moment. Yeah, covers up nicely, gets bat and paired together. Good balance from Mutusami as he pushes into the gap. That it's all about time now and occupation. How often do we say that? Good afternoon, Kamva.
Good afternoon, Aslam. Certainly, it's all about application. But for these two batters have built a partnership of 36. They'll be thinking that is still very, very small at this point in time. They'll want to extend that as further as possible and probably take their team to stumps. That's still far from now. So plenty of steers still yet to come. 40 overs still remain of the day's play. We might not get all of those, but a lot of those will be bowled this afternoon. But they need to be negotiating majority of those, if not right till the end.
Oh boy, what a magnificent delivery. That is absolute class from Cody Yousef. That's bounced and certainly had the better of Senetimbet Kashile, who until this dismissal looked very good for his stay of 58 deliveries. Played some lovely looking strokes as well, but it needed some quality delivery, and especially after the break to produce one slightly wide it may be, but it's the type of delivery at pace batsmen generally tend to follow. It doesn't matter whether you're a top order or a middle order batsman, and that is a quality wicket from a quality bowler.
Oh, look at that delivery, back of the length delivery, just nipping away, and it's straight into the hands of Tilana Pokheta, I believe, at Gully. Exceptional delivery, extra bounce as you mentioned, Aslam, and really just got the better. Bayer Swanepoel, thank you, who really took an easy catch somewhat in that Gully region. I don't think Senator Mkasi could have done much with that. It was coming at him, he had to play at it. He was forced to put a bat out there. And unfortunately got the outside off the bat. The partnership of 36 is broken. It is 81 for 6. Cody Yousef continues where he's left off.
Yeah, wonderful to see. In fact, just watching it live, first off, I thought maybe it was slightly wide, but that was absolutely perfect. Whether you're looking to defend it or leave it, when you look to defend it, and it's just a matter of millimeters, and that's what it was. So Patrick Kruger comes in to join his captain, and the team really in a very precarious position. 81 for 6, the lead, now exactly 91. And I thought as we get into the discussion for the afternoon session, the one would be, what would they be happy to bowl at? In the hope, of course, that Mutasamy can come into his own on a drying pitch and so on and so forth. But I hardly got that thought gathered in my mind when Cody Yousef produces this quality delivery. When it hits that upper half of the bat and carries to gully, you've bowled the perfect short length delivery or short delivery to force the batsman onto his back foot.
It's usually so hard to really not play at that. And one thing this game has given us is a tail that has wagged. And we're not there yet. We're still in the all-rounders and Patrick Kruger. And probably the innings of his season that he'll have to play now with his team in a real spot of bother. Similar length, similar line, but just a bit wider, where it allows Patrick Kruger to just show his hands to it. Something you'll have to do a lot of when facing Cody Yousef. And be very watchful of that one that missed back in as well. So a lot to contend with right now.
Yeah, pressure, because there was pressure in the first innings when he held out to a full toss straight back to Delano Potgieter. Now it's even a more grave situation in which he finds himself and his team find themselves in. So the pressure is on. What a perfect start to a session. The fact that there have been a procession of wickets, so yes, that's been, but so often there's a partnership that gathers. In this case, it was just worth 36, but on many occasions, it may be a lot more than that, past 100 as well. And the best way to start a session is the early wicket, and then you set the tone again. Cody Yousef now, 3 for 22. Picked up 2 for 50 in the first innings.
Yeah, he's really bowled brilliantly in this second innings. So accurate. I think we spoke about his energy earlier on, how his energy really was what drove him and his rhythm. But I think take nothing away from his accuracy as well here in this session. And before T as well, he really just hit the mark so consistently. After that lunch break, he set the tone, as you've mentioned. And it's so important for your leading fast bowler to do that and to lead from the front and ask the early questions. I have Bayer Sonapul, who took the catch just now so long ago.
Yeah, 2 for 24 in his first spell. And in tandem with Cody Yousef, they had the team in lots of trouble. 18 for 1, 29 for 2, 33 for 4, 33 for 3, 38 for 4, 45 for 5. And that's a perfect example of how the two leading lights with the new ball made inroads. And of course, Mulder got in the act as well. Produced a fantastic delivery to outfox the very reliable JP King, who was a first inning centurion. So they broke the heart out of that top order. Did Swanepoel and Cody Yousef to have the team tottering at that score. Clearly, when we talk about momentum, it was gained with the fact that they were the Lions came back with a fighting performance. They were 193 for 7 overnight, and the last 3 wickets produced exactly 98 runs in that opening session this morning, the third morning. And that made the difference because as much as Matthew Boast was really boasting the finest of figures the day before, they weren't able to capitalize this morning. And that momentum stays with the Lions. They came out firing on all cylinders. And we've been talking about that, Kemba, myself, and Umpandelo, also Ken, that the instructions from the dugout must have been pretty clear. That guys, you are better than that. Guard there and make a difference. And that's exactly what we've witnessed in that period between lunch and tea.
Exactly. they've come out firing from all cylinders, especially this pair that's bowling right now in Cody Yousef and Boast. But I do want to say, I want to revisit the conversation that you wanted to mention before that wicket had fallen of Tina of what would be a target here that the Warriors would like to put on. But that's something that they have to think about, particularly maybe not right now. Quick single taken by Mujisami, but they'll have to start thinking, what can we actually put on the total here that can actually be confident in defending? We see still a lot on the surface, but it will require us to bowl really well. And I know this Warriors, I can truly believe they can do it, but what is that score that will put to G the camp up?
Yeah, I think currently with 6 wickets down, if they can add at least another 150 runs at an absolute minimum, they'll have a score of 250 to bowl at. That gives you a chance. And as we said, it's a game of great uncertainties. We've seen partnerships for 8th, 9th and 10th wickets. We've just been talking about it in the Lions lineup. Beautiful delivery. Coming wide of the crease on this occasion by Swanepoel, and produces a superb leg cutter there to beat the outside edge. So anything gives. And that's the beauty of the game. And can they, in fact, these two proper all-rounders get their team back into this contest? Because for most of the 2.5 days that we've watched, it's ebbed and flowed. And the fact that both teams ended just 10 runs shy of each other just showed that you have a very good, even contest on hand. Now, who can actually get ahead? Because until then, you can't really say for even a session that one or the other team was clearly ahead. And the fact that they didn't get a lead of about a minimum of 75, the Warriors, it's all to play for both teams. Bowled him with an absolute beautiful delivery, wide of the crease, Yorker length delivery. He's knocked back the off peg in fine style, and Cody Yousef has come into his own for all of today in those eight overs that he's bowled. That's his 4th wicket, and he's uprooted that off stump of the captain. Perhaps the ball of the afternoon.
Wow. Lions are completely on top now. Cody Yousef, 4 for 22. What a delivery that. Absolute gem of a delivery. Tag back in. And late movement away. Slight movement on that BC outside edge of Mujisami. And hits the top of off. A dream delivery. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
What the Warriors batsmen will be talking about, those that are out, is that they've been out to some fabulous deliveries. High quality cricket, and Yousef leading the light here, leading the Lions here with what has been a superb performance. Immediately after the tea interval, he's made a double break. He's removed Mutasami and also Kashile to 2 superb deliveries, and he's running into form. I mean, you had this huge gap between the SA20 and prior to that the 4-day series, and then you come back into it. You played the 2 matches prior to the final, and I do often feel that whatever happens, the 4-day competition shouldn't have a break in between. I know there are other forces at play, but you in this longer version, you need to have the guys going at each other for a good 8-10 weeks non-stop, or is it maybe even more than that, so that they stay in form and they stay in the rhythm of the longer version of the game. So Cody Yousef certainly running into good form now, and this is exactly what the captain wanted from the fast bowlers, and they've delivered this afternoon.
It was absolutely delivered. He's owned that lunch, in between lunch and tea session and middle session of the day. You could argue that Lions have maybe won majority all the first 2 sessions and probably looking to win this one. And taking day 3 with a scuff of the neck. We call it moving day. Wow. Nothing short of that. Could even have possibly a result today. But there are still 38 overs to come.
Yeah, 7 down. Certainly the Warriors now. I can imagine the jitters in that dressing room. What do you tell lower order batsmen to do when you're up against it? You need a huge total. Nothing's there to even write home about. With that lead, it's now exactly 92. The Warriors are ahead. And just as we were talking about Kashile and Mutusami putting together some sort of a resistance here, as they did just before the tea interval, it's all just fallen apart in rather disappointing fashion for them, but a wonderful performance with the ball. The bowlers have all deserved their wickets. They've bowled beautifully. They've produced some real unplayable deliveries at times.
Nice delivery again in that area. What do they do at this point, the Warriors? And it just really goes back to how important that first session was with that new ball. They'll be looking back to that, the Warriors, thinking, my word, we should have done better. Really should have done better. I know they would have backed themselves to be able to come here and bat a lot better than they have here. Nicely played, but Wesley Badger just puts his bat there, allows that ball to just goes all the way along to the boundary. Really good timing on that one and placement. Gets his first runs of the afternoon. Any runs here will do for the Warriors. Anything, outside edges, inside edges, however they come, they'll take them.
Yeah, soon they'll be happy to see the lead go to 3 figures. It's 96 at the moment. Yeah, he just got his bat, as you said, bat in the way, angled it, and rode off the face of the bat very nicely to that vacant area for 4. Now he goes for the big hit, and he's scored. So unnecessary. That's 5 wickets for Cody Yousef. Badger having just played a neat little stroke, rush of blood, and an easy catch for Sia Plaiki to give Cody Yousef a well-deserved 5th wicket. 86. Is it 86? 86 for 8.
What a bowling performance has been from Cody Yousef. 5 for. Done this within a session. Loose stroke by Wesley Badger. Very similar to his first innings dismissal. Also not needed. In a situation he could have maybe played a better stroke. Delivery that wasn't threatening his stumps. Delivery could have left again. Looks to go big and caught exactly at mid-off once again. Copy and paste of the first innings. Why?
It's a complete miscue, an irresponsible stroke, you have to say. I was just saying, what do you tell the lower order batsmen in the dressing room? How do they try and get the team out of this huge deep hole? And unfortunately for Wesley Badger, a rush of blood after having played a nice boundary. Holds out to Cody Yousef. So before tea, Cody Yousef, 7 overs, 2 for 12. And now he's got 5 for 26. So he's picked up 3 wickets for the addition of 14 runs. Wonderful performance.
Yeah, it's exceptional performance.
So a correction then, it needs to be made because it was 2 for 21. It was at tea after 7 overs. And here now he's into his 9th over. And he's picked up another 3 wickets for the addition of 5 runs. 5 for 26.
I thought that batting performance from Delano Pocket earlier this morning was a real game changer. Talk about this man, Cody Yousef. He's flipped this game on totally on its head, turned things around completely. No one would have guessed this outcome at this point in the day. 86 for 8. Oh, it's the crease. There's Gideon Peters to face Cody Yousef. Yeah, he's got a lot of that zip. It's really carried quite nice and pushed through. So the energy he's bowling with has given him that carry and that gather to straight to the keeper's hands. Keeper's now catching it almost at above chest height. Because all that energy has been poured into that delivery by Cody Yousef.
I think what has been outstanding with the Lions since they took the new ball for the second innings is the intensity with which they've come in and bowled. He's filled up his lungs, and now with that, of course, you can fill up the bucket full of wickets because he's got his, fourth 5-wicket career haul. And that's really what it's all about. You can't take it easy in cup finals, and their bowling performance and the fact that a few catches went down in the first innings was not the best performance in the outfield for the Lions. But 86 for 8 tells you that they've been in complete control.
God's.
So Matthew Boast, who had in fact come in, I'm just looking to see, he came in at number 8. So now we're into the lower order, and I'm wondering if there's some injury that he's nursing, and that they've held him back and allowed the fitter lower order to go out in bat. So Gideon Peters sent ahead of him as well.
What could be interesting is that if this could be the last wicket.
That's why Ken just raised the alarm that, listen, guys, this may be a situation where it may be 9 wickets and it's done with as far as the innings is concerned. Yesterday, Boast took 4 of the 5 wickets that fell. This morning, he seemed to bowl without any issues, although I think he was a little off colour in that he was all over the show, not as effective as he was yesterday, where he attacked the bat and the batsman, actually, on a helpful pitch. This just drops short of the field at gully. So I'm not too sure. I'm sure we'll hear soon what the reason is that he's been held back.
Well. Day 3 has moved us into almost a result.
And you generally look at matches like this where the innings sort of seem to unfold so rapidly, and then you wonder, you look at that pitch and you say, what's up? But really it's been about good bowling, using the facility, using the conditions and your skills to the best of your ability. That's what we've seen happening here. I think this pitch would have been ideal for a full 5 days. At 86 for 8 with a lead of just 97 on the board. Whichever way the game goes still, if anything, it's going to go a little bit deeper into the 4th afternoon. It depends on Kruger and Peters now. How long they can just keep this Lions attack at bay. It's all out attack, 3 slips in the gully.
We were chatting yesterday, myself and Ken and Bendulo, and Monday about how we're thinking, this is definitely a 5-day game. And we'll be here till Sunday, maybe latest before lunch. And we found ourselves, there's Matthew Boast. He's in his white. I'd love to see if he's padded up or not.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Maybe a little too short of a length. Maybe a yard too far back. because if you're leaving, and that you have to say in the end, it was a very good leave, well judged, but a little further up, and who knows, he would have hit the top of off. So 87 for 8, and that after 28 overs. Yeah, another look at that. It was certainly short from Boast Swanepoel. He does rattle up lots of steam when he does run in and bowl. But he'll be very happy with how he's performed with the ball today, Boast Swanepoel. He had 2 for 24 in his 5 overs. That broke the heart of the openers. He got 1 for 63 in the first innings. And this is how Wesley Badger hold out. You can see he's disappointed, but that doesn't help his team. He needed to be thinking about it as he walked through to the pitch and set himself up with a game plan. Now this has just gone wide of the fielder, diving to try and make that catch, but unfortunately for Cody Yousef, the luck on this occasion rides with the batsman.
I'd have to plug that gap right now, because that ball's going to come there again.
No, you're right. And given that the intensity that he's bowling with, and the fact that he's just finding the most perfect length this afternoon, and runs are not really an issue right now for the Lions. If they can pick up the wickets here, especially in the slips cordon, it does mean that there are other areas in which they can try and block off the runs, especially against the tail enders.
That outside edge also brings up the 101.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the field. So they're expecting that being tail enders, and as we saw with Wesley Badger, just playing a wild stroke, there's a deep backward third man just off the boundary, and then deep backward square leg, and also a backward square, or a long leg and a deep backward square leg for the long shot. And then, of course, for the straight hit, there's a long on in position as well for Cody Yousef. So a few plans in place here for the Lions. And he plays a powerful looking stroke. But would you believe that Patrick Kruger has decided that there's no need for a run? I reckon runs are at a premium. However they come, and whoever's at the middle.
I don't think he has a choice, honestly. For me, I would have made the same decision. I don't think Gideon Pieces can really handle the likes of Cody Yousef at this point. I think he's the best, or the most suited to facing him. I know every single run is really important, but I think maybe that might give him the best chance to score the most runs if he's facing the bulk of deliveries.
A point well made. The immediate thought to me was there's still such a long way in the session alone. And then you were mentioning a little earlier, it's now overs left 36, so much to play for. And I suppose he knows Gideon Peters a hell of a lot better than I do. And that's why he's not allowing him to take strike. And maybe we'll just steal a cheeky single somewhere along the line to pick up the one and make sure that he does retain the strike, Patrick Kruger. So it'll be a whole different approach. Now the captain making some changes as well, trying to plug that gap where he anticipates maybe a single will be taken. So removes a slip fielder into the mid-wicket position. So they've got all the singles areas for the singles covered. But Patrick Kruger is happy to leave this one. One ball remains in the over. What does he do now?
Yeah, certainly looking to find a single somewhere, or even a boundary.
Yeah, things have unfolded just so quickly. You wonder if the Warriors even have even had time to think about what has unfolded in just 28.5 overs, 8 wickets down. When they looked the better of the two teams over the first 2 days. Short delivery is going to get the boundary, which means that the Lions will be able to have a go at Gideon Peters. End of the over, 91 for 8. One of us. So Swanepoel still has ball in hand. He'll continue operating from the golf course end. 3 slips and a gully. Await.
It's going to be a tough over to face here for Gideon Peters. He has to leave really well. And anything straight, he has to get his batter right behind it. A few deliveries ago, before Munsami was dismissed, played a really good front foot defensive stroke, and he will need to pull off one of those with anything straight.
So there's actually 3 slips and a fifth slip in position. Bowled him, brought one back. The previous delivery, he was shouldering arms, but his foot went straight down the line. It didn't go across, and now we know why Patrick Kruger was not taking those runs. Gideon Peters castled by Beyers Swanepoel. A beautiful delivery, well set up. Identified it with the previous delivery. That's 9 wickets down, 95 for 9. A most extraordinary turnaround here at the DP World Wanderers Stadium in this 4-day series final.
Oh, my word. Ball jagging back in. And left one. Misjudged that one completely. Matthew Boast coming out. He's in the tunnel now. Here he is. But lower down the water than we expected. Doesn't seem like he's walking uncomfortably. So.
Well, only they would know why. He's coming in at number 11. So 1 wicket away, and the lead is exactly 105. Now we've seen some comebacks with the ball, and this one in domestic cricket has to be a standout performance. In fact, if we watch the first ball that he faced in this over, maybe we'll get a replay on that. But just to show that, or just to indicate that his foot went straight down the line, left, middle and off stump exposed. And on this occasion, he leaves the delivery. So his judgment is completely, he's misjudged it completely. And the off stump uprooted. So Beyers Swanepoel will be looking to add to his 3 wickets, with Matthew Boast out in the middle. Bats left-handed, bowls right-handed.
Beyers Swanepoel pulls out there as he is coming in. Not too sure if it was Matthew Boast who stopped him. He wasn't ready. What a turnaround.
You know, you want to see a close contest, especially in a final. 2 of your best teams domestically in this format. But then you can't take away the bowling performance. And I think you've emphasized it, and so has Mpundelo. The partnerships this morning, and the fact that the Lions were able to add 98 runs made such a difference. And then the bowlers following up with the ball in hand. And a completely different performance from the first day, where the Lions had won the toss, elected to bowl on that occasion, and looked very much a different team with the ball in hand.
It looked like a really different unit. I would have expected a much, much better innings here from the Warriors. To be blown away like this, really disappointing. Oh, there's the last wicket. Beyers Swanepoel. It is 95 all out. Believe it or not, Warriors are bowled out within a session. 29 overs blown away.
So double wickets, 2 wickets in this over. And this time he's with an angling delivery, Yorker length. And he's found the bottom of the stump. So that is the end of Matthew Boast and the Warriors innings. A very, very disappointing performance. And so glad is the bowling coach that he's on the field congratulating his bowlers. And I think that is because a plan has come together. And what a plan it has been. Nothing much to speak about on that batting card, because that's what this is called. But it's the bowlers that are outstanding. There was a bit of resistance from Jordan Herman, but he looked to get on with things very early on and hold out. And then there was Ashile, who did very well to shepherd his team towards that T interval. But immediately after that, he was then caught with a fabulous delivery from Cody Yousef. And not much to say about the rest of that lower order, but to add that Cody Yousef and Swanepoel have been absolutely fantastic. Between them, they've shared 9 wickets, 1 for Vian Mulder.
Wow, what a turnaround. What a game that we've witnessed. What a session. Lions didn't know how to blow teams away. Did that to the Tuskers. Now to the Warriors. Wouldn't have expected that in this third innings. Ripped apart. And the chief destroyer there was Cody Yousef. 5 for 34. Just 10 overs and 2 maters in that. Absolutely brilliant. But with such great energy. And backed up by Bayer Swanepoel. Also picking up 4 of 31. In 8.4, his opening partner. And also, Vian Mulder was brilliant in his ball in hand, who also was partnered by Delano Poker and the rest in Beyond Fontaine and Sia Blakey with 1 and 3 overs apiece.
Yeah, so that's an encouraging performance, to say the least. It's now all up to the batsmen to just knock off these 105 runs. And what is interesting to actually note is that Seamers have taken the 10 wickets in the third innings of the match. And then Mutasamy got the 1. So in the second innings, which was the Lions innings, just 1 spinner. And when the Warriors were batting, 305 all out, there was nothing for Bjorn Fortuin. So what we were saying over the first 2 days about the wondrous pitch and how it's played and why it was known in its time for being a seamer's paradise, it has just showed itself up here in this over the last 3 days. These are the wickets that fell after the drinks interval, and the quality of deliveries have really been what's been outstanding from the 2 bowlers. Swanepoel again here, and clean bowls. Peters, and then 2 balls later to tie up the innings, and a great performance by Swanepoel and the rest of the bowlers. Uproots the leg stump, and that is the end of the innings. So 95 all out in just 29.5 overs. What a way to close the 4-day series for the Warriors. Lots of thinking to do. There's the match summary where it stands right now, and in the remaining overs, which I don't think they've just adjusted yet because of the change of innings, but it will probably go down to about 33, maybe 32 overs left in the day if light holds. That's the period that the Lions have to knock off the 105 runs. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back with the Lions innings. give us a take on how you felt the afternoon has gone.
The bowling in the first innings in the first day, 2 days ago, was pretty shoddy from the Lions. But I don't think it was as poor as the batting that we saw here from the Warriors. And credit must be given to Cody Yousef, Bear Swanepoel bowling the lights out. But that's where the test truly comes. This is when you need to dig in and fight. Your bowlers have done such a great job to give you somewhat of a lead. And then the strokes were just weird. From the first wicket of Jordan Herman chasing one that was 5 stumps away, to them leaving balls that were not supposed to be left, trying to attack deliveries that couldn't be attacked. It was an innings that lacked patience, an innings that tried to repeat what they did in the first, but couldn't because the bowling was that much better. And they really still should be batting, Aslam. Tomorrow morning we should be coming in, Warriors still batting, up until lunch tomorrow. This has been quite poor for their standards and for a final game as well.
Without a doubt. So Wesley Badger has the new ball in hand. He'll be operating from the Collar Drive end, which is the Unity stand end here at the iconic Wanderers Stadium. And he'll be operating to the opener, Seletswana, and Dominic Hendricks, the captain. 106 the target. And the game has certainly been in fast motion for especially the period between lunch and just after tea.
An issue now, Aslam, is that the bowlers are not rested either. They just finished bowling less than 2 hours ago. And this is them bowling over after over because they eventually bowled over 100 overs in their first innings. And now the batters didn't give them time to get their energies back. And now they have to do it all over again.
Yeah, they'll look to their bowling attack and say, right, who can be the match winner? Who of the 2 or 3 of our leading bowlers can actually make early inroads and put the jitters in amongst the Lions batsmen? We'll just get confirmation if that is off the bat. And indeed it is. So Seletswana off the mark.
My biggest worry here, Aslam, is that Matthew Boast is not opening the bowling. I'm looking for him. His jersey number is number 8. Number 8 is not on the field. Matthew de Villiers is currently in substitute for Mudiri Dutego, and it seems like Mohamed Manak is in the field. No Matthew Boast. That's a massive problem for the Warriors.
Dominic Hendricks about to take up the cudgels. His first ball of the second innings.
But these are professional players. Their first spells will probably be as strong as their first. So now the issue here will become, where are they going to get their wickets? Wesley Badger, he'll be good for his first spell, 4 or 5 overs. Will he be able to return for another spell? Inside edge. It's going to be stopped at fine leg. Here's Mohamed Manak. Definitely no Matthew Boast on the field.
Yeah, so he's got more than just a niggle. And that just adds to the woes of the Warriors. They're woeful with the bat. That's a thick inside edge. Fortunately, it was wide outside the off stump, so it was nowhere near hitting the stumps. Manak has to gather the ball at fine leg. So 3 on the board.
It's going to be a long toil. Gideon Peters must raise his hands in this innings now. He got a fifer last week against the Dolphins. There's no Matthew Boast. He's the man with the gas, with the pace. Took 1 wicket, but was a little bit pricey for his work. Right now, he's going to need to find whatever Bear Swanepoel and Cody Yousef found in that previous innings.
we're talking about taking up cudgels, taking up the responsibility. You were mentioning earlier about Swanepoel having left the Warriors to come up here, and Boast has now gone in to fill those big boots. And he's had such a fantastic season. And what a fabulous first innings with the ball he had. Looking forward to watch him, and I've mentioned that he certainly adds to the stocks of the fast bowlers in South African cricket. But unfortunately, a niggle has made him redundant as far as bowling is concerned.
Aphiwe Mnyanda, he's been around the circuit for a while. It's shocking that he's only played 7 first-class games. But he's a really good player. I don't know how often we've seen a player, maybe Ken, you can help us here, open the batting and open the bowling in a match. Aphiwe Mnyanda. Happy one, and Ken confirming, a little bit unusual, but here he comes.
I'll go back to South African cricket pre-unity. The great Eddie Barlow opened the innings with a bat, and then, of course, and was magnificent with a bat. And I think 12 test hundreds, and maybe triple that in first-class cricket when you add the county season with South African season. And he was certainly no mug with the ball. Absolutely brilliant he was. So he comes to mind immediately. Morne Morkel did it in a test match, but there's a backstory to that, of course. He went and told the likes of Graham Smith and Mickey Arthur and the rest that I finished the innings not out at number 11. I might as well go in and open the innings. In any case, I think Smith was injured that day.
It was some sort of injury.
Yeah. So we're not going to write that one down, Mpundello. You can keep that, Ken.
Oh, who would have known I'm sitting here with 2 cricket almanacs right next to me.
Oh, that's a lovely looking stroke. A nice, neat clip of that in front of that front pad.
You know, in starting off this innings, there's really no need to press the pedal down and try to go at 7th gear for the Lions. Even though they could and finish the game in about 20 overs, there's really no need, especially starting it off. The bowlers feel like this is their chance to get the wickets. This is their best chance. So if they see off the respective first spells, then over number 20 odd, that's when they can start really going and just finish the game off.
I'm sure there are many in the history of the game, first class. And then, of course, you've got all these formats now at test level as well that have probably done the same. I'm not sure if Eddie Barlow actually opened the bowling in a test match. Provincially, he certainly did. Oh, this ball keeps a little low, probably hitting the flat side as it goes through. And then for quite some time, he did bat in the middle order for South Africa, and that's when he produced some of his finest test innings away from home. Double 100, I think, in Australia.
Like we said in that first innings, Dominic Hendricks has had an inning season that has just been under the shadows of the work of Connor Esterhazen and Delano Potgieter in the middle order because they've done so many great saving jobs. But Dominic Hendricks, 200s and 5 50s for the opener, one of his finest seasons, is really locking in and playing some good stuff, Dominic Hendricks. Even the 50s that he scores in vintage Dominic Hendricks style.
And he plays a vintage off-drive, beautifully played. Sweet half volley, wide outside the off stump. That's his favorite spot. And he has a low center of gravity, so very easy to latch onto that. Just watch this again. He's bent, he's low down, and produces a beautiful square drive.
It's been one of the stalwarts and ambassadors of South African domestic cricket, Dominic Hendricks. But even he still has the hopes of donning that Protea jersey, even if it's just one time. He has over 10,000 first-class runs right now.
There was an opportunity in that series against the New Zealanders. It's actually 2 years since that happened. Can you believe it? When a second-string team went across.
Then after 2 years, eventually they lifted the title. That's the important thing for the South Africans. But
a year and a half later, where they just turned things so magnificently to actually win, what was it, 9 out of 8 test matches on the trot to qualify for that, and then just giving the finger to the rest of the world who felt South Africa shouldn't have been there.
Full toss. Not a good ball from Beja. The easiest ball Richard Seletswane could receive and ask for, and it's driven for 4.
Yeah, a sprinkling of scholars who've come in to watch. Yeah, very full toss, wide outside the off stump, just at around thigh height, easy to deal with. Gaps found pretty easily as well in the opening overs.
Beja does not deserve this, Aslam. He really doesn't. He's been bowling so well.
Well, listen, if you get 5 for 34 and your name is Cody Yousef and the other 5 wickets went to Boast 5 for 58, you get those situations. And then you get, cricket is a cruel game. I mean, how often you see the top order get dismantled and then guys in the middle order go and score double hundreds. So, that's why it is a test of temperament and patience and everything else that goes with it. Wesley Beja may have had a few good moments already in his career, and I'm sure that in time he will have them. What a fantastic take that is from Kashile. Seletswane stretches for this one, wide outside the off stump of the bowling of Wesley Beja, and a one-handed catch of high quality from the veteran wicketkeeper Kashile. First wicket down, 12 for 1.
Disappointed with himself, Richard Seletswane there. Not the bestest of strokes. That's a leavable ball. 100% a leavable stroke. Got drawn by the juicy length of Wesley Beja. He bowled 24 overs in the first innings, and he's continuing with that. Virgil gets his first scalp.
Well, I'll say something about that particular delivery, because sometimes we overemphasize and overfocus on the batsman and the stroke that he's played. But you have to give credit to Wesley Beja. He pitched it up. It was in that slot. He invited the batsman to hit. And he does get just that little bit of movement. But what a catch. That's really what this dismissal is all about. But hats off to both Beja and Kashile for that catch. Striding into the middle, Zubair Hamza.
The Lions are spoiled with the amount of consistent runs they have in their batting order. Dominic Hendricks, one of them. Zubair Hamza joining him, another one of them. Then you have Esterhuizen, Potgieter and Mulder. 5 batters who just score runs for fun in the 4-day series for the Lions. But Wesley Beja, in his outing for the Warriors, getting the job. And Zubair Hamza, you'll see how fabulous of a record he possesses. 110 first-class matches now for the 30-year-old. And he's playing the finest cricket of his life.
Yeah, didn't have a good start with his international career. Did occupy the crease for a long time. Showed that he has the technique for the game. But it's the manner and the modes of some of those dismissals which I'm sure that he's worked on. And as you say, I mean, one of the leading run scorers, not just this season, but even the previous one, where I think he was up amongst the top 3. So brimming with talent, all the promise is there, and he did go on one of the recent tours to with the South African team, and was he at the World Test Championship? I'm not sure, but nevertheless, he's obviously knocking the door. They've recognized the fact that he's been scoring the runs, and generally, there's a history of players, especially batsmen, who've not had it easy in the opening period of their careers, come back much stronger. 12 for 1. Wesley Badgers deserved that wicket with having produced a beautiful delivery, and the Lions need just 94 runs to win.
Really threw it, but what a catch from Qeshile. He covered the distance of where first slip would have been. It's what you want from a wicket keeper, don't you? He can save you a fielder if he's agile and skilled enough. You can use that fielder elsewhere. Fantastic grab from Qeshile.
Top catch. Top catch. He'll probably be talking about it on the plane back home.
They need to win first to make that chat nicer.
Listen, win or lose, he's going to remember that catch. I'm sure he's taken a few like that during his career. He's played this game for a long time.
I wanted to put more with the bats, though. Qeshile.
Well, that goes for the entire Warriors team in that second innings.
It was really tough for all of them. That entire slip cordon. Qeshile, De Villiers, Kruger, Mutusami, all runs in their hands, but none given today.
Remember, I was on air for the pay station about a year and a half back, and Warriors were playing, and I was keeping a very keen eye on Qeshile, and he performed very well with the bat. Seemed to have I can't remember whether it was a problem on one of his hands or was it a niggle in the leg, but he really struggled. But the way he batted, and he showed so much of application at the crease. And there's been this call from Cricket South Africa that players of colour, especially of the black African stock, that they need to be batting in the top order. And I looked around and I said, there's not much going at the Warriors, and why not him? To at least maybe even give the gloves away to another potentially good wicketkeeper and just allow Qeshile, with all of his experience, to bat. And I still maintain that that's something that they could actually do, and give him that responsibility, because he can score hundreds, as we've seen this season and when he started his career at professional level. Highly skilled, and so much was spoken about him. I think if I remember well, it was in a one-day setup that he got 90 odd, and then followed that up with a few other big scores. And there was this whole big excitement about Sinatemba Qeshile coming into domestic cricket in such fine style. And not too many of my co-commentators were impressed with that observation. It was only an observation. But as I said now, I still maintain that he's the type of a player, if you give him the opportunity, he'll take that responsibility. Here the Lions captain plays a neat little off drive.
I'm not opposed to that idea at all. At all. I think it might even work. He has the makes of what a number 4 batter could possibly do. And he can do it really well. I mean, watching him in that New Zealand A series, how he played and how he applied themselves was absolutely fantastic. And you speak about how he's been playing well. I mean, Qeshile in the SAA last year, went to the West Indies, got a half century, got a century in the 50 over stuff, then a century for New Zealand A with SAA. I mean, that's speaking that he's starting to produce. And Zubair Hamza's the same. Said he's in the fringes. He's very much in the fringes. Number 3 for the SAA side for the past 2 years now. It's been an SAA number 3 for the past 2 years now. Aslam Khosa would leave us. And he will vacate the commentary. Thank you for the insight. It's all been wonderful. But Dominic Hendricks, with good enough cricket and good enough play, you'll never know with how things open up in the SAA side that he might get a chance. You first want to see Gavin Kaplan make his way into that SAA side if it were to ever to happen. Connor Esterhazen has already made his way there. Delano Potgieter is not too far from the 50 or from the white ball stuff. But Dominic Hendricks just needs a little bit more and he will be there. The one problem is his age. His age might be a little bit against him, mid-30s. So Berger with a wicket. Kavanyagana joining us in the commentary. Hendricks on strike. Hendricks with a fantastic drive. Goodness me. Shot of the innings so far. Wonderful strike from the Lions captain.
Absolutely brilliant stroke. Picks that gap through the covers, a gaping hole in the covers. And gets really good timing on that. That's Dom Hendricks, the captain. How he'll dearly love to get his team over the line and get his hands on that trophy.
And he was really disappointed last year drawing it against the Titans. You could just tell from the way he was picking himself up during the post-match interview. Just popping it up into the air safely. And when we spoke 2 days ago during the toss, he was so confident in what he needs to do and what the team needs to do. And boy, haven't they produced.
Yeah, I certainly have. Produce and a half. Especially in this afternoon session. Oh, they can be proud of that.
"87 runs to win. 87 runs to win." We will be playing for the next hour and 15 minutes. If the light permits and the score is reachable enough, we could extend, just like the Warriors extended the first session. The Lions can extend this session so that they can close off the match. But 87 runs needed in about 20 to 21 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, you think it's highly possible they could get there, the decent run rate. Especially they're going already 4.3 per over. To carry on in that vein, certainly getting to that 87 before the end of day's play. And I'm sure they wouldn't want to come back for another day here.
Did you ever think that this might be the final day of the match?
I was sure it's just going to day 5, without a doubt. I knew my weekend is spent here at the Wanderers Stadium. I'd planned everything to be here.
I was getting ready to listen to you guys over the weekend as well. But here we are. We might be finishing this together. It will depend on how the Lions take this forward. They've been scoring at around 4 runs to the over. If they continue scoring at this rate, they will win. And if Dominic Hendricks continues scoring like this, he might get himself yet another 50, currently on 13. It was a really good strike.
Hello, Canva. I think the happiest person in the ground at the moment, apart from the DP World Lions players and management, is our producer, Leobona Potawa, who all he's wanted the whole game is a quick game. His support the team he's supporting has varied depending on who can deliver him the quickest win over the few days. That's nicely struck away by Zubair Hamza. It will be hauled in just before the boundary. Easy couple of runs.
Yeah, making the chase look very easy and making that batting of the Warriors even worse. But it's getting darker, I have to say. It will make for an interesting last little hour or so remaining. If they were to extend, obviously, if they need about maybe 20 to 30 odd runs to win, come 5:30.
One hand off the bat, but smeared away through cover point for 4 by Hamza. Yes, Kamva. There's no reason for the Warriors not to allow the extra time tonight. If the playing conditions had been the same as last season, where a drawn final you share the title, maybe they could have said, okay, the Lions need 12 runs to win with 9 wickets in hand, but it might rain for 2 days. But it's no longer the case. If the match is drawn, the team that finishes first on the log, which is the Lions, will take the title. So there's no reason why the Warriors shouldn't agree to extra time. Our Leah Bonner insists that he's actually a Dolphin supporter. That's why he doesn't care who wins this final, as long as they make it quick. Oh, it looks like he's going to get his wish.
Nice delivery. A little too late for Apia Nyanda, who really hasn't performed well with ball in hand. It's really sad to see, honestly. I think for the majority of this game, Warriors had full control of it. And then everything just changed, I think, in 3 sessions. If you include the first session this morning, second session, and this one here, which they've pretty much lost the game.
Well, it's been a terrible day for the Warriors. Some good bounce by Mnyanda. He's found that spot a couple of times today on that pitch. Let's not forget he was bowling this morning. Opened the bowling this morning. It's been a horror day with just the second new ball going horribly wrong. Matthew Boast picked up an injury. He's their key bowler. The disruption of Modiri Diteko having to be subbed out of the game. The whole batting lineup just collapsing. Yeah, it's just been an extraordinary day. Probably best to focus on the positive, though, which is how absolutely brilliantly the Lions have played. Wesley Bedger continues. Delano Potgieter, the man again, the man of the hour. He is just such a clutch player. And along with, the other thing the Lions are so good at are their tail. They get stuck in. They invariably contribute. And this morning, Cody Yousef, Boast, Swanepoel and Sia Plaiki all helping to add those 102 runs for the last 3 wickets. And in the bowling after lunch, Cody Yousef, my word. You can see why he's a test bowler. That was just ferocious stuff, brilliant stuff. Controlled, blistering fast bowling. And Boast Swanepoel not too far behind either with his swing bowling.
I think someone really whispered to him that shows what you got here, man. I think there was some really some maybe nice words said to him. Oh,
Edged and down. Down at first slip. It might have come off Kashile's gloves. Good delivery from Wesley Badger. He's bowled well in this match and hasn't had much luck in the wickets department.
no way. An absolute dolly. Goes down. Who's there? Second slip.
First slip.
First slip, sorry. Oh, my word. That's the last thing you want. If there was any ever chance for you to try and come back here or create some sort of miracle, it was there. 25 for 2, 81 more runs to win. Yeah, there was that. It's De Villiers. Matthew De Villiers. He was probably switched off.
Well, we saw Vian Mulder put down something similar in the slips earlier today. Also seemed to come to him quite slowly, and that one also didn't hurry to him. Oh, goodness. The Warriors' day just gets worse. And then, always, you get the boundary straight away.
Salt in the wounds. That's exactly what happened actually when Remal dropped the catch.
It happens every time, Trevor, I promise you. Within the next couple of deliveries of a guy being dropped, the poor old bowler will then go for 4.
Nice. Not nice visuals at all.
Well, very nice for the one side.
Just to confirm, will there be a whole trophy presentation that will take place?
Going back to what you were talking about, the bowling and the chat at lunchtime, and we've been quite critical of the Lions' bowling effort on the first day, especially that first morning. Well, I could tell you the DP World Lions players are their own harshest critics. The bowling group under Alan Donald and Garnet Kruger. That performance this afternoon did smack of a bowling group who had been really hard on themselves and were very disappointed in how they played in the first innings, and were determined to come back this afternoon and really make an impact. I will just say though, the difficulty of batting third when you don't have a sizable first innings lead, a lot easier for the bowling attack to come out and make a big impact quickly, and that's what the Lions did. Patrick Kruger.
Yeah, not having a first innings lead and to be able to be forced now to kind of make the play, because I think it does kind of change your mind frame when you have a first inning lead of maybe, we spoke about 80 odd would have been a good one, or 70, something just to have as an insurance kind of policy for you to go in there and maybe bat a little bit slightly more freely, and to only have 11 at the end of it. Starting with 112, it really then kind of dejects you. You know, you have to now start from afresh, put a total out there, set a total. Having an 80-run lead, or you can now start maybe bat a bit slower, take a bit more of your time, kind of slow down the rate and respect a lot more deliveries. But take nothing away from the bowling performance of the Lions. So they didn't allow them to let anything go. Made him play almost everything.
No ball called. I think also having such a disappointing morning session, and one in which they had the second new ball early on to try and wrap up the innings, I think mentally the Warriors took a blow as well. I think it took the wind out of their sails a bit. And all the momentum was with the Lions when they came out after lunch. Handsomely hit over the top by Zubair Hamza. Not timed perfectly though, so just a couple of runs.
I just chipped it up in the air. When you initially came out of the bat, you thought, it's going for 4. Didn't really come out nice.
Ah, there's a proper straight drive all along the carpet, and that one's sweetly timed for 4.
Absolutely creamed straight down the ground. Hit the middle of the bat. Racing to that 105 run target for the Lions to win CSA 4-day series final. One that they drew last year and looking on the way to victory right now.
It'll be the 3rd successive season that their name appears on that trophy. Oh, that's a good comeback by Patrick Kruger, just getting his length better there, dragging it back a bit, and Hamza beaten outside his off stump. The Lions last year had to share the trophy with the Titans. The season before that, they beat Western Province here in a real humding over final. There's the lovely straight drive for 4 again by Zubair Hamza. Oh, magnificent, beautiful hands to get that in the gap, coming through the stroke. Lovely Zubair Hamza to end the over with his 2nd boundary.
Lovely way to end the over and lovely way to end my day.
Wesley Bedger perseveres on from the caller drive end. So just 66 more runs needed to win. Just under an hour's play left available. Technically 23 overs left in the day, so we're not going to get 23. Dominic Hendricks usually pretty strong on the cut. That one just killed dead in front of him, and there you see him suggesting that maybe he should have played the pull shot. It was a little bit close to him in terms of the cut, but as I said, he is strong on that particular stroke. Perhaps complicating matters as it's looking quite gloomy away to the East Rand. Well bowled by Bedger. Just straightening on Hendricks, but he had it well covered. So looking a bit dark and stormy over Benoni Way. Hopefully that weather won't head over the Wanderers. squared up properly that time. Dominic Hendricks, there was a hint of it the previous delivery. That one beat him all ends up. A really good ball by Wesley Bedger, who's really tried hard with the ball. He's come in, he's hit the deck hard. That is an outstanding delivery. One must say, and you see the umpire, Bungani Jele, vigorously tapping his hip or his thigh to indicate that that hit Dominic Hendricks' back leg going through. That would have been the noise and the deviation. So we welcome back Pendula Magabani. Again, Bedger, this has been a really good over from him. And Hendricks will steal a run off the last ball, just squeezing it out into the gully region. 41 for 1 after 9 overs. And there are 65 runs left to win. Pendulo, it seems pretty certain that the DP World Lions are going to win this match. If it were up to you, player of the match, we'll give you some time to mull over that one.
Probably on to you after the over, Ken. It requires a lot of thought because Matthew Boast made it happen for them, but also Jordan Herman made it happen at the top to give them the impetus. JP King gave them stability. Cody Yousef ripped them apart. So many options. It's been a really good game of cricket. It's just that third innings really lacked.
One name you haven't mentioned, who I would think is a contender, is Delano Potgieter. As short and wide to start by Patrick Kruger, and Hendricks gets another single. Delano Potgieter, 88 not out in that Lions' first innings. Came in when they were in desperate trouble, 102 for 5. And with the help of the tail, got them to 295, just 10 runs behind.
You know what, Ken? Not the worst shout. Because it was because of him, genuinely, it was because of him that the Lions got those 90 runs at the early morning.
Hit away very hard down the ground by Zubair Hamza. And 4 more runs. He generally looks so elegant as to Zubair Hamza, but there was a touch of brutality in that stroke. He really bashed it.
Over the top as well. There was never a threat of the ball being caught. Placed it to perfection.
I wonder, because the next match the DP World Lions play will be One Day Cup. Perhaps a bit of an audition happening here for that team. It's going to be difficult to get into that batting lineup with Temba Bavuma, we believe, is going to be playing. Rassie van der Dussen, Reza Hendricks, Vian Mulder. It's 4 places gone already.
Goodness me, you still have Evan Jones in the sidelines. You still have Mitchell van Buren waiting, Joshua Richards.
I can only think that Zubair Hamza's trying to get in some one-day cup practice. Yeah, he might be an option to open the batting, actually. Never know.
Thing is, the 50 over game is still a long game. It's a mid to long game because people forget that you still have to bat a couple of hours to ensure that your innings is strong. Think of a Hashim Amla, who's one of the greatest one-day batters of all time. But people don't think about him when you think of great one-day batters because of his style of cricket. More conservative, but very effective.
Well, his strike rate was in the 90s.
Exactly.
That
Ken.
proves your point,
Exactly.
Pendulo. No question, one of the best to have ever played one-day cricket. The key for me opening the batting in 50 over cricket is you want someone who can score boundaries playing normal shots, traditional shots, because of the fielding restrictions. Someone who can, another no ball by Patrick Kruger, someone who could drive it nicely through the covers or down the ground, just playing conventional shots but can get boundaries. You look at the Herschel Gibbs, for instance, Hashim Amla, case in point. These are your sort of ideal openers, I'd say.
And I think additionally, you want someone with a very low dot ball percentage. You want someone who can turn over the strike whenever they feel like it. Because you need to compensate. If you're not going to be smashing boundaries all the time.
And that is a smashing boundary by Zubair Hamza, heaved over mid-wicket, away for 4. 50 up for the DP World Lions, so just 55 more needed to win.
The Lions bat up to number 10. That's an incredibly deep batting lineup. So even if Zubair Hamza loses his wicket, it's clear that they're trying to finish this today. I want to come back tomorrow. Zubair Hamza gets under it, superbly timed. Love the fact that in the way that he plays, he can still spread his hands and make that shot look good and work.
Now, through extra cover, not as well timed, and it'll just be 1. The other thing I'd add to that is because you're facing 2 new balls for 10 overs, it's going to be doing a bit. You've got to have a good technique, a good defensive technique as well. So that's why, I think guys who open the batting or bat number 3 normally in first-class cricket are a good way to go.
But then you look at the current team right now. How it's been a really long time where the top 3 is as solid as they are. You think of Quinton de Kock, Aidan Markram and Ryan Rickleton, and you wonder, who of those do you switch around? Who of those do you work? And then you bring in Temba Bavuma at number 4 in the 50 over game and the test game. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, and Josh Richards, I guess, in contention to open, maybe with Zubair Hamza. Reza Hendricks might open. Rassi van der Dussen at 3, Temba at 4, or vice versa. Mulder at 5. I think Wandile Makwetu looks to be back in decent form. He has done a little bit of opening the batting in white ball cricket. He might be an option.
I think I wouldn't deviate too far from the names that you've mentioned in the order that you've mentioned them. It's a solid team. It's beyond solid. It's actually a really strong team. And then even when you come into the bowling, you still have a strong team. Cody Yousef, if he produces whatever we just saw today, we're going to see something magnificent. Lusosi Pamla is always a handful with the white ball stuff. Peter, really good team.
Don't think Mapaka will be available for most of it. T20 World Cup commitments. Heaved away again over the leg side by Zubair Hamza. He's taken a heavy toll on anything short today.
And it's not reckless. He knows that there's no one in the deep, no one at that mid-wicket, and so he takes it on. you would be hoping as the captain, Senoran Mutusami, that he mistimes one and it gets caught, because you know that if you push that mid-wicket down in the deep, he's going to manipulate that space. He's going to gun for 2 runs. They put the deep square leg there, so let's see how he's going to maneuver now.
Lovely drive and lots of work to be done by Matthew Beertka. But he got it done. Good save. Just to go back to our player of the match conversation. I'm undecided myself. I think it's between Delano Potgieter and Cody Yousef. Again, Hamza waited for that nicely, launching it over the top. They are going to come back for 3. Oh, good running by Dominic Hendricks to the danger end. Yeah, so it was Delano Potgieter who brought the Lions back into the game, put them on level terms, and Cody Yousef who really rammed home the advantage with that spectacular spell of 5 for 34 in 10 overs. So I guess it depends which one of those 2 you think is more important. That is not my decision.
I think Delano Potgieter takes it, and I'll tell you why. It just slipped my mind because there was a better bat, there was a better ball, but his combination of both was really good for the Lions, because his 3 wickets in the first innings, first and foremost, were really crucial to start breaking apart. Took the wickets of Matthew Bretsky, wicket of Kreshile, and the wicket of Patrick Kruger. And then when he came into bat, it's not the fact that he got the 88, and that he didn't lose his wicket for that 88, or that he batted for 180 deliveries. I think it's the way he marshaled his partnership alongside Cody Yousef, alongside Bayer Swanepoel, and lastly, most importantly, against Siyaplaki. He played that partnership, that final partnership, to absolute perfection. And so you look at it now, and those 29 runs that he scored by himself for that final partnership over 45 minutes, he was the difference maker for the Lions. Broke the middle order in the first innings and got them over that 290 mark. I think that's a good shout.
I'm now going to play devil's advocate and
Oh no.
see your 3 wickets for Potgieter in the first innings and raise you Cody Yousef's 25 runs, batting in 42-run partnership with Delano Potgieter. Crucial stand. We'll leave you to mull over that during the drinks break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Back we are. 47 more runs needed to win for the DP World Lions. Patrick Kruger to Zubair Hamza. More easy runs on the leg side, and 4 of them.
Kruger suggesting that Beja could have been a little bit finer, but then not the greatest delivery. And after 53 balls, Zubair Hamza and Dominic Hendricks bring up their 51-run partnership. Came in just 40 minutes. 42 to be exact. There are 41 minutes left for the game's play. So that tells us that in this rate that they are going in, those 43 runs left to win should be covered in time.
And just 53 balls for that 50 partnership. So going at just about a run a ball, these two. Zubair Hamza leading the way, 36 not out.
Still playing fearlessly, Hamza. That's what I like. The role that he needs to play here is understood clearly. And beyond being a number 3, you still need to be flexible as a player in general. And I like this approach. It's very nice.
42 to win for the 4-day title. The CSA 4-day series crown looks to be remaining at the DP World Wanderers Stadium, barring a miracle. 9 wickets in hand, 42 to win. Warriors not having their main strike bowler in Matthew Boast.
It really helps then that the Lions had different bowlers firing. Beja bowled well, Kruger bowled well, but from a wicket-taking front, it was Matthew Boast who did the damage. And then in the first innings, we saw Vian Mold and Dilano Potgieter. Then in the second innings, we saw Bear Swanepoel and Cody Yousef. So 4 bowlers all raising their hands. And here, you needed a Gideon Peters, you needed a Kruger to really raise their hands.
Edged and taken at first slip. Just Dom Hendricks sparring at that one a bit. Well, the skipper would have wanted to have been there when the winning runs were hit. But he's not, unfortunately, gone for 19 of 34 deliveries with 3 fours.
Was dropped earlier on from the bowling of Wesley Beja. Couldn't continue from that. Nice ball from Patrick Kruger. Just fished for it far from away from his body, from away from his stumps. Easy catch at the slips. For the 64 for 2 now. The Lions need 42 runs to win. And I guess at the end of the day, if the team is rolled out for 95, you can't really point to the bowlers and say it's the bowler's job who are supposed to score. And so the situation here needs the bowling to create some miracles, really, without Matthew Boast.
Well, I think a really bad day for the Warriors was started in the morning when the bowling did go awry. Yeah, just reaching for that one a bit. Dominic Hendricks, nice channel from Patrick Kruger, just straightening a bit on the left-hander. But the day began with the Lions $193 for 7. In that situation, with the new ball 7 overs away, you're looking for a quick kill. You definitely are. And that would have given the Warriors a lead of around 100. Makes a massive difference in the game. And unfortunately, the bowling this morning just not up to the mark. And now it's too late for the bowlers to claw it back, I'm afraid.
Even the middle order that misfired in the previous game couldn't redeem themselves in the second innings. Can Makwethu redeem himself now? Hold the fort alongside Zubair Hamza. and ensure that the Lions make it over the line without any more damage. Scored a good 89 last week. Can he replicate it and at least finish without having lost his wicket? 65 for the loss of 2 after 12.
That was a quite dazzling innings, actually, by Wandile Mkwetu last week, which is why I suggested he might come into the picture for the One Day Cup. If he bats like he did then, he'll certainly be an asset.
And you did mention the fact that he opened the batting a couple of times in the 50-over stuff, and to be fair, he had some decent innings going into the 30s. I think he had a 50 even. So it's an idea that Coach Domingo can play with, see what can happen. But it is a stacked team. So a lot of rotation during the T20s for the Lions. Maybe it might be the same thing here if they keep on getting the balance correct, though.
That's quite possibly going to be more than one. No, settle for just the one, as there was some speedy chasing done by Jordan Herman. Yeah, I think the Lions were really unsettled in the T20 Challenge, which definitely contributed to their poor display there. Lots of players away with the national teams, a couple of injuries. So it was an unsettled side, and I think maybe for the One Day Cup they might want to be as settled as they can be. Too short and pulled away powerfully. Lovely stroke by Zubair Hamza all the way for 6. That's a very emphatic blow.
A player of high quality doesn't allow themselves to have too many failures in a row. 6 runs in the previous innings, Zubair Hamza is paying all of those back here. Strong strike. Wonderful balance. The ball wasn't that straight. He just had so much control over it. He picked it up early, set himself. He knew what he wanted to do, and he did it expertly.
Waited nicely for it. Oh, what quality batting by Zubair Hamza. Played that late, and then just the excellent wrists. Steering it through cover point. Sweet, sweet timing. Away for 4. You're right, Pendulo. He failed in the first innings, not just because he only scored 6, but also he got out in a rather soft fashion to the pull shot. Funnily enough, he tried to pull Patrick Kruger from well outside off stump and was caught a bit on. So I think he's been very determined today to get a decent score and also to play the pull shot particularly well. That's going to be 4 more. Glorious batting by Zubair Hamza. He's picking the gaps now, and that's his 50. Back-to-back boundaries, run in front of square on the offside, and then the next one just picking the gap between gully and backward point.
It's really feisty batting from Zubair Hamza. He came out with true intent. He's been smashing the ball all around, and then for the last 2 boundaries, played them with so much finesse. Cover drive through the boundary, and then that. Just a deft touch through backward point. 33 deliveries to bring up his half century. Talk about auditioning, Ken.
Well, I think it's possibly about the time when the director goes, right, thank you very much. We'll give you a call. We've seen enough. Yeah, I do think One Day Cup. Zubair Hamza doesn't really play T20, but for One Day Cup, as you said, there's certainly a place for this sort of batter. And yeah, you'll take 50 or 33 balls from your opener any day of the week. Look, admittedly, the competitive edge is gone from the Warriors. They've had a really demoralising day. This one's through the covers as well by Wandile Mkwetu. The boundaries are coming in torrents. Just 21 runs needed to win now.
The bowlers only got to rest for less than 25 overs because you consider that they also had to come out to bat. Wesley Beja is now in his 31st match over. So he's going on his last wheels here. Doesn't help that the team is not having great body language. It doesn't help that the numbers are like this.
Again, we ask ourselves, why is Gideon Peters not bowling? It almost feels like Wesley Beja is being punished for the 2 shots he played batting, which are rather poor, it must be said, in terms of the match situation. Well, he's got some respite now. It's Patrick Kruger to bowl. Kruger's gone for 28 in his 3 overs. Beja 43 off 7.
Everyone is taking a beating right now.
Bit of a hoik from Zubair Hamza. Bottom hand dragging it across to the leg side, but he'll get 2 more runs.
It's a different side of Zubair Hamza's game, which is promising to see. Constant development, because for the past couple of seasons, I've personally been raving about his 4-day game, how great it has been, the control, the composure. Every now and then, in the 4-day game, it allows you to play all forms of cricket in one game, actually. And here we are seeing some T20 stuff. Because so often people forget that even in 1-days and T20 games, that it's all about decreasing the amount of dot balls, making good balls count for at least 1, making bad balls count for boundaries. And not everyone can be a dasher, smasher in the team. Sometimes a team needs one batter. When things are going wrong, they can give you a solid 40 and 60. When things are going right, everyone else can bat around them and have a stable score. He's one of those guys here, Zubair Hamza.
I think you've summed it up really well there, MP. A 3rd slip was brought in for the relatively new to the crease Wandile Makwetu.
Just 18 runs now. 18 runs to win. Mammoth task if the Warriors still imagine a victory from here. Needs a strong imagination.
It's not a pretty picture out there for the Warriors, just their body language, and you can understand it. The day started with them feeling like they were in control of this game, and they would have been hoping today that they would have put themselves in a position to have one hand on the trophy. It's all just fallen to pieces. And credit to the Lions, yeah, they really are a side that they seem to have an extra gear to find. And when they find that extra gear, and it's often when their backs are against the wall, they really are an outstanding outfit. They really are tough to play against. And a little bit reminiscent of the old Mean Machine that used to play here at the Wanderers and was so difficult to beat.
The statement is hard to deny, Ken, because you think of the match last season, as we see over number 14 come to an end. The Lions just needing 18 runs to win. But if you think of last year's final as well, that final session of the day where they were trying to get the Titans out so that they can chase the game, they threw everything at it. And with only 10 minutes left in the day, they eventually did it. But it's a 10-over changeover, so you can't really do much. They chased it until the very end. 2 seasons ago versus the Western Province, they were in the gutter. 130 odd for 7 in the first innings. Delano Potgieter comes in and he saves the day. He takes a fifer. Then in the second innings, they're in the 120s for 5, 6. Delano Potgieter scores a 155 to win the game for the Lions. So they really have that dogfight when they need it to come out, and especially in the 4-day game.
Piwe Mnyanda, the left arm, is back.
Probably something we should ask Dominic Hendricks. Where do they find that gear? Because it cannot be that it's 4 years, 4 seasons of the 4-day series. You firstly make it to 4 of those finals, and then you win basically 3 of them.
I think it goes to team culture, the environment around them. They really are playing for each other and for the badge, for the union. Pulled away powerfully over the boundary. Another 6 for Zubair Hamza. He goes to 61, and the DP World Lions are just a dozen runs away from the title.
It's such a selfless innings from Zubair Hamza. You're just speaking about it now that they're playing for each other, playing for the team. It doesn't matter his average. It doesn't matter if he loses his wickets. He's been playing like this since the start. Could have lost his wickets in the teens. But he keeps on going because the mandate is clear from the Lions. Let's finish this game today. And he's doing it brilliantly.
You mentioned last season's final, Pendula, and how the Titans denied the Lions, but it took one of the all-time great innings, I would say, to deny them. Leandro Pretorius scored an unbelievable century that even had the opposition praising him. Alan Donald had some really big ups to give Leandro Pretorius, his composure and skill and maturity. So that's the sort of level it takes to deny this Lions team. And unfortunately, the Warriors, they're a young side. We ran through their first-class caps yesterday. They've got a handful of experienced players, but then half a dozen guys with very few caps, with less than 10. So it's going to be a valuable learning lesson for them about how, and that's the joy of red ball cricket, that it tests your mental abilities as well, that you've got to be able to stay focused all day. That's going to be a quick single. You can't have a bad couple of hours like they did this morning. And if you do, you've got to somehow find a way to pick yourself up and get yourself back focused and at the right intensity. Otherwise, you end up batting like the Warriors did this afternoon.
You need to ensure that you don't throw away your week. At the end of the day, the match is a working week. When you do slump, like you say, you just need to raise up because there's still half a week to play. Does throw a different perspective when you look at it from that vein. It's such a long time. Imagine playing a golf hole and you're in a bogey and you keep on messing up because you're saying, oh, I've messed it up. You've thrown away the rest of the course. So it's the same thing here. It's a marathon. You need to soak it in if you are in the back foot and allow yourself to be in that back foot so that they stop pressing and then you can start making your way out. But here we are, Ken.
Brilliantly put, MP. Yeah, that's exactly it. And the towel is now officially been thrown in. Not to be insulting about Matthew Breetzke's bowling, but he is coming on to bowl with 11 runs needed to win. And I can tell you that, well, Matthew Breetzke does have a couple of wickets in 4-day cricket. The average is 76, though. Oh, he started all right.
One of the finest batters in the world, Matthew Breetzke, in 50 over cricket. Here he is coming in with the ball. Wild swing. Let's finish it off, Zube Hamza says.
Pouncing on a slight fielding mistake for the single. Zubair Hamza has really been ruthless this afternoon. Not to be flippant about Matthew Beerska's bowling. Perhaps it's something he can work on. You know, be a wicket-to-wicket dibbly-dobbler. Just give yourself an added string to your bow for the T20 leagues. He's obviously a really good, high-quality batter. But, if he can develop his bowling to the point where he's got some variations and he can bowl you a couple of overs in certain conditions, that just makes him an even more attractive package. So, I shouldn't have been so dismissive about him bowling. It's good to see.
Seems like those first-class wickets he has have some merit behind them, clearly. Healthy run-up as well for Matthew Bretsky. Conventional field around him. Kushiles standing up. Good areas. I like the fact that he's not floating the ball onto the surface. He's actually really bowling it, hitting the deck, and with control.
He's bowling properly for sure. Yeah.
Can we, using that tone, that we are really surprised?
I don't think I've ever seen him bowl, to be honest. We nearly got a wicket there. So, I am surprised. I'll admit it.
It's a really good partnership here. 34 runs. Zubair Hamza has been the aggressor. Makwetu has been there very nicely. Hit a wonderful cover drive for 4. But he's been great support. Hamza has been taking it on. 64 from 44. 7 runs to win.
Well, that's a very tidy over by Matthew Brieska. 4 runs off it, but he bowled a very tidy line. Decent length. At least one of those runs was an edged stroke, went behind the wicket. Well, hopefully we get to see Matthew Brieska again with another over.
Didn't look too bad at all. Apem Nyanda. He has the ball now. Bowling to Hamza could possibly be the final over of the match. Final over of the tournament, maybe.
If he drops a couple short, it could well be. That's nicely pitched up. Well bowled.
But ebbs and flows of the game of first-class cricket truly can never be matched by any form of the game. Day 1, we almost seems as if we had everything. 1 point, the Lions, did they make the correct call? The next thing, did they bowl the right lines? All of a sudden, whoa, where did this come from? What's happening to the Warriors collapsing?
Nyanda just seemed to lose his run-up a bit there. There were some weird extra steps taken. Yeah, I feel sorry for P.M. Nyanda because he's a very talented bowler. He's definitely got something. He's just had no rhythm in this match. He's just been at odds with himself. And he's tried really hard to correct it. Tried really hard to contribute and... Well, he got a vital wicket just before the second new ball, we thought, this morning. Pulled away, just the single. P.M. Nyanda got rid of Cody Yousef, bowled him this morning in the 80th over. 100 up for the Lions. And we thought then that... that was the opening, with the new ball coming on the next over for the Warriors to go bang bang, wrap up the innings and have a lead of around 100. But they dropped the ball, unfortunately, after that. Down the ground, is that it? All the way? No, 4 runs.
Slapped away by Wandile Makweto. Rather by Zubair Hamza, apologies. It's a really good innings this from Zubair Hamza. Enterprising. This is the other side of a number 3, I suppose. I can take it on. You did say, Ken, the only way this is going to finish in this over is if he drops it short. It's exactly what he did.
And there's a very happy DP World Lions dugout. Alan Donald, front and centre. And, well, it was the bowlers who did a magnificent job this afternoon after Delano Potgieter, the low order, did a superb job with the bat.
It's 1 run to win now, Ken.
It's not often that you see Hashim Amla take centre stage. But the DP World Lions have batted superbly this season. Hashim will be in the change room somewhere. And, of course, the head coach, Russell Domingo. What an inspirational leader he's been of this Lions outfit. Heaved away over the leg side. Wandile Makweto raises his arms in triumph. And it's gone for 6. What a way to end. What a way to claim the CSA 4-day series title. Another stirring victory by this DP World Lions side. It's a never say die team. Just when you think you've got them on the floor, they rise. They have remarkable mental resilience and great skill. And you could see Zubair Hamza delighted as well, punching his bat. And one can only feel for the Warriors, who have had a deeply disappointing day. Here's how it ends. P.M. Yanda dropping short again, unfortunately, and Wandile Makweto knew the moment he'd hit it that that was going to be the end of the match. 110 for 2, the DP World Lions end on, and they've got there in just 17 overs. So that's a rate of better than 6 runs an over. Done it in style, the DP World Lions. And there's a not so happy Warriors dugout. Well, they'll be reflecting on what might have been. There's the match situation. That's pretty much the bare bones of it, because this match had some amazing ebbs and flows. The Warriors 305 all out, having been sent into bat, and J.P. King a wonderful 123, but he really marshalled the lower order, because up front, the name that's not there, Jordan Herman, a brilliant 110 off just 133 balls, and that gave Warriors control of the game. They were dominant. They were 179 for 1. And then Vian Mulder with 3 wickets, Delano Potgieter 3 wickets. They worked their way through the middle order before J.P. King and Wesley Bedger added 55 for the 9th wicket. And then the Lions came into bat on the second morning, and we're in desperate trouble. 102 for 5. Matthew Boast was absolutely outstanding, the leading wicket taker in the competition, and he brought that form to the final. But from 102 for 5, that's when Delano Potgieter came in. A brilliant 88 not out by him, and he had great support from Bjorn Fortuin, Cody Yousef, Bear Swanepoel and Sia Plaki, as they got to within 10 runs of that Warriors total. And that just seemed to knock the stuffing out of the visitors because really dreadful afternoon for them. 95 all out inside 30 overs. Cody Yousef was absolutely outstanding. Fire, aggression, pace, and he was also moving the ball around. 5 for 34 in 10 overs for him. Brilliantly supported by Bayers Swanepoel, who removed both the openers and took 4 for 26. That left the DP World Lions with a fairly straightforward target of just 106 to win. And Zubair Hamza made it a procession. 71 not out of 48 balls. He looks in great touch with the One Day Cup lying ahead. So the DP World Lions have won this match by 8 wickets. They are once again the winners of the CSA 4-day series. Their name goes on that trophy for the 3rd season in succession, having shared it last season with the Titans. Do stand by. There will be a post-match presentation with Impendulo Magubani. But from me, Ken Borland, from Aslam Kota, from Kamva Nyakani, and Mondi Zondeke, who have commentated on previous days. Thank you very much for joining us on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel via Pitch Vision. We thank you for your support, and hold on for that trophy presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's day 3 of the final of the CSA 4-day series. We don't call it moving day for nothing, but today, day 3 didn't move, it sprinted right up until the end of the match. And the DP World Lions come out as victors in their home ground for the 3rd time in 4 seasons. It's an absolutely ridiculous record, and they are able to retain their trophy. And with that, we start our post-match presentation, firstly with the player of the match who comes from the winning side. His performances, some you will see under the shadows, but the one that counted the most is the best one. Firstly, with 2 wickets in the first innings and a grinding partnership alongside Delano Potgieter for 25 runs. But what he did, taking 5 wickets for just 34 to rip apart the Warriors and set up a minuscule target for the Lions. To the man of the match with 7 wickets and 25 runs, Cody Yousef.
Where do I?
Right here. Take a picture first. Cody, what a performance. Speak us through about that first innings. Started off a little bit slow, but then you guys captured. Talk to us about how your game went for you.
Yeah, obviously the first innings wasn't as good as the second innings, but I mean, as a bowling unit, we always fight back and try and make it as tough as we can for the batters to score. Yeah, the first innings obviously didn't go as planned, but I think we done well to come back in the second innings and bowl the way we did.
You know, people know you for your bowling, but you've batted 3 times this season, 44, an unbeaten 23, and then now this 25 in a very crucial partnership. What is it with you and the bat this season?
I've always enjoyed batting. Funny enough, I started playing cricket. When I started playing cricket, I started as a batter. So always loved batting, and yeah, obviously just work hard on it, and I'm happy to see that it's showing in the games now.
What are we seeing more from Cody Yousef coming to the One Day Cup?
Well, hopefully I can bring as much energy as I usually do. But yeah, hopefully we can just gel and get on with each other as we always do, play good cricket.
Cody, fantastic work. Congratulations. Man of the match, Cody Yousef. 7 wickets and 25 runs. Absolutely fantastic. Mind my apologies, ladies and gentlemen, and mind my manners. We have our dignitaries. Chairman of the Board of Directors, Mr. Dr. Earl Glanister, and the head of domestic cricket, Mr. Eddie Khoza. And they will now be presenting the big checks. But before we get there, we need to speak to our captains. Firstly, to the captain of the Warriors, Senuran Mutusami.
Come closer. Yeah, okay.
Sen, great start to the match, but then day 3 happens. Please just tell us what happened from your perspective as the Warriors.
Yeah, I think overnight we're in a really good position. Being 2 bowlers down wasn't easy. I think we bowled really well and we set it up quite well. Just obviously credit to the Lions boys this morning. They managed to really eat into that deficit and became a level game. That being said, I don't think we batted very well in the afternoon session. I think the wicket obviously quickened up as we'd expected, but we probably were found wanting a little bit, and 105 is not enough in the last innings.
Big blow losing Matthew. But besides that, let's look at his season. Top leading wicket taker. He bowled like an absolute superstar here today. How do you then look at that as a team, especially him being a new acquisition?
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. It's his first full season in franchise cricket, and hats off to him. He's really stepped up and spearheaded the attack for us. There's a lot of youngsters in our team, a lot of guys that haven't even played 20 first-class games yet. So it's fantastic that they've put in the season that they've done, and to get into the final was an awesome effort. And yeah, huge credit to the boys and to the staff. But yeah, well done to the Lions boys. That was an awesome game from them, and a great season again.
You guys will be playing the opener with the Dolphins coming into the One Day Cup. You've already won a white ball tournament. What is the expectation from the Dafabet Warriors?
Yeah, I think we've played really good cricket this season. So it'll be to just keep following those processes and to keep learning and growing. There's a lot of exciting talent in the region and in the squad. So yeah, we're up for that challenge. We'll have a few days to freshen up and ready to go again.
Thank you so much, Sen. Unlucky for today, but good job for the rest of the season and all of the best. Ladies and gentlemen, Warriors captain Senuran Mutsusami. And finally, the winning captain. We've done this a couple of times now, and he's stood here for a couple of times. Dominic Hendricks for the DP World Lions. Please, Eddie, may you please take the picture with the trophy for Dominic Hendricks.
Do the honors.
Dominic, let's just stand closer to that and show our trophy, your trophy, for the third time now. I'm much more happy to see you here. Last year it was a little bit somber. Now you are brimming with smiles. How does it feel to close off the game in the fashion that you did?
Look, I'm just really happy. I'm still trying to process what happened today. Yeah, the boys are phenomenal today. Sort of said this morning that we need to make today the most important day of the whole game, and we certainly did that today.
The bowling, Bears coming in, Cody coming in. How is it like for you as a captain to manage that and see it come alive and then dismiss the team for less than triple figures after they scored 300 on you?
Look, the guys came with energy today, and yeah, we had a great buzz in the field, and we sort of just ran with it for that whole session. And yeah, Cody bowled phenomenally well. So did Bayers. I mean, even Vian. So the boys stepped up to the plate today, and yeah, just really chuffed that we won it again.
There's one question that we have. When you won against the Western Province, you were out in the gutter. Delano Potgieter came in and you guys won out of the blue. Last season, you guys were chasing to at least finish off the Titans in that third innings, and you eventually did so, but time didn't allow. And even here today, with the hundreds from JP King, the 100 from Jordan Herman, you guys were kind of behind starting the game and the third innings with the lead of 10. What does the Lions do, and where do they get this fight from to just come out from the gutter and snatch a victory, especially in 4-day cricket?
Look, I think the big thing is that we don't give up. We bat all the way down to 10, so we've got some real grit from all of our batters. They put a prize on the wicket, especially down the order. And I think the big thing for us was we needed to hang in there. It almost looked like the guys were a little bit tired today from the Warriors side, so we just sort of said hang in there. And when we had an opportunity to strike with the ball, we did, and we ran with it, and we ran hard. So yeah, credit to number one Delano, but also to our bowlers who sort of dragged the game out for us and narrowed that deficit all the way down to 10 for us. I think it was instrumental in sort of getting us close or getting us level with the game. And yeah, the boys are phenomenal with the ball today, so we couldn't have asked for anything better.
Yeah, the never die spirits of the DP World Lions. They are the champions of the 4-day series. We asked the Lions squad, the management, all to come through after the chairman of the board of directors takes the picture. Ladies and gentlemen, the DP World Lions, the champions of the CSA 4-day series. Unfortunately, when the game is done before the confetti guys come, there's no confetti. Ladies and gentlemen, the DP World Lions, champions of the CSA 4-day series.
third time in a row. The DP World Lions. And ladies and gentlemen, it brings the end to what has been a phenomenal season. Thank you for joining us here for the final at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. We will be coming again on the 28th of February, the start of the CSA one-day series. Make sure that you get your tickets at cricket.co.za. Let's all start the journey of trying to be champions for the 50 over competition. Once more, congratulations to the DP World Lions.